down the way they
Yeah,
did.
what's up?
He ended
How are you
up
doing?
going in
Yo,
a
yo,
different
yo.
direction towards Lev now, and this is going to be a real chance for them
Nice
to
little
play up
spam.
against each other and kind of have that history.
Yeah, the first time that they will be able to
Nice
play against each
organized
other since
spam.
they didn't face off during kickoff. So I think both sides are going to be coming into this one. Definitely for the score, obviously, but also to settle the score.
I mean, also the pressure is kind of on Valen too, because when you've played on a team with an IGL, like you know how
poor
that
Kostya,
IGL
bro.
calls.
That's
You
so
know
true.
how they
Yeah.
mid-round. So it's kind of like, does Valen have to switch it up, or have they
How was the
changed
gym? Yeah, we
enough
didn't
and
go
gone
gym.
further
I
from
went
the
outside
point
though,
they
if
were
that
long
counts.
ago?
I don't
But
think that
I
I don't think
speaking
they're
from
on
my experience as an IGL,
same
everyone
level
knows how
by
I call
any
if they
means.
played with me. They know what kind
I
of stuff
didn't
I
go to
call,
the
how
gym,
I
but I did go
mid-round, how I
outside.
protocol, and kind of how I read the game. So
I'm like
There's
half,
that extra
halfway
mental
there.
element to the game.
Yeah, there's like a
Right.
big mental element. And Tex even tweeted today, he's like, playing against my exes today. And I was like,
That's actually pretty awesome. All right. Well, you know, I'm glad you
Mr.
mentioned that. Let's go ahead
EMEA
and hear
games,
from Tex. Actually gonna be
absolute
standing
speed
by
run,
with Elizabeth.
both of them.
Tex, I'm gonna hold you back for a little bit. Thank you. All right, so simple kind of vibe check question. What are the vibes going into today now that you're facing your former team?
My team feels very locked in. They seem very focused today. They really want to win for me, and I can tell just by the vibes. Everyone is very like just focused.
Well, danke, as they say in Germany.
All right, well, we'll see how that all plays out here. But Aspas and his kill records, of course, get the headlines, as they
Yeah, it was
usually
right,
do.
Desp.
But
Not too
there's
bad.
one individual who we got to give some love to.
Not too
That's
bad at all.
Mazzino. This guy has been a silent
I'm not
killer
too sure
for
yet,
this
Theo,
team
to be honest.
and has been stepping up
I was
big time
thinking
for Leviathan.
50-50, but I think more staying here. More staying here, I think.
Mazzino. And this guy, I think, has fallen out of the conversation when he's joined a team with so many superstars, but he's been consistently
Maybe more like a
delivering in the
75.
NRG game in particular. He was doing nasty things on Bind, winning
Everything's
a
been
lot of
working
these
out well.
clutches and constantly
main thing.
finding multi-kills while anchoring on the Brimstone.
yeah, I feel like a really big thing to talk about too is how he switches up his role and still performs no matter what he's
Yeah,
playing.
he's playing
He
initiator
plays
and
initiator.
controller.
Exactly, on that breach, the way that he capitalizes
super chat.
on his own
I'm pretty sure
neutral
that's
is
the super
insane.
chat.
How hard is it
I
to
think that's
to
what we
switch
call it.
between
Thank
those?
you so much, man. I
Hard
appreciate
because
that.
There's so many small
Revenge of the
mechanical elements
beef
that
steak
you will
tomatoes.
obviously, once you're
Thank you
playing
very
that
much for
much,
doing that,
you
bro.
learn, you get to understand how it
Right,
goes.
if I click
But
that,
then
like it,
it's
nice.
a whole different
Thank
play
you very
style.
much,
When
man. I
you're playing
appreciate
controller,
that.
you have to play a little bit more passive because if you die first, you don't have enough smokes for the rest of your team. But then if you're playing that flash initiator, like you need that util
Thank
to
you so much for
support
the
your
support,
team
bro.
as well as be able to fight up by
Still
yourself.
getting to grips with the
And I feel
YouTube
like he
stuff.
does
I
such
think
a
that's
good job at balancing both
I think that's a
roles in
super
this
chat.
game.
Yeah, this team wouldn't be able to play as many different comps and different maps as they are, I think, without Mazzino's flexibility.
Yeah, it has been beautiful to watch and to see Leviathan put everything together.
No
But for
reprovides,
more
but as close
on
as.
Leviathan, let's actually send it over to Ender. He's got himself a little bit of a telly.
I'm right here, guys, and yes, we are going to be looking at how King uses his early round aggression
Cows.
to
Hello,
puppet
mate. How we
master
doing? Thank you for the
NRG
100
or whoever
bits.
he's playing against into really
Out
awful
and in,
positions
now it
that
shows.
Lev can set up with a trap play. So the first thing I want us to watch here in round 3, the bonus for Leviathan is what they actually
Okay, well, at least
do
we sussed
at
it
the
out,
start.
man.
It's
At least
a
we
huge
sussed it out.
dive
I
play here where they're gonna
appreciate
step
that
in the
they,
lane with Mazzino to a
I
fault
appreciate
line
that they come
there,
in my
a
way,
paranoia
dude.
here,
Thank
and
you for
we've
that.
got Aspas jumping forward on that raise. And this is to sort of pinch these players over in towards A, and they're going to do it with something a little bit unique. Check this out. Early camera goes down into main. If you want to see that on the map, it's right over here.
What's this
and what
10?
it does is effectively locks down this cross. The toughest point on Sunset to actually get through as an attacker
This is a super chat. Okay, they are super chats.
NRG
But then it
actually
says one.
reacts to the dive going down in mid instead of quickly scaling into that
YouTube, I don't get
the camera
YouTube.
ends up
I don't
not
get YouTube,
getting
but I
broken.
appreciate that.
NRG
Thank you
makes the
so
call
much.
instead of
And Goka,
accelerating
thank you
into
for
what
that
is
as
very
well.
likely
Okay,
a
so they are
Cypher
super
trap
chats.
over on
I
the
don't know
A
why there's a
side,
1
but they
next to
actually
your
wanna go
name.
back into B and re-clear
The
all
Revenge of the
space that they
Beefsteak
lost
Tomatoes
early in the
and
round.
Goka.
This is where
Appreciate
things
you
go
both. Thank
wrong
you for that.
for
Thank you, thank
NRG,
you.
because
Discovering new
Leviathan
technology. Bro, it took me like a year to work
anticipates
out
exactly what
Twitch,
is
and now I've got to learn
happening.
another
The
one.
important timer to look at with the fault line
We're out here
is
struggling.
40
I thought I was on
seconds.
top
When
of it
you use
all.
the fault line at a minute 40, right? That means at 1 minute, that's when the fault line is going to be coming back up. And because this camera was never broken, NRG
Man's-
are
man's doing
anticipating that
maths on
Mazzino is going
stream.
to go all the way back around
This
and
is-
set up
see
a
this
trap
camera
off
here?
of that camera
This is
in
what
about
Liquid needed
25
today.
seconds time. time.
Either this
Leviathan
camera
anticipate
or the
this thought,
recon.
however,
Something-
and
something
actually
to give them
start
info here.
rotating back over into the B site. You can see actually the Gecko Tex
we
is
needed
actually
something like this.
rotating all the way back over here.
Pokey's
And
rule
Leviathan
as
have
well.
set up
Thank you so
4
much, man.
players
Thank
ready
you for
for
the
this exec
super
to come
chat. I
in.
imagine
By the
this
time
is
the
as well.
camera gets broken, it's way too late in the round, and Lev are here
let
four
me like
stacked,
both.
ready to go and to
we go.
shut down NRG. The spike getting abandoned out in the open. It's an
Thank you so much for that,
absolute
Pokies.
disaster for NRG. But it gets worse 2 rounds later because in this
Maybe the one is
we
because it's the
again
first
have
super
NRG
chat. That might be right.
walking into
But surely
a trap,
Revenge of
and it's
Beefsteak
Leviathan
Tomatoes
showing a
hasn't
ton
done
of
10.
presence early on.
I feel like it would have been on
Again,
top of that.
We have an Omen one-way going here, a Boombot sent out, a fault line, and it tells you B aggression. But Leviathan aren't actually stepping into B main. Check this out. Ospas
goodness,
is going
I
to
can
come
do
back
this as
into
well.
market, and importantly, in just a couple seconds, he dodges away
They
from
have
a knife
sent
that
10?
sees the breach, but not the raise. So NRG think there's still a raise inside of B main, and their call is,
Wait, have I
let's
missed all of
accelerate
these?
up into top mid and see if
Revenge
we
of the
can pinch in
Beefsteak
and get behind that
Tomatoes.
Cypher setup
Have
over
I
on
missed
the
10
A
of
site.
these?
But Leviathan anticipate this. They're
They've
waiting
sent 10 but
for
not
ready
10 to
spring
you.
this trap
Oh,
against an
okay.
NRG.
Counts
They're
just how
full
many you do
contact into a
overall.
smoke. There's
Bro,
2
YouTube's
players there,
wild,
and
man.
also people jumping out of market as well. So the
YouTube's so
spike gets
wild.
hopelessly abandoned
I'm out
in
here
mid
real lost.
as NRG
You missed the
fall into
slug
yet
appearing on
another
stream.
trap.
Do you know what?
It's
I
so
set
many
up
of these
the
moments in a
I
series
set up my
like
stream
this
deck the
where
other day,
Leviathan
so I
will
can
show you
actually
early aggression
I can
and push
make
you
that happen,
into different
Reprovice.
areas, because what's really NRG going to do? If they don't fight against this heavy setup into B main, they're walking into Cypher and getting owned, or they're walking into this mid trap and getting owned. It is so hard to play against a Leviathan that is
Yeah, I
setting
can-
up
I
so
can make that
nicely
happen, I
like
think.
they are in this last series, and really why Leviathan ran away with that one. But you know, that was me kind of nerding out for a little bit. We've got some other nerds that are ready to play a little bit of a game. So let's send it over to Mimi now.
That's right, Christy. We have something fun prepared for you guys. It's once again time for VCT America's beloved game show. Are you smarter than a gold player? Welcome back. Folks, this is going to be a great day. We have a wonderful contestant in front of us, ready to play a game in
Hey,
4
Goku, what's
different
try?
categories. We've got
What,
Golden Boy
what currency
out in
is
the
try?
audience. He's standing by with a gold player to help her out. Let's meet our contestant, though. Myrna, please introduce yourself. Who are you? Where are you from?
It's me. I'm Athena. I am Egyptian, also Canadian.
Turkish lira?
And
Oh,
I'm
nice.
a former professional player in Game Changers, so I hope that I'm smarter than a gold player.
You should be pretty smart.
I
then.
really hope so.
How much Valorant do you think you played?
Thanks so much for that, bro. I appreciate that.
Way too much. Thousands of hours.
Thousands of hours. Well,
Literally.
she should crush this one. We have 4 questions standing by and a massive prize if she gets it right. But it's not just her. We have some help standing by in the audience. So let's go over to Golden Boy and meet our gold player.
That's right, Mimi. We're joined here today by our gold player. We got, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Henry. I'm from Orange County.
Henry from Orange County. Give it up for him.
Let's
All
go,
right.
Henry.
So, what is your rank?
I'm currently Gold 2.
Gold 2. Look at that. It's almost as if we planned it for the bit.
Damn, she's laughing
Mimi,
at him.
Take it away.
You're laughing at him.
I didn't mean to laugh.
And he's going to help you.
I'm
Damn,
sorry.
dude.
No, Henry, you got me. No. We got each other, right?
Well, Henry,
You
one
got
of the
me?
smartest minds
You
we could
got
find. The smartest mind we could find in the Riot Games arena today. Let's get into, though, our very first question. Athena, it's Iron Records to start. And the question is, Ospas broke the kill record in week 2. How many kills did he get?
47.
He was on the show,
47.
right?
Your answer. You're confident on that?
Yeah.
Let's see how good her
I'm no
memory
peep.
is. And let's check in if our gold player has a different answer. Golden Boy?
All right. So, we got a Ospas kill record. How many kills did he get?
He did indeed at 47.
Okay, let's go,
47.
Henry.
All right. What do you got, Mimi?
Our gold
this guy
player and
is
our
not
gold player
messing
aligned on
around,
that one.
bro.
Let's check
He's locked
the
in.
answer. It's 47. Congratulations.
That's me and you, Henry.
A great start, but that's only 1 out of 4. Let's move on to our second question, the bronze question here. And this one, of course, is simple. No one's ever gotten this wrong on this show before. How many seconds does it take
Don't know
to
this.
defuse
So
the
easy.
spike?
7.
7. Our gold player. He really should be aligned on
I
this one.
hope, right?
All right. Let's see. Henry, how long does it take to defuse the spike?
7 seconds.
Let's go.
7 seconds. I don't know what's going on over here, Mimi. Are
Oh
they
my
right?
God. The gold players, they're just so smart. Well, let's check our answer. And Myrna, our gold player, everyone, we're absolutely correct. It's 7 seconds. Was that too easy?
Maybe.
Let's move on. Let's get a little bit harder. We're going to go into our silver agents question now.
Oh, no.
The question is, which agent has only been selected once in VCT Americas Stage 1.
My girl Deadlock. Deadlock.
Wait.
You're locking in Deadlock.
Stage 1? I mean,
in
yeah,
Deadlock.
that's true.
She's locked in.
Just loud.
Let's stand by
Doesn't
and
include
check with
kickoff,
our gold
right?
player.
All right, Henry, what's the answer here, buddy?
I'm gonna just have to go with Deadlock 2.
We're going with Deadlock 2. No independent thoughts over here, Mimi.
No disagreement, no thoughts,
You're
head
arguing
empty.
with me.
That's exactly
Revenge
what
of the
we wanna see
Beefsteak
from our
Tomatoes.
gold
Thank you
two
so
player.
much.
Let's
You
check
say,
the
assuming
answer.
Sen fails to
And
make
our
playoffs,
gold player
do you think they will
and
benefit
Mira
from
are
this
correct.
4 champs?
Deadlock played by Tina.
Yes, I really
3 for
do.
3.
I really,
We're
really
crushing
do.
it out here. That cash prize
That
on
whole
the
time
line
to
is
focus on
$12
themselves, I
million.
think that would,
Remember, Henry.
Wait, there's $12 million?
I think that would,
There is.
not
Just
saying
got
in
that
sure that they would
approved.
make it to champs,
Let's
but I
move
think
on
so.
To our final question.
I don't think that's true.
Gold Classic.
I think they have more chance of. Maybe they don't have more chance because at the moment they're really ahead on champs points.
Athena.
Okay.
But I
alright.
think if they then got to playoffs in the second split, they've kind of secured
okay,
it.
I'm gonna do a lifeline. Henry, you got me?
Okay, what do we got?
Henry.
Most classic kills. Who you got? No one help him.
Thank you for the super biz, for the super chat, man.
Just
Thank
gonna
you.
go with the Sen Classic bundle himself, Mr. Zelsis.
Ooh,
you know what?
Celsius.
Celsius, a good guess.
Yeah,
Do you
this
believe
guy's
Henry?
owned it, man.
I like the answer.
A revenge of the
think we
beefsteak.
go
Thank you
with
for doing that, man.
Celsius.
Thank you.
After all,
I
you've
believe
been
it.
through,
Yeah, I think they'll be
you
fine.
trust him.
As long as
Henry.
whoever comes first in
$12
Americas
million on
doesn't
the
win
line.
Do I have to
Shanghai,
split it?
they'll be fine.
That's up to you. How good of a person are you?
Yo,
And
Henry.
are you correct?
If Sentinels
I'll
don't
look
make
you up.
playoffs, all
No,
they have to do is
yeah,
just
we're
hope
going
whoever
Celsius.
makes
that's legally
whoever makes
binding.
Shanghai
And the
and comes
answer
first in
is-
Americas, they just need to pray.
Sen, John QT, and Sen Celsius are tied.
They just need to pray for the downfall
What
of
does this mean
whoever
for the
whoever
show?
wins.
Do I get it? Yo,
Hold on,
audience,
jury's out
do
on
you
this one. We need a Golden Boy. I'm hearing we need to check with the audience.
Well, all right, we need to check with the audience.
I'd first- I mean,
Did
they-
they get it right? Yes
got
or
one.
no? Yes? Yes? It seems like the crowd here says yes, Mimi. Good news
Folks,
that we
it
have
seems
the
like we
Monopoly
have
money
done
ready
it.
to go.
Congratulations to our gold player. Congratulations to Athena. $12 million going your way. What does this moment mean for you?
oh my goodness, I'm so proud. What, oh, $12 million. This is my check.
And what does this mean for our
amazing.
gold player? Let's see. I don't know. I'm sure he's really happy. But that's it. Congratulations once again. It was an amazing performance. But let's get on to things. Our first match of the day and head into our map select with our coaches. Thanks so much.
Howdy guys, welcome. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip. Lev will be Team A and GT will be Team B. You have first map ban.
We want to split.
Lev ban split. GT, what would you like to ban?
We'll ban Sunset.
GT ban sunset. And what map would you like to pick?
We pick Breeze.
Lev pick breeze. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
GT select attack. And what map would you like?
We'll pick Icebox.
G2 pick Icebox.
Yeah, and that's
And would you like attack or defense?
the map.
Attack.
Now they need to
Lev
avoid
select
binds.
attack. And you have one map ban.
We want to send.
Lev ban ascent. And what would you like to ban?
Don't play them on bind.
We ban Bind.
G2 ban bind.
Nice.
Decider map will be Lotus, and Lev, you have side select.
We play attack.
Lev select attack. All right, best of luck
Honestly,
today, boys.
Who gave themselves a good shot at this?
All right, so there you have it, and look at that, the power of transportation. I'm here, you know, we made it here.
Did you take the train or your legs?
No, it was like teleportation or whatever.
That's sick.
You know?
Snap, like yours.
Icebox is a
I
good
mean,
map
guys,
for
we have
Lev.
a
Yeah, but
$12
it's one of the
million
it's one of the only maps where I'm actually like in for G2's comp.
No, oh, never mind.
Wait, they changed their
Oh,
comp
that's
though, right?
It's
Didn't they?
Monopoly money.
They
So
changed
sorry
it to
about
the
that, everyone.
Disclaimer there.
they changed it to the harbor.
What do we have
Didn't
here?
look as
We
good
end up
as the
having a
Almond.
Breeze Icebox, and our last one. Thank you so much, Myrna.
I still think
okay,
they-
so that's what
I
we
think
have
it's
here.
okay.
How are we feeling about this overall series layout? Do you think that there is an opportunity here for G2 to maybe create an upset opportunity here, Mimi?
I think it's going to be really difficult, especially
For sure.
starting on Breeze. I have a feeling that
Staying up to
that
5
Lev
a.m.
are
for this
banking
map
on
call.
the fact that Ospas can diff
Feel good.
ice
Just think about
on
next
Breeze.
year.
It's a very jet-heavy map. It is a
Think
map
about
where
next
getting
year. We're
those
gonna
opening
have all the
engagements,
maps
getting those
removed.
starters on your duels are so so important.
Three
And
worst
Auspos
maps are
has just
going
been
out.
Lights out in that respect
Yeah.
compared to
Three
an Icy who's
incredible
been
maps
struggling
coming
this
back,
season.
maybe.
And look, I completely agree with you, but I do have some
Surely.
irony that I have to get the
J-Dog was
precise
taken.
numbers on here
WTF.
because
Thank you for
don't
the
even know
12
I know,
months.
No, I literally wanted to look up because I'm like,
Thanks for the
surely
whole year.
Loud's win rate on
Thanks
jet
for
maps
sending
is
as well, man. Appreciate you,
significantly
J-Dog.
worse than their non-jet maps.
Thanks
you
for
would
the Prime
imagine.
usage.
But then on jet maps, which they play Icebox and Breeze,
that's
wait,
so
that's
cool
the
'cause
later
Loud
These are
series.
the first
Oh my
3
gosh.
maps.
No!
I do think Lotus is starting to get
Oh
the Ascent treatment of same comps all the time.
Yo, I think G2 can actually run away with Icebox.
How are
I
they
think
gonna
that Trent.
Yeah?
That's it.
Just the clutches, late rounds?
Trent
One individual.
Silva on Icebox was so good that I genuinely believe they have a strong fundamental side on that Icebox. But
That's fair.
like if they do team together strong, I think they have a good mentality for it. I don't know. Lev has firepower, but
Okay,
G2 has
okay.
good
What they
team play.
said.
Yeah, what
But
they
Lev
said.
also has team
That's why
play.
they pay you the big bucks.
If G2 can win this, though, it would be an insane upset, but it's going to be very difficult with Lev in this form.
Indeed, it will be. But let's go ahead and close out Super Week with a bang, baby. Yeah! We got it. VCT America starts right now.
What is the best map? The map pool? The ideal map pool? Take out Breeze plus Haven. Take out Icebox plus Pearl. And then
Icy has a flash to set him up if they want to go for this one.
change Sunset B-Site. That's where I'm at. I'm not super high up on Fracture, I'll be honest. I don't mind Fracture, but I would take Fracture over what we have, but I don't think it's
The
a
G2
great
match
map.
is a little personal, but I wouldn't say directly to the players. I would say it's more towards the org of G2.
Claro, eran su ex equipo, lo sacaron y nada. Creo que todos en el equipo van a tener muchas ganas de aplastar a G2 realmente para tener ahí a nuestro compa el Tex, y el Tex también va a ir con set de sangre. Todos vamos a ir a demostrarle lo que somos y básicamente lo que se perdieron.
Is Fracture coming back? Dude, we have no idea. We actually have no idea what's going on.
It's going to be really weird being on the opposite stage of my old teammates.
He's still like one of my good friends. We talk a lot, so I'm excited to compete against him, and I know he wants his revenge, but I also want to shut him down.
Valen's a very smart IGL. I know how he calls, like I know like the ins of his mind. I'm sure he's evolved a lot since then, of course, but I can kind of use it against him a little bit. Hopefully he sees this before the game, so now you know I'm in your head.
Riot Games Arena, llegamos al último día de esta super semana. Le damos la bienvenida.
I don't like Haven? No, dude, I love Haven. I think Haven's the best map. You remember thinking you want Fracture back, but probably not? Yeah, it is a bit like that. I think it's because we have Icebox and Breeze, we're just like, well, I don't want Fracture back, but when it's actually there, we're like, It'll be interesting to see what the changes are that they do on the maps, if they do bring them back. Or maybe we get a whole brand new map.
And now let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for G2
Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle for this turn of Evans rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game, ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a Wild West. We ain't faking what I claim, it's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset, by the name of G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go to, cause you know it's G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go to, cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer, we've been up for for several summers, seeking how to step in commas.
Leviathan wants to continue to prove that they are the monster of the Americas
Mikaya,
region.
thank you for saying
Meanwhile,
that.
G2
Thank you.
Esports have an opportunity here. We talked about it yesterday with MIBR maybe being able to pull off the upset, maybe pulling some inspiration from what we saw in EG. Obviously, different circumstances, different opponents ender. But if there's one thing that we've learned about this Super Week is that honestly anything is really possible.
Look,
What are the
anything is
predictions
possible,
today?
but this is also Leviathan,
What
who
did I go
think is
for in
looking like
this?
our hottest
Lev.
team at the moment.
Damn, I
Off
kind
the
of
heavy hitter.
regret my pick'ems a little bit on this one. I went for Lev, but then I went for Loud to be Crew. But after what we've seen, I think Crew
In my
win.
mind right now, I'm kind of writing off that Cloud9 game.
But
It's
I
the
gotta
first
stick
of
with my
their
pick'ems,
season.
so
They came out, they stumbled, and they've looked incredible
we'll stick
since.
with Loud for that one.
talked
Yo,
about
Benji, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the raid, bro. Appreciate that. Congrats on the result today as well,
They
dude.
needed that to become the team version that they are today. So I think it's going to be really
Everything's all
good.
good,
And
man.
actually, I
Hope your
never
stream is
talked
good as
about
well.
this, but for a short period
Dude, you
of time,
guys are grinders. Go play an official, and then both you and Mini Boo streaming.
And I know that his prep is dangerously good. Everything is very thought out. So going into these maps
Mad respect.
specifically against G2, where you might have techs understanding how
Woot was
balance
streaming as
falls,
well.
I think it's really scary.
See, I
Wait,
think
the whole
that's
team
interesting
basically?
too, especially because we're starting
Where's
things out
the
on
Weber
Breeze.
stream?
And the last time we
Gotta
saw
get that guy
G2 play
streaming.
this was 2 months ago, right? But before Icy era, they were playing Leaf on the Yoru. They were playing a Harbor as a second Smokes. And since then, I think a lot of teams that are playing the Yoru still have a Jet alongside them. If you're playing a second Smoker,
Woot was frying
it's usually
today.
something
Oh
like
yeah,
an Astro,
solid,
right? So you
man.
get those circle smokes and
Solid
dual
first
comboing
performance.
with that Yoru. And I'm
The
really
guy's an
wondering
absolute
what
beast.
it means for G2 as a team. Like, do we see Leaf going into a Cypher role? Or are they playing something more like a Gen G and going no sent?
Yeah, that is a big question.
A bit of both, to be honest. Woot's util on Sunset was incredible, and then he just fragged out so heavy on Bind. Like if you want to watch, good util, then you watch Sunset. If you want to watch him fragging out, you watch Bind.
Then there's questions around him, right?
Yeah, I mean the EMEA games today was an absolute speed run. It really was.
Speaking of the Jet roles,
UT with multiple E's and U's. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 10 months. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for doing that.
Breeze, and when you put that up against Icy, I don't know 100% if he's going to be able to do the same amount of damage on that
A
operator.
breach?
I think I know 100% that he's not.
People used to run a breach on this map a few times.
He's the best player in the league.
Without a doubt here, Agent Select now starting to come through.
I don't
We'll
think
see
you'll
what
see
we
it,
end up
but-
getting locked in for both sides here. But I am quite interested.
You lot
guys
just doing
raised a
this
really
thing
good
where an
point.
agent
G2's
select you will
kinda
just
coming into
randomly
this
say a
land as an
name.
unknown quantity
Or
here,
did you actually see
which
something?
could be something that works to their advantage, potentially, if they try and throw a spanner into the works. But that being said, again, we keep reiterating it. It's going to be tough to pull that off against Leviathan of all teams.
Yeah, and really, I'm just waiting to see what we get Leaf walking in here, because I think this
they'll
would
tell
be
us where we're going.
This would be a great map to see if they wanted to play the double duelist, but with Valen looking over towards the Harbor, that seems maybe a little bit less likely to me. Harbor sort of helps you in your scaling a lot of the time with those push walls.
Harbor's kind of good on this though.
Yeah, I think the thing about having double controller on this map
Creates
is
a
the
lot
amount
of pressure. The cove is good for defense, obviously, to defuse, and really good for actually just getting out of the choke points and dealing with the trap over towards B. Like a good backup. If you can't break the traps over towards B, you can just cove close, shoot the trips.
Still remains to be seen whether or not that is the Yoru like they were running previously with Leaf on that one, or it could be something like the Jet. But I'm a big fan
Yeah,
of
so
the
it's
Yoru. Yep, happy to
just
see that one locked in.
And I think the Yoru has looked solid for Icy. He's played a
solo
lot of
Yoru
before.
struggles a little bit.
Yeah,
They
we
like
learned that
a
post-match interview from
solo
Ethan as well.
Yoru
There's so many
G2.
options,
They use it on
so
Bind,
much
they use it
freedom.
on Breeze.
Hoping to see a stronger game from him, but he's up against the GOAT. Ospas.
LeBron's James. Honestly, that's a sick name, man. Fair play. LeBron's James, thank you so much for the prime.
One can say they might be a little eepy. It's bread and
Thank you for that. Appreciate the prime. Welcome into Slug Club.
Yeah, we're just two little guys. We might be a little bit EP.
I'm not EP.
It feels illegal to say that when we are approaching the age of 30, to describe ourselves as EP. But yeah, it's nearing the end of the Super Week. Here we are. And what a match we've got to really set that stage, I think, as well. Because this is, I would say it's a must-win for both of these teams. They're going to be thinking about it in that kind of fashion. Not in terms of eliminating some of them from playoff contention, but if they do win it, it sets their sights towards playoffs. And I think
Not
for
going to
Lev,
see
they
Clove
win
until
it, they will
Shanghai.
make playoffs.
Yeah, I'm pretty
G2,
sure that's
they're
right.
in a group with some hotly contested teams. You know, currently Crew sitting at 3-0, NRG 3-1, C9 3-1.
Might not even see him at Shanghai, to be honest. Might be after.
The whole day today is big for LATAM fans because both of the LATAM teams are in a great position to get some big wins. But also, Sen fans should be rooting on for Lev here because G2 getting wins
Lev
is bad for Sen at the bottom of the table. So all of these kind of things.
Okay, Lev on defense, G2 on attack, and yeah, they decide to go for a... Oh my goodness, this is really bold.
Baited into making another re-clear play as well, thinking that
It was really bold, and I guess they didn't see numbers with a fast original peak, and that's pretty much the pistol round done. Keep an eye on the luck.
G2 are going to be able to get in, get the plant, and play a post plant in a 5v3, and Leaf, miles away, can connect on some kind of post plant flank as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the latest luck ever. He's just in B window.
No, you really couldn't.
GB was asking the question, what happens if this team gets out to a strong start and slaps down Lev early? Oh, this is looking good at the beginning.
One of the questions I had was that who was going to be shutting down the monster player that is...
Any mollies for this? Here comes the molly. This might be too late. Yeah, we just stick this. Dude, molly missed as well.
They're getting away with that. That's a 5v3, and they're inside the Viper orb. What's going on?
What happened there?
Molly's missed.
G2, how have you let that slip?
What a problem with the snake bites?
Yeah.
What occurred?
I mean, they've got...
I just assumed that was wraps. I'm not gonna lie. I assumed that was wraps. It missed.
And that's a molly miss.
Selena missed. Good catch.
I mean, Lev know that they've gotten away with it.
That's unbelievable, to be honest. Yeah, well,
I mean, if Tex was not already talking...
BBL koi game? Please not again.
He's gonna be after that.
Can't have that. Damn, that is a brutal round to lose, man.
Teams. But, you know, listen, he didn't seem too
3v5 destroys up, just diffuses in their own... Dude, no spams as well.
Definitely was. You know, Jonah P's managed to go walkabouts through mid, and there's that gap into the play, which Con was unaware of. So he will fall and get punished, and an upgrade acquired for Jonah P, but dropped just like that.
Speaking of players in gaps, while this fight's going on, there's also Leaf all the way back into spawn has picked up Mazzino.
Going on here.
And so hold on about
yeah, and this is still a 2-on-2, and we're kind of out in the open. This guy, if he looks to the right, can see him. What's going on here? That's just allowed to walk all the way up.
Brooks player crossed up, though. Valen takes the peak. Very much alone here, so it draws it into that 1v2 for Trent.
Recon double shot.
Sheriff, 2-shot dart. Not really planted for him, so he has to just open himself up.
I wanted to swing as he went to shoot the dart.
G2,
yeah, I still think the damage done here from G2 is not too bad at all.
What Lev are going for. The fact that on a pure eco, G2 are able to walk a player, they make it feel like a big A main push.
Cinnamon, thank you so much with the tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you. If I ever wanted to time out after round 1.
Massive gaps in the defensive setup there.
I mean, yeah, but you never would.
So, yes, it doesn't end up with a round win, and yes, somehow we're 2-0 up for Lev, when it really should have been 2-0
The thing is, we would always pre-plan a lot of our rounds. I wanted to be like, guys, what the... like, I'll just... whatever I would want to say, I would just do after the game. Like in a VOD review, it's fine. But you would never would pause it.
Take from Lev.
But yeah, if they don't stick to the plan and it's a pistol that we've been doing a lot of the time, never a good sign. Okay, with the win, they decide to equal this one, so they are just accepting they're going to lose this, try and do damage, try and make sure that the loss bonus reset is here, and then try and win the next round. I'm not saying they're accepting the loss here, but they're kind of maybe expecting instead of accepting it.
So there's still going to be this pressure to get the plant down.
Timing to take the fight.
Dude, imagine they win this and they pick up all the guns.
These rifles are not really doing too much.
Oh my god, they're going to win this and pick up all the guns.
Swarm the position, they've got them surrounded. There's not a single avenue that's open for him. Jonah P.
Oh boy. Well, at least he got a kill at the end here. Double upgrade, and I imagine triple upgrade. Triple upgrade. Their money is out of control. We got 6k.
G2's compositional strength,
well, that one really paid off.
Should be able to get the plants down a little easier than running default compositions. But we saw Fragment Grenade coming through, Snake Bites coming through as well. And it's quite reminiscent of the way that Lev were playing their defense on Bind against NRG. Throwing stuff.
Explain loss bonus reset? Yeah, so it's just
stopping them from getting into comfortable
this,
spots.
right?
And that's a bonus round conversion.
Just goes up in
The more
500s.
that Lev run away with this,
Just
the more I'm
these
gonna be
three,
coming back to the
and
fact that
then
G2
no matter when you lose one, you just go
What a
back to
massive
the
beginning. That
default.
could have potentially been that early utility. Oh, it should have maybe set them up for a nice early fight here. Still, it's the rifles that do win
Yeah,
out
and
the day.
Lev decided to change this
So
one
Lev,
up,
that
fight towards
two-player
middle.
advantage
Dude,
now.
they're gonna run
G2
away
are
with
definitely
this.
gonna be
This is
looking
a
to
crazy good
slink
start.
themselves into
I feel
some
like the
forward
pistol is such a
positions.
demoralizer.
Right behind this high tide, they've cut themselves up onto the left side approach.
Mazzino's picked up the back of it though, so even if there was a lurk into nest, they have that trip halls, and then Mazzino's watching for any kind of deep play. So Lev should still feel fairly comfortable. They went for that push into elbow, and we're seeing a couple of teams do this. We saw the other LATAM team go for it as well, where your Cypher and Jet push out together.
So they got a drone to
one
get in
holding
sight.
elbow, while the Jet tries to get on top and get that really nice sightline into mid. And that's an evolution of the play. Prior to this version of the meta, the Jet was just doing it on their own. So you're seeing kind of the interplay between teams. And G2 now driven into the B site.
Got access to it, at least the first.
Yeah, I mean the
portion of it.
wall
Still
to just
they
make sure they
haven't
get the
cleared out
plant was pretty
backside
good.
players, which is left. So to be able to get this plant down, the question is how do you deal with this guy right now? Aspas is online with it. Easy pickings, Trent.
Yeah, and they kept their money even better. They managed to pick up 3 rifles, drop the rifle over, buy an outlaw again, arm up, 4 people going down. This guy wanted to die anyway because he wanted to probably get some kind of op,
It's going
you
to be
would
a
imagine.
long time before Lev have to run any kind of eco round.
Yeah.
Even if G2 make a massive comeback. Trent, one away. Oh, yeah, got the Hunter's Fury online with the death
What do you want to
there.
go for?
So they might be able
And
to
then we
make some
get the
kind of
op
play.
out.
It's very common to combo the Euro ult with the
I
Soldier
can
ult.
help him start at
So if
6k.
they can get another orb, and this is the play that I'm talking about, this double walk down mid. I think it conditions the attackers into being very scared
It's the
that that
bigger
could be an
outlaw.
option.
Yeah.
And Aspas has barely had to buy anything other than the outlaw so far. He's now going to make the upgrade to the operator though, so full armor on almost everybody on G2. Not going to save you from Aspas's one shots again.
Look to do some damage. Look at this early peek into elbow. Will anybody just walk right into him? What an adjustment and a flick. That was a jump
Bro, it
spot
felt like
from
this guy
Icy.
was in the air for ages. How's he hit
On
that?
Icy's extended arm
Yeah,
as
it
well.
was a
This
real,
is dirty as
it was
well
a
if you're
big
not
jump
anticipating
peak,
it.
but
Rare that a Jet would really play up here,
no,
but a
it
couple
looked
of
like he
straight
dragged
bullets
him
means
back.
that
That was
Trent
wild.
does
He
have
must have
that
just hit like
level of
a
awareness.
hand or something.
At least to push him back and away off that angle, but another first kill going their way.
Despite the fact they're in a 4v5, it's the positioning up here of Leaf who might be able to do something. He's got himself into a very deep position over at Halls.
I mean, they're
And
still
now
watching
G2
it though the whole
coming
time.
back to A.
Drone
they're in
goes
a
to
nice
middle,
spot
checks
to
middle.
make
We get a
an
recon in
A-split
10
work.
seconds.
Leaf
They
still
want to
has
go
2
aggro over
cages.
towards
Keep
A
cages
because they
off,
don't have any
open the
vision.
door, put a lot of pressure
They
on
got
these
nothing
players.
to go in here,
Close
just
here.
a wide swing.
Away, just a dry swing
Yeah,
and peek for
he
that
is
mid-run
in
direction
trouble.
and set
Not
up with the
anymore,
utility
not
of
after that
Conk.
kill.
He still survives.
Leaf didn't go
With
for a
that kill, and yet Leaf was not able to survive that horse.
Hey, Aspas is everywhere.
Aspas
Aspas is everywhere.
Aspas got shut down
Farming
in the
them.
pistol round.
This was
First
nice
death of
though.
the entire map.
Yeah, the 2-person reaction as well. I kind of like it because again they were just out in the open really here, so they decide to push over towards A main, and then I'm worried that they're going to get pinched, but Aspas gets the kill.
Rampant.
This shot's
Yeah, show me this in slow-mo. Is the hand?
Oh,
Whoa!
no. God. That's an elbow. And by the way, that's not a wall bang. Don't understand how. Don't ask me.
Yeah, it did look like he dragged him back. It's nuts, bro.
And he's the monster in the server,
That's,
man. He really is.
that
He's
is,
the number one checkpost you got to try and
Go, man.
mark if you are G2. How do you shut this guy down?
In that round 2, Lev went for a wide swing and shallow swing re-clear into A main. It's dry, but it's well coordinated between the 2 players. And that was just to gain more information because they knew
Loyo,
that they'd lost the Halls
you
info.
won with the prime.
Leaf
Thank you so
also
much for that.
doesn't
Thank you,
cage,
thank
so
you.
Aspas gets that free pick over towards Halls, and suddenly the
Hitbox in this, yeah, it looked a bit odd. I'm not gonna lie.
But then
Unless it was like a
follow-up was so nice
fast
too.
flick and
They
then we didn't
recon
really see the
flashed
flick,
for
but
Aspas to peek in
I
when there
don't
was
know.
only
You'd have
one
to
player
slow it
left
down
alive.
lots.
Lev
Pronounce NG as
have
well
been
with the
doing
prime.
a lot
Thank
of
you for the
these
half a year,
defense
mate.
re-clear strats. It ruined NRG. It absolutely pasted what they brought to the table. Breeze is a tough map to do that kind of stuff. It
is.
Look at the
This
utility
guy's
that Lev have
it's
to
on
work with.
8K.
If they want to do heavy defense re-clears,
This
it's
money
nothing like
could
the
have gone.
Gecko breach
I mean, this
comp that
actually
they
might
had
be
on
the worst
Sunset.
possible start you could ever
And
have.
yet they're
A
still
3v5
finding
demoralizer.
to do that kind of stuff with what's
You lose
available to them.
3v5,
Even throwing
and
in
then
the dry
they
re-clear
all
of
decide
A-main.
to save money, even though they
Oh,
won.
that's a
And then they
scary
won
team
the
if they've
round
got
and
the
got loads of
confidence to go for
upgrades.
that kind of stuff.
Can't get much
Just
worse than that.
constantly
We have an
being
eco, we got the
creative
double
on the fly
ults, but
in
hopefully
these
we don't
rounds.
see it into this round, and it's just all for
Making
next round.
G2
And
feel
they decide to go
comfortable to set up
fast
for it.
here,
Look at that,
and he
I mean,
still gets
speaking
that.
of comfortability, Aspas, this guy is lighting up the server.
Yeah, and King's just in charge of holding down towards A as they try and take a timing.
Up behind the cascade.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to ever worry about them on site because King's got his back.
Sending the G2 players scattering.
And I was talking earlier about G2's possibility
What can you do, man? What can you do? This guy is... How many kills is he on? I didn't even check after the round prior to this. Going for the new record? Dude, it's not going to last enough rounds.
Is the reckoning into
Sure.
the Soveralt. And Valen's death there will get him slightly closer, but he's still pretty far away from getting that one on.
Look at this guy,
No
man.
sale in these positions.
Damn, look at him.
So damn sharp today.
You gotta be a little bit scared at the moment. They are getting annihilated. We got 4 people that hit the 9K mark. We're on round 7.
Keeps going back to that pistol round, Josh.
Yeah,
G2 going to be kicking themselves
Patsy on
for it.
score 19. Thank you so much for the prime.
Thank
Thank you for doing
beginning
that.
of the round, but that's the only
Welcome into the Slug Club.
where
Appreciate you.
Leviathan have looked like they've slipped up.
Yeah.
And they've tripped up, but
And they just stuck the diffuse
they
and
just
won
stick the
anyway.
defuse and win anyway.
So G2
12 and
need
2.
to manufacture
Where's the op
themselves
now?
a way of using these ults to gain themselves around. They're going to go for this
Micro
fake
cam
play up
into
balls.
cage.
Actually, the gate crash here is committal, so it's going to be a real.
Pretty nice. Does
take
this
of
actually
balls.
go and hit the trip?
Nice.
That's,
He's
that's a sick
somewhat
way of
committed. You'd
finding out the
imagine he's
trips
gonna
there.
use his ult to
And then do they
disengage
then
here.
shock on top of it or not?
Did he
Oh.
crash? Dimensional drift
Oh,
forwards
goes
here
in. Aspas
somewhere.
over towards
The
short.
other side of
Finally
the
goes
map,
down.
that's
12 to
actually going
3.
down into Elbow, and he's
And
spotting out
sure,
few of these stragglers who are
they're
seeking
just
to
following.
defend now this B side, but it is easy access for them, or at least it should be in theory.
Yeah, Savior just shooting this trip here.
little
And this is a pretty
confusing
nice
on
round though.
Icy's
You would
ult
imagine
path.
this is the one.
But it's got G2
Trent has
decided
ult,
they're going
Jonah
to
P has ult.
Yeah, pit down.
Yeah.
Tag onto the backside player. Shock darts. Rebounding. Sending in that long range.
Problem with the
artillery,
Viper
but
here is they
Mazzino
get a
eager to
lot
not
of
make
space,
any
as you can
noise.
see.
Just waiting for the rest of his team, trying to play inside this pit, and that flank attempt, while it does pay off. Tex taking out Valen. They still have to deal
Oh,
with a lot
flash
of
into the
obstacles
recon.
are
Oh
here
my god,
now.
this team's pretty
Right,
legit,
towards the
man.
back of the site. Leaf is doing dirty work here all around the map and the
Oh.
site. Struggling, contending. How will have turning this? Jonah P.
Not again.
Last one left inside the pit, but this time the Molly is correct on the course.
Yeah,
And a
nicely
spray
handled
as
in
well,
the end.
anticipating that
Well,
fight. That's a red
it's the
bull
worst
clutch.
possible round they can
It's a
win.
wonderful turning point for G2.
We got
They needed that round on the board.
4 people dying.
That was a must win.
Yeah,
especially
4
when they
people
got into that
dying.
bombing two
1,900
scenario.
loss
Jonah played it
bonus
well.
if they lose this.
Hitting the
It's
snake bite this time.
looking
The
like
turning
one of
point
those
in the round, though,
games.
was Aspas getting punished, so let's see how that happened.
that's
Yeah,
nice.
just going for the setup. They'd heard a lot coming up holes, so Aspas felt like he was safe to go for a peek like that. And that's the power of the Yoru. You have the Yoru and the clone running up holes. It makes you feel like there's way more players over there.
Yeah.
Hey, what though? It's still pretty impressive for the stuff
It was
that
a
I
little
saw
weird
from
the way
Lev.
that
It's
Icy was
nice.
ulting from holes to B. But listen, they get the job done. Aspas with an early peek.
Never
Well,
got it.
2 people that are fully wrecked in terms of their money. And 2 do great to avoid the ult.
That's a rarity.
And Lev have a good idea of just how much this round means as well. We're insta-popping all the ults, right? We get Viper ult with the trip behind. We get instant Sova ult once they realize that people are over towards A main. You would imagine the trend wants to do the same thing.
Mid. They've got the trip tunnel, pit B, and good info A. So it's really only in mid that they're missing info. So it might not incentivize them to go for some kind of reclear strategy just yet.
Yeah, and we've got a note
But if
again. If you
G2
want
can
to
take a
check that
bit on
corner,
control, it
in
might
terms of this
spark
one,
that
you got to go
initiative
to this
out of
area that
Leviathan.
he does to do it.
Aspas.
To see that they know that and they're not just
Biding his
wasting the
time,
drone and
waiting
someone could potentially be
for
there.
the
They're
time
actually
to
clearing the
pounce,
full
online
area in terms of the tube.
Knife
Knife goes middle, hits 2. Wait, that's a lot of info.
Spray of bullets. But this is very slow by G2.
They're trying to bait out Lev into going for some kind of push.
Yeah, and it's going to highlight Tom's recon because that might be the one on this.
Getting the one tag, not spotting Aspas, but now they're calling him out.
Recon goes in, that stops them from pushing out.
Over and away. Clone dodged, juked with the cages, really just making this one hard to collect any sort of kills, but they are
Pops knives on sight, and Aspas has done pretty good.
What is that adjustment?
Oh my god, he's just running at them. Off the dash as well. Holy, nicely done. Who would have thought? Who would have thought we're here again?
Delivering the 7-1 to G2.
Every single game today.
It's so ridiculous what he's able to do. But G2 there, very clear game plan, trying to bait out defensive aggression from
Sean NG, thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate the YouTube membership. Welcome into the Slug Club, mate. Thanks for doing that, dude.
to
Appreciate you, bro.
incentivize Lev to go and look for information.
Even the YouTube chat right in you.
G2 were threatening presence in was mid. And even then, the trip was still up towards tunnel, and there was a player watching vent. Watching
guy, man.
Nest, sorry.
Poor guy. This is pretty impressive from Lev,
If
though. I'm
that's your
seeing a lot of
strategy
good
to try
stuff.
to bait out defensive aggression and punish it, you've got to do more with your default.
Cage triggered. This time everybody coming knocking though onto Texas site, the high tide
And
again.
the same wall that they use on their
Prior, so it's
ecos
gonna get
just to
them
make
that
sure that
easy
they can
plan,
ensure a
which won't
plant
be
and get
denied.
close and just separate half of the
half
site.
Just sticking it. See if
Timing
they
on
can
that
get
was
us to a
very
favorable
nice for
scenario.
Icy and
Good timing. It is a
Tex.
good timing. Aggressive with it, but Texas right there behind.
He's doing great here. Took a bit of a timing. Mollies are already out.
Making sure work at
1v4.
these G2 players. You can send all the lineups in the world, Larry, but it's not going to be working out. There's far too much time on the clock, but that's a good one to find here still. Molly should land, but they know exactly where he is, and with him cleaned up, yeah, Jonah
He handled
will not be able to win this one.
another
So just a
eco
bit
on
of
this
extra
one. And
pocket
do they
change
want a
really with that
timeout
back
at
down. Lever
8-1?
just in more than firm
Maybe.
control, man. This is domination.
It is. And we're getting dominant rifle rounds into then G2 looking, you know, they're just kind of throwing it out there when they have an eco. It's got to feel like a good round for Tex to have, though. He gets that rifle advantage and he's able to bully his former team in back of sight.
How many times has Des been pinged? Dude, it's going to be my
on the opposite side of the map.
You know when you do that Twitch summary and it says like your most used emote.
Offer openings in the round.
Sure, wait, surely we should make an
really
emote
been
for
able
him.
to provide Val in those mid-round
Actually, Des, do you want an emote for this?
All right,
I don't even know what to do, man. How do we make the situation better for
If you
you?
try to anchor B against that.
And they will be knocking on the
No, we
doors.
don't want the emote. Okay.
Tex to try and push this one back.
It's my bad.
Look, he's so far offside.
Position. Yeah, he's just way out of dodge here. I mean, he's been playing
I'm
this
trying to
backside
work out how to
position
make it
pretty
nicer, dude. I
frequently.
don't know what to do.
Clone sent in. Along
Every
with the
other
darts,
game.
gonna clear out most of the side with a
Every other
Kobe
map
to
at
the
this
choke. They
point.
have to wait out those mollies. And I mean, Lev have already
Okay,
followed this
all the
out.
way
Guess
over
what? They've
towards
already
site,
rotated
but this is
into
fine because
position.
Lev played to
Even for a
retake
flood
site
defense,
anyway.
well, now they can just start
They
setting
have
it
the
out, but they're gonna
retake
let
wall
Icy
once
get
this wall
this
goes
plant
down,
off
and they
for
can
now.
just
Get
separate
crashed
the
back to safety now into this post plant
separate
here.
the site in half,
King.
and it looks like they're on top of this
Cornering
guy.
aware that Leaf is already just going to be playing tucked into it. He doesn't actually have any util or Snakebite to clear it. Hunter's Fury forwards. Leaf.
There's a
finds
nice
some
swing
first
once he was
fight.
dodging
Hunter's
this.
Fury is
So
on his
great.
way.
Oh,
They
he did a
cannot
lot of
stand their ground and
damage.
shoot
I'm going
back.
behind.
Lev putting it difficult now. Snared
Oh.
up into the sides. Aspas.
Here comes the
seeking
side
that
against him. He's
rifle.
back with him.
Pressing forwards now to 2v2, and they know exactly where Valen is.
Oh.
Dashing forwards, dart rebounding. It's absolute chaos here. But
It
what can
really
Aspas do
is
against
chaos,
it?
man. Okay, nicely done from
And in
G2
that
on this.
particular
And they
moment,
win a round,
8-2,
but this time
G2,
2 of them are
the
alive.
second
But
round on
3
the
people
board.
still died, so it will be the
really
same
like the idea
similar
that if
situation
the
if
Reckoning
this
finds
happens.
no pulses,
And last round,
they
3
save
people will
this
be
overall
absolutely
for the
wrecked
post
money-wise.
I think that's very
G2,
well
if they
played
want
by
any
G2
kind of
with their
chance,
ultimates.
gotta win
But
this one.
They had the
They
opportunity
have a good
to
chance
use
in the
these
last
kind of
round.
ult combos way earlier in the half to try to make this an even one. And at best case scenario, it's going to be an 8-4, even if G2 win the next couple. They're finding their footing, but it might be too little too late. They've got Icy's ult to build around.
Ian
Again, another
D.
one
Barn
gonna be
Owl.
extremely
Thank you so
useful.
much, man. Appreciate the
They're gonna
primes.
start working their way up mid.
Welcome
Last
into
time
the slug
they got
club,
by
Ian.
Aspas, but he's not here this time.
Thank you very much,
Icy
mate.
just using the gate crash to get a little bit deeper into these angles. Dimensional drift. The spot out and clear out. Almost the entirety of this side.
Yeah, I
In
mean,
fact,
that's a
yeah.
free site, but this is Lev again, just preparing for this ult, prepping for this ult, and they're fine to, well, they at least plan to retake. Ooh, that's a spike. Yeah, this angle is
Sees right
lovely.
over the top of the high tide, so they assume it
Yeah,
was a safe plan.
and this
Not the
changes a
case.
lot of
Flash
stuff, right? They now
Icy
need to
the
go
back,
for a
but it's
different plant
anti-flash
spot, so
dodged.
potentially the mollies are going to
So,
miss, even though they missed anyway.
far too
The
clean with
original
the
plant spot, but
reflexes.
we'll ignore that. Gonna keep an eye on them.
Players,
See when the
Leafs gonna
mollies
have
come
to
out.
do an awful lot of lifting here to try and make this one winnable. Such a large disadvantage.
Molly's coming in
That
now.
time is being played off the clock. They're
Mollies?
losing out
Yeah,
these
mollies
duels
have
and
missed
the
again.
lineups Still going to be played
And Led's
from
gonna
afar
insta-stick
already.
it.
Nazion's
It's the
King
mollies have missed
gets
again.
his half, and it doesn't even matter.
Oh, the
No
second
more
one hit.
players will be dropping. They're just fully aware of the game
Actually,
plans that are being played
say
here by
that.
G2.
The
There's an-
Snakebite
there's
also
an
missed
area.
again. So
There's an area to defuse. Yeah, but this was because this one wasn't as bad because this was because of the original shot, right? The original shot came in and stopped the plant spot that it's meant to be. That one's not as bad
This one was
for
more
Jonah,
towards mid.
but still not looking great.
But frankly, that's like a side note. It's not really what
Whoa.
won the round.
Joking.
Wow.
Lovely.
Just as the
Gnas
flag
as
was
well,
about to
thank
be
you so
covered
much.
by
Thank you for the prime, thank you for the
the
whole
cage as
year.
well.
Appreciate the whole year.
They're running
Thanks
a
for
double
all the
smoke
support.
with
Thanks
the
for the
cypher.
prime.
They have a lot of tools to be able to disguise where the plant position is, and yet it's not quite getting there. And now G2 come into round 12.
They get
with a bad buy.
wrecked, right? Here are the 3 people that in theory couldn't buy. Arbor has no util.
Not being faked out there by the clone, but
They decide to go aggro when you can have a good buy. Oh, it's for the info for the ult. That's a nice round.
all sorts of kills. The Cove making it difficult, but well, the Cove will not
Yeah,
withstand that
and
kind of pressure.
the aggression didn't make
Organizing
too
all
much
this
sense
is
until we
just
see that ult,
ripping
and they
them
just wanted to get
shreds.
info of it.
Tex is
And
such an
yeah, this was
eco-code in
a
this game. He's running
clinical
around,
half. This was
snapping
solid.
up the players of G2.
And it all came down to the pistol.
See
You
if they
give
set him
G2
up for the
pistol
next
here,
one.
I wonder what on
Can
earth
he
the
drive
score
the
would have
dagger
been.
into the heart of his former team?
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Yeah,
It
but
was
that's, I mean, that's on them,
eventually
man. They
that
lost a
puts Jonah P
3v5.
down. A 10-2 half. Terrifyingly good from Lev.
I mean, that was fast as well. There weren't much slow play being played.
Oh, this is speedrun time.
We have speed run this. I mean, I don't know when
Yeah,
we started
the whole
casting, but that's,
week has been speed runs.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the fastest one that we've had so far was G2 themselves playing against Furia. 13-3, 13-3. So beating the speedrun
Furia.
record here for Lev.
Hicks_1 with the prime as well. Thank you so much for the prime usage, mate.
Someone in Salt will be making a video
Welcome
about
into
it.
Slug Club, bro. Appreciate that.
category up in speedrun.com.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, what an absolute blistering pace. Send it over to the analyst desk to break it down so far.
Thank you so much, fellas.
Another
I think,
example
in
of
streets, we just
the
call that
pistol
good
mania
old-fashioned
that we're talking
beatdown.
about.
Okay, that's what we're seeing. Only in the streets is it called that. But honestly, real talk though, it all started in the first round. Yeah, literally, it was just round one, and then that.
It was like 2 mess ups though, right? Pistol rounds into third rounds.
Like it was just a massive blunder from
You can't do
G2
that.
in the pistol where they started out.
Yeah,
they go
you
up
can't
into
do
a
that because you're just going to
5-on-3
find out
situation, but they've got
why
two
you can't do
players
it by
late
losing like
rewrapping
this.
and 3 players playing off site. So it's just a full stick waiting for mollies to come in. It was just a disaster in a space where it absolutely shouldn't have been. And then Lev get this bonus round as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lev in this
Yeah,
one,
and
I mean,
they're
credit to
highlighting
them.
the
They
right
did a
rounds.
good job
Nice.
of getting some stall util, forcing that planter off. But consistently, that util was pushing the G2 planter off, and then they were going for these fights into backside to try and buy themselves some space. But when we saw these late round fights, it was generally uncoordinated, right? One player swinging ahead, getting punished by a sheriff, getting punished by Ospas, and I feel like that was a story that repeated throughout this half.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Lev made G2 struggle with their utils, struggle with their comms. Like a lot of the util they were using didn't really make sense for how the round was playing out. It felt like they didn't understand the timings that Lev was kind of taking as well, kind of putting a wrench into all of their game plans. They couldn't hold down sides. It should have started as a 3-0,
This start is
but
savage.
it felt like they just
All
started
losing
losing
teams
that
today, their
momentum.
rounds
And
put
because
together
they
wouldn't
lost
even
those
have won
critical
2
swing
games.
rounds, then in round
Going
5,
2
we
maps
have
or 2
Ospas
games?
with the first op for the first time.
2 maps,
Lev
right?
wins that. So then it's an eco round. So we go into the situation where every other
we
round for
have,
G2
we
is
have
an eco.
stomps.
You're never going to win a game like that.
On top of that, we're seeing these hard rolls.
Then Nilzino decides to speak after that one. He takes his moment.
They were constantly ahead of
Oh,
the
Neil,
pace,
how we doing,
and they're
man?
in a winning
Congrats
position.
today.
Yeah, well, now we're in a position,
You must have
as
been
you said,
laughing
Mimi, where
at some of the
Leviathan
sunset
could very
stuff.
well close this out
Just running
quite
your
quickly,
fast
and you might
A
be
6 or
talking
7
about
rounds
pretty
in a row.
soon. So we're going to send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Might have even been 8.
I prompted the question near the beginning of this game, you know, who is going to be shutting down Aspas? As
I was
monster
earlier,
on the
but I ignored
battlefield,
you.
but,
That's not bad.
So far, no one's
Oh.
really stepping up to the challenge. He's made this map look like his playground. Jumping around all over the place.
I think that's what makes this map pool so
Sometimes I
damn
gotta pay
scary.
attention to the game. Sometimes it's not
G2
all about
guys.
you, Neil, alright?
You've just got
That's what I gotta
Aspas
say to
running
that.
around on Breeze and Icebox here in the first 2. How on earth are you going to stop that?
Okay, they gotta win a pistol. They gotta win a
When they do
pistol.
bring him down, it just seems like divine intervention. That Lev still end up
I was
winning
watching
those
clips of
rounds.
myself.
G2 with 2 players towards
Ooh.
double door. Third Lev
Oh,
pathing
that's
that way
not
at the
great.
beginning.
After I flamed
And
you.
now, as things go silent, they're looking to go and re-explore. Valen and Jonah P here know
That
that there
doesn't
is
look good.
nobody in mid, but where have Lev gone? Is it
That really
towards
doesn't
the
look good.
Cypher
Well-
that's in the halls, or the opposite direction?
They've lost a lot of control over towards B main as well, so there is that uncertainty. That's why G2 are making their way over towards B, just in case. I see. Good kill to collect. Text the lurking player down towards halls, but now pretty aware of the fact that this is going to be an A plant. The dart. Lev
Big
be
Joe.
using that to take that
Bomb.
backside control. Com could definitely get caught here by this fast flank occurring
they jumped
right
it.
behind him. Yes.
Oh, no, he's dead.
Wasn't aware
Okay.
of the fact
Holy
here,
hell.
and he is going to be squeezed from every single
gonna
position
say, what's
and
going on
angle.
there?
I mean, with the classic, how
Wait.
much work is this guy doing?
Oh my god.
After the dodge and Duke can duck away from these shot darts up onto the ropes. Jonah P
Okay,
does win that
3v5
fight
again,
out.
don't do
This is
it.
a great start for G2. With advantages to be found, and they
3v5,
are
you guys
making it
got
nice
this, right?
and clean. Aspas.
Player
Easy
one
round.
now. Try and push them all back here. Only 5 more bullets left, and there's no easy shots, no easy targets. Valen now sticking that defuse, and guess what? Not planned it for him, but the cove in place.
Okay,
pistol
well,
round
there
up
we
nice
go.
and
One
pretty
each.
there from
It's
G2
their turn.
with some really
See what they
elegant
got.
ideas of what they wanted to do in the mid round.
They certainly didn't have a great idea of where Lev were going, but it didn't matter. Because when G2 double up at double doors and then re-clear mid, no matter whether you plant on A or B, they're getting fast flank retakes off. And the cherry on top of that was that when Tex went down, the trip is disabled. So they then get a good flank onto Cops.
Let's go, boys. Go. Simple. Starts with one.
Does start with
Does
one.
start with one.
Yeah.
Oh.
You need one at a time, but you need many of them.
Sometimes I feel like me and Sideshow are
They got the right
turning into the same
mentality.
person. I'm not sure if that's
They're gonna
great.
even make that a possibility.
Jonah P getting hit by the knife there. If that happens on rifle rounds, it will open up a little bit of an avenue for Lev.
Wow.
Good awareness. What a sick off angle for
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
it's
thinking
nice.
that. Just anticipating the lurk up. Fast
Into
on
the
the play
group
by
over
Aspas
towards
with him
B.
shut down.
Right.
A lot of the danger of the eco round does go away.
He will leave Scott. He's got a
Lev
camera
now
to early spot, so rotate
looking
could
over
come in.
towards
We've
this
got
B
no fast
side.
rotate for the Yori.
We're going to be waiting for the knife cooldown.
So
Leaf
there is a small
gets
chance
tagged up by
whether
it.
they beat the rotate
Oh,
here.
it might even go down to a few stray shots here. It's this setup that's going to be pushing them back in a way. Lever really quite keen and eager to try and get themselves into the site, but now different direction. Pivot out towards Albo.
They're going to know where Valen's positioned. That's one of the weaknesses, I suppose, of running the harbor, is that you always give away where you are every time you use that high tide or cascade. But this round is more to do with feeling out what G2 are doing on the defense. It's not like
Yeah,
Lever.
and they just cut sound like they could
really
be going
coming
all the
in
way
here
back, hoping that the
expecting to win.
rotate's gone. And we have the Yoro
You think
TP
about the
here,
way that
and
G2's
Yoro must be
combo's gonna work
tempted
on
once
defense.
they
They
see
don't
some
have the
contact.
jet. So if Icy does try to go aggressive, it should be a little more readable, a little less easy for him to
Oh, it
escape.
just faded.
Here comes Lev.
Now, yeah, straight through, and the classics doing a decent amount of work here, but trips.
Nice, easy clean up on this one.
That was that B site.
And let's see if we got any
So
light
my point
armors.
being that when you have that solo Yoro duelist,
Okay, nothing.
I think what the desk was talking about after Ethan's interview, remember Ethan plays Yoro on this map and has played Yoro at
My
an
wardrobe
astoundingly good level on multiple
75%
maps.
black
But Ethan always
t-shirts. I
plays
would
it with
say
another
you
jet
could
player.
even up that
I
to
think it
80,
changes
honestly.
things drastically for Icy being the only duelist, because instead of being able to play supportively,
There could be a
he actually
strong
has to be the tip
80.
of the spear.
Yeah,
if you
I
wanted
agree.
to do any of these
There's not much color in there,
defensive
dude.
pushes.
Not the
completely.
biggest
So it's
color
kind of got to
fan.
be all in from G2. And look over towards B right now. They are doing one of those all-in pushes.
Yeah, just trying to make it
We
sure
absolutely
they can
send
punish
this.
onto Texas. Only job really is to just stay alive and contain and call this one out, but with the high tide, it's misinformation thrown into the mix, especially with the clone. He's going to think there's potentially more footsteps, more bodies there than before.
It's quite cool to get Leaf into such a deep position.
Not only that as well,
It's-
I think they were just
it's-
trying to make
it's
Lev
kinda
rush into a
sick,
decision,
yeah.
potentially to rush into the A side.
And if you
I
react
mean, there's
into
a
A, that's
lot
where
of
Icy
early
has the
info
gate
for this.
crash.
And
Well
it's weird
thought
because
out.
it's like, if
Do
you
they
kill this
think
guy, would you
about
really
Leaf? This
expect
is
this
where
guy
the high
here?
tide was pointing.
Okay, so they kill this guy, and then do they
Awareness.
really
Yeah,
think that
great awareness from
Valen would
Tex,
be
knowing
here?
that that was a slight gap, had to be re-cleared here. Now Lev can make their moves all the way over. Valen, though, Outlaw in hand. 2 shots will do it. Volleys have to be dodged and juked and avoided and evaded.
He honestly did not too
But not the
bad.
bullets.
Whoa!
Tex is just
Nice
lighting
shot,
them
bro.
up right now. What a takeover and a round. Subtle with
He's
it.
sending it. Oh
It's
man,
one
he
way
wants
now
this.
from the
20
ace.
to 7, bro. He
Looks like we
is
haven't seen too many
farming
of them,
them.
to be honest, in the
Yeah, and
Super
it's
Week, but-
personal.
This is one of those aces where you get the 4 kills very
Yeah, just let him have it.
impressively,
At
and then the
least
rest
let
of your
him.
team
At least
tries
let
to
him
help
try
you
for
hunt
it.
down the final
Dude,
one.
They know where
Jonah
he is,
P's
Jonah.
mollying, so he
Shots.
can't get it.
Landing. That is denied. Aspas just
Aspas.
stealing it away.
Aspas gave him a shot, bro.
Tex did
He
such
took a shot. It
great
didn't hit.
job at getting
That's
four.
all you get.
He's playing against his former team. He's got 20
20 to 7,
kills
19 to 6.
across 15 rounds. He's overtaken Aspas. Maybe that was the reason that Aspas stole the ace at the end.
Yeah, it could have been.
He needs the kills.
He's like, all right, get down.
Yeah.
Get down.
I'm the one playing for the stats. But that is insane. Yeah, I mean, just feeling just empowered.
Yeah, that's him there saying,
I
dude, you
swear
missed your
Tex has
shot.
got most of these kills as well. When G2 are on eco
Had your shot, you missed it.
Round
My
15
kill.
again, it's like an
Okay,
anti-bonus.
big round for
And he
G2.
runs
This is
him
pretty
over.
much it. And we got a
Comes out
Marshall.
for IC. And it's got a very long sight line to look down with the Marshall here, while Lever exploring into mid. Drone used for some of that information.
heavy
This,
emphasis towards mid here. You can see that G2 playing it somewhat similar to the pistol round. This is what their setup was.
What's the plan once the smoke goes down?
When they heard this movement away, they started walking into mid. And you're seeing
Oh
a
boy,
similar
yeah, they
thing
got a good
happening
timing on
right
this one.
now. They're walking forwards as Leviathan start to take A main. And this puts G2 in a position where the retake
Dude, he really
A
is telling
comes
his
from
speed, man.
many
There's
different
arrows now.
The difference was on the pistol, Tex
Big
also
jaw.
went down, so that trip was disabled.
Spotted out a shoulder. Tex wins that fight. No else left immediately to Valen.
Wait.
What a response from him. I mean, just 3 kills.
Yeah, and
toppled
this is
like
the
that
push
into
down
the main,
mid.
executing.
And he
We
managed to
talked about
free
it. It
tap
was
in
the
the
difference
side.
maker last time. The double swing is lovely
Oh,
with the
they're taking
coordination.
turns. He wants to
All
ace
caught
now.
to perfection and rinse and repeat, I suppose.
It's a lovely molly.
Mazzino,
No opening of the door yet,
it's an
so we
ace on the
kind
cards here for
of
Valen.
bit of
Wall's still up.
space.
He can back away, and he does have the spike with only 17 seconds to utilize
Just
it.
go for a plant.
Running short and shy of the time. So Mazzino sticking the plan. Valen gets a bit of a run on, and there's the kill.
Nicely done. Solid rounds. And a good push over towards middle. Double hold for the smoke in
Valen's
case
gotta
they
be
push
feeling
through it,
decent
and
about
then
that one, but
they
they're still
maybe
so
hear
far
them run
behind,
away. Not
it's
entirely
not
sure.
time to celebrate just yet.
And then just started walking behind with the
I
double.
think it's slightly worrying as well that they've only got one strategy that's working so far, which is this defense setup where Valen and Jonapi push down mid. Now it's great that it's working, but it's such a single-minded idea on your defense that I think Lev are going to read into it real quick. It's a little confusing. They haven't got the idea about it.
What do you bet?
Even at this point, when it came out on the pistol round.
Yeah, they
But
buy up into it, and no matter
I
what,
would
someone's
imagine
going next.
the brains inside Leviathan will be able to figure out what's going on, because it's whenever they go towards
King
mid
takes
and
a
then
bit of
run
a
away,
hit. Does the sheriff
that's when
into
they're
this
getting
one?
caught in the back. I think it's pretty easy to put 2 and 2
Do
together.
they want a KO ult?
Different defense
We do
setup
have
here
a
for
KO,
G2, not going for that
anti-KO
same kind of
setup.
play. The
Heavy
reckoning
stack
is
over
good to
towards
try
A.
to stop these
And
side hits from
then
coming through.
the Cypher.
And let them go
Look
for
at the
an ace
Cypher.
split.
Everyone's rotated here. All 5.
Waves emanating out now. It's gonna be
You two have
catching
a
all the
lot
players
of
towards the back
people
of
here.
the site and more. Jonah P. He's feeling that squeeze. Valen to the side, playing that
Oh.
anti-flash through the cage as well. Many targets to
trip,
deal
the
with. He is
aggro
being
trip, but no one's
overwhelmed here.
reacted,
Jonah P
right?
just can't provide that supportive fire, but the rest of G2 still alive and kicking into the 2v2. Aspas wasn't dropped in the midst of this one, and now he's going to be re-exploring up towards the stairs. Trying to take a good fight as well, but doesn't overstay it. Dart doesn't get broken in time. Aspas playing out of the position. Trent, what a fight to take. Got the confidence back with that one.
A really good reposition from him.
Would have to be ridiculous from him. And the fight to be an isolated 1-on-1.
That's a really good
Sova
reposition once
versus
again from
Sova.
him.
Shock dart, rebounds away, getting the info, getting the knowledge, the jump spot, an additional confirmation, and Com running round and round.
Okay, nicely done from Trent. Little fake footstep, then walk back right.
What a round from Trent there. He gave away his position with the recon dart.
Every single time they're almost
left
trying to get
know
like
where
2-person
both players
flanking.
were. Just
Pretty cool.
swung out on his own
It was
without
a
Leaf's backup.
heavy over rotate from them,
Deletes
but
both of the players he was taking fights
I
against.
guess once you hear the ult, you know they're sending it.
I guess sometimes when you get outclassed as a team, you have to take matters into your own hands, and that's what Trent did here. Look at that anticipation. So
Yeah, I
good.
mean, he's so aware in the clutch there of where Com is going to be playing.
And for the first time, Lev are going to get knocked down onto an eco round. And this also prompts the TAC timeout. Some time here for the coaches to come in and probably talk about the strat that was used in round 13, round 16. So that can be a small adjustment. But also, potentially, Lev looking to try some other stuff out.
But Snowball,
I think,
yeah.
to be honest with you, Lev's
One's been a little bit
attack side
closer though.
calling in that round, the split through A, I think it was all sensible. They didn't quite have the most coordinated peek out through the cage. They double underhand dashed, but the dash from Aspas was under yellow instead of on top of yellow, and that meant that they couldn't
nice early
coordinate a double
timeout.
peek out through the cage.
Give them that.
Small details like
He's
that.
an eco.
You just tweak them a little bit, and the rounds will be even more going towards Lev, I think.
Let's see if they do make those adjustments here, because right now G2 are, stringing together quite a substantial amount of rounds. Money as well is just piling up, and the ultimates.
And that ult combo still exists, the Reckoning into the Hunter's Fury, which is massive, especially, I think, on B post plants, where you have those players.
Okay,
trapped in
Aspas buys
ladder
heavy
and
armor into
boards
it,
that
has
you
his
need to clear
ult.
out.
Everyone else gets a Sheriff light armor apart from Mazzino. Obviously not.
A
enough
win
money.
here for Lev in this round looks like pulling out some of those defense side ults.
Repel them. That's what they'll probably be looking towards.
Listen, it also
Yeah, I
might
mean,
look
it's a
like
similar
Aspas
story
killing
to the
5
first
with
half,
legs.
really. Just one round,
But I
win the
think
next.
Always on the cards.
Set the expectations reasonable.
Yeah. But you never know with Aspas.
Oh, I like this. It's like some of the. It's the same thing. We've been seeing this a lot recently, where it's like heavy aggro sound, and then the person just walks up. Right? It's similar to what you see on Ascent. I call it a BBL.
With the blade storm.
And I saw it on another map earlier, but this is a cool idea. There's a lot of guns down on site. But yeah, it's just make it look like an A rush, but someone sneaks through middle.
The plan down as well.
Big jewel at spawn here, and it feels like Leaf heard one.
Yep, this flank
But
potentially.
he can at least give the info if he did hear it.
Used to take this space up and scale quite fast onto the approach. King has already caught himself a kill.
Wow.
Already with that rifle that
King's
has
just
been done,
dueling
and only
everyone
just
on
being
site,
dealt
and
with
Leaf has his
in the
ult at
main
least.
angle. They know where Leaf is now at a position, and time ticking away. Despite being planted, Leaf is getting a move on here. He's not really being shy about it, not really obfuscating any sense of his positioning.
Okay,
Just
nicely
not ready
done.
to collect
Yeah,
that
cool
kill,
strat.
so it's a
Make it look
thrifty
like an
win for
A
Lev.
rush. Everyone
You talk
focuses
about
on
best
A
case
site
scenario
over
level when you're
towards B
expecting
main. Sorry, A
can't
main,
win
because
in the
obviously it
round.
looks like a rush, and then just sneak
That's
up
the thing
close.
with this team.
Same
They're just
thing
so
as the
good.
Ascent.
I love that eco
I mean, it's
round
literally an
strategy,
all round
though.
as well,
And to
which it
explain what's going on
originally
for
came from.
Leviathan, it looks like on the minimap they're splitting A, but they're not really. They're making it feel like a full A main push. And then your Jet with Bladestorm is creeping quietly up through double doors. The idea is to disguise the fact, to make the defenders all look towards A main, and hopefully Aspas opens things up. Actually, Aspas just ended up being the distraction.
Already not ult there? Yeah, I thought he was going to ult, honestly. I mean, I think he was just going to go fast into the spike and create pressure anyway, and then he'd probably find out where they are. But with the scoreline, I think you'd got to ult there no matter what. They need like a hero round. I think you got to try and deliver.
It's the trouble when you go up against teams with
VNT Duran, thank you so much. Dude, there's a lot of people that are hitting a year today in terms of the subs. Thank you so much as
You
well,
just
man.
need the extra element.
Thank you,
Whether
Duran.
it's firepower to shut down those players, because they
Appreciate
will.
the prime usage.
They'll make melons out of you, man. They will force you to make mistakes. And if you make mistakes, of course they're going to capitalize on them.
Yeah.
Did I
think,
enjoy
though, that
Gentle Mates
With
against
Leviathan, it's
Vitality?
actually
I
not
really
even the
enjoyed it. It was a fun
on-paper
game.
Quality of the roster that
I
I've
think
been
it
most
was
impressed with
it was
recently.
probably.
It's the fact that they've come
I mean, it was an
together as a
existence
unit.
masterclass.
in
It
such
really
a
was.
short, a short amount of time. It's a
Yes.
180, essentially.
Yeah, because, to be
There was
honest,
a
they
lot
looked-
of anti that went in.
they looked
Probably
kinda
probably
crappy
one of the
again
most
against
stacked
Cloud9.
anti we've seen for a
that
while.
match, they were out of it, and the fact that they've managed to come back from that and really retool a lot of what their ideas are, and come in with such a fleshed out strat book on their attack and defense side, very impressive.
Okay, 6 chances to finish this. And the good news for G2 is they got some. I mean, they got some ults. They did save this one.
Viper ult. The
Bad
pit's
news
gonna
is they
cover
got
up
a
the main
sheriff
angle
on
here.
their duelist
Lots
who
of
is one
threats
away
to
from
worry
his ult.
about. Especially with Tex lurking up halls.
It's a contact play up elbow and halls.
Oh, wait, that was so
All right,
close to breaking that.
Not clearing either of those trips.
It's intended for the unbreakable one. The trips are pushed a little bit further back. There's no way. Balls nowhere to run really here. It's a tight
Yeah,
corridor.
it's almost a freebie.
It's exactly
Over
necessary
towards
for Trent
B
to
main,
confirm
nothing
that
over
kill.
towards
With
B
Tex
main.
falling,
It's lovely.
G2, you get that advantage here. What a time to do it as well when the weaponry wasn't looking too ideal. But Lever immediately just taking up all the space into mid.
They're making this again feel like they're getting set up for a B hit, while this lurk from Aspas and Com is very disguised. Look at the player archers. They're all looking at the site now, only just now thinking about the mid lurk.
And they've
Wait,
lined up
Com
perfectly
saved
for
him
it.
for the
Oh,
first
that's
duel.
good. They're tearing them to pieces.
Yeah, that
I mean,
was
they
cool.
were using their own high tide against them to get into that top mid angle.
Instant
as well.
reaction. The spike goes over towards A,
Bait
and
switch
Valen is
Valley.
here so
Really just seeking to
that
pluck him
had
apart
to
in
hit.
that mid angle as well, but he's not going to be able to
Well,
get too
good
much
luck
done
to-
now. Still, the
good luck
pit
to
will
Jonah
fade away.
P.
Jonah P. They've got to be aware of his
Spectre
position, and now
gets hit by the
definitely so.
recon.
Dart just lights him up. Shock Dart's pushing him back and away. Mazina with the plant and a pit to play within.
Solid performance from Lev, really. G2 got to feel like they. G2 got to feel like they lost this one though. That pissed around on attack.
Hopping around the place, man. He's seeking an avenue, a kill, anything at all, and he is making it look
Whoa.
relatively fancy.
Well, he knows.
Really putting that Spectre to good work. The jumping out and wide, but he doesn't have a rifle for it, and it's such a long sideline damage. Done to Aspas updraft for the info. High ground angle played. 5 HP to Leaf's name. Sticking half already gained.
Those are really good attempts, man. Give him a better gun, maybe he gets that kill. Yeah, I mean, solid game. G2 gonna feel like they lost this one though, for sure. That first and third round will haunt them a little bit.
Final round, it got chaotic.
Aspas and Tex were outrageous though. Tex especially, really.
Massively impressed with what Lev are bringing to
He
the
like
table.
silently put up
Those
numbers.
attack side rounds towards the end, where it feels like one strat, and then it turns into another. You know,
Yeah, that was pretty
these
cool,
go round
to be
that
fair.
feels like a full 5A main or a 4-1. And instead, Aspas is on the fast split through double doors. This round, they lose a player early, Tex in halls, and then they make it feel like a full B exec while 2 players lurk onto the arches, guys. This is advanced play. This is really good. And Lever pulling it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just taking that strat and just applying it to other maps. It makes a lot of sense.
Dead impressive stuff from
Was it Lev that did this the other day as well? I can't remember what map it was. There was someone else that did this the other day. I used the same comparison. It might have been Lev.
Excuse me, would you mind
Remember
taking a
that thing I
picture
said
of
about
us? Oh, no
snowballing
problem.
a game? Yeah,
Yes,
this was
bro.
another good
You need Verizon.
back-to-back
Trade it
half,
out,
right?
and get
Where
a
it
new
kind of
iPhone 15 Pro with tons of
fit the
storage,
bill.
so you can take all the pics.
Right,
So many
we've got
selfies.
Icebox coming up. We get everyone's favorite map of Breeze into everyone's favorite map Icebox.
Panoramic. And as many portraits
back.
of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
flash to set him up if they want to go for this one. Ult commanded. Fight.
Hacia atrás, King acaba con la vida del robot, rompe la definitiva, Maltino prevalece tremendo.
Here with GoKit from Leviathan, a very convincing map. It was your map pick, but I'm going to bring it back to what we were talking about before when I interviewed Tex, when we saw before the game, that sort of Tex revenge factor that the team was talking about, that Tex was talking about, that even G2 was alluding to as the kind of leader, the adult in the room, if you will. They're all adults, but as the adults in the room. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, when I tried Tex for the team, I specifically booked a Prague against G2 to see how he would take it, and he destroyed them. So I can tell he's very hungry to play against them, and he demonstrated it on first map.
Well, you almost got an ace, so he's looking pretty good. Well, best of luck on map 2.
Well, whether it's the practice or it's the actual game, seems like Tex is doing perfectly fine against his old opponents in G2 Esports. Leviathan just look absolutely fantastic as they shut down G2 on Breeze. And I mean, Myrna, I think it just goes without saying, like, this is what we had expected out of Leviathan, considering the firepower that is on that team. But man, the way that they started things off was just something else.
Yeah, for sure. They started off strong. I mean, G2, they have a defensive comp, and they couldn't even get enough rounds on attack in order to put themselves in that good position. But as we can see here, the whole team on Lev contributed to some sort of a win in this scenario. It just felt like they were on top. They played their game, and I think they played it really well.
Yeah, and for Ospas, especially in that first half, getting the off online in round 5, it was lights out before that, but once that came in, there was nothing G2 could do to beat them.
Ospas was ridiculous,
Well,
and
first
in
kills
the
is,
head-to-head against RC, it was completely one-sided. There was a lot of pressure put on the rookie for G2 to play that solo Yoru. Generally, we're seeing those Yoru jet comps, and in this head-to-head, when he was going for these opening kills, he was getting shut down, and a large part of that was how ridiculous Ospas was playing.
Yeah, and look, it's not a surprise that that happens. Like, we came in full well knowing Ospas was going to have the upper hand, but I just, it's a thing of beauty to see game after game, series after series, how well Ospas is performing. Like, he does not skip a beat. Ever since that match against Sentinels when he dropped 47, it has just been lights out over and over.
Yeah, I mean,
Lev looking like the best team in the world at the moment.
But it's a matter of Ospas being insanely consistent
I think they're up
in
there.
top fragging.
They're definitely up there. Past like
that
3 weeks.
He can take
Has
that
it been
operator
3
in
weeks?
any defensive stance, move it around, get lines for his team, get information, and it's almost like you can just
be
leave
happy
him on
to
an island.
put them in top
He'll be
5 at the
fine.
moment
Even
in
though
terms
he's
of
that
like
player,
form.
doesn't have that much util set up behind him. He's just doing great by himself.
Now, that actually happened a few times where he was just like on an island by himself.
I'll take DRX wins
So
Shanghai.
good at, like, setting himself
Honestly,
up
they
for
got a lot of
success.
nice
but
stuff.
despite that, he
Got some
wasn't
really cool
the
stuff.
#1 player on that scoreboard
Yeah.
for the side of Leviathan.
Which
Tex
is
was owning.
Wild stuff, honestly. Tex really just with a point to prove, or I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't even want to look too far into it. I just think it was just Tex popping off because my guy was out there just, you know, Wild Westing it.
No, I mean, especially on defense, right? Whenever they came in towards that B site, and it wasn't always like him waiting for them to come at him. These are two very aggressive plays.
I think EMEA has a chance.
But I also just thought
But winning Shanghai,
tempo
pretty low, I
that
think.
Lev had around that B
Pretty
site,
confident we won't
because the
see an
hard wall
EMEA
not
team win it.
fully giving control to G2 over the full site. Tex was just so often on site as the spikes being planted to farm kills.
Yeah, it takes a lot of nerve to kind of either
Heretics?
play on site perfectly.
That's
or
true. Show
fall
me-
off site.
show me
I feel like
more-
every single
show me
round,
more
Tex
Woot.
made the right call.
Show me more of the
each time.
Woot
He knew
team.
when he could go aggressive and kind of take
Let's
the
see what
fights
they're
by
looking like
himself,
on more
and he
maps.
knew when he should fall off and set up for the retake. That is definitely like a team combined effort, but Tex specifically played that insane.
Kahibo with the tier 1, thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you, thank you. All the impressions of Icy. I don't want to judge someone when it's solo Yoru.
Duelist agent, which he
You
was
got
playing
so much to
with
do when
G2
it's solo
when they were going
Yoru
on
as
their run last year.
a
He still will throw in some of
duelist.
those rounds
And
when
he plays
makes
out on a
plays like
couple of
pushing to
maps,
a
and I
cage
don't
getting
really
proactive,
want to
but
include
also
that too
can fall
much.
back, be more of an anchor. There's a lot of depth to his play.
And usually those aggressive looks are based on something else the team is doing. Like, it's a clear,
We did hear stories of
plan
him like
that they
dropping
built
lots of
around to enable him to
lots
go
and
with.
lots of kills in Prague, and maybe we haven't seen that.
Situations,
But, like,
right?
again,
Ospas,
if he's
he
playing
can just do it
solo
on his own
Yoru
because
on
he can't-
maps,
because that's kind of like
I
how
don't
the
know,
team's
man.
been
I don't
built.
think
Whereas
that's.
with Tex, it's really fascinating to see how
A lot of time
the
you
team-
just
and
you're the
even
one
though
that's going to get
team
through
still
the
supports
choke
Ospas in
points.
that
You're like
regard.
TPing in
but
into the
because
open.
he needs less resources,
I don't
you
think
can put
you're
these
ever going to
resources
have
into
a
setting Tex up for
solid
play
score when
sometimes
you got to
too.
do
And I
that.
think what it's really manifested in is for Leviathan having the most flexible defense that I've seen in America.
Aggro, if you're a fan of anti-strat, you should probably watch
exactly. And they do
Vitality
it based off of the trap plays that you'd see on a map
I was
like
nerding out
Sunset
a little
or
bit.
on Icebox or Breeze, having consistent defaults that then you have the aggro peak of an Osbox.
It was like
or
one of the
Tex
better
coming
examples
in
of
to
just like
really
how prep
surprise you. It is those types of
can win
looks
you a
that make
game.
Lev such a dangerous
Prep
team to
and
prep.
just solid
They're
pistols.
just so solid on their fundamentals and their protocols. It is insane. I think they've worked so hard specifically on their foundation that you can see it coming out.
Did decently on bind solo Yoro. Yeah, but it's still such a limited.
Well, look, G2
still
need
such
to
a
figure
limited
it out.
comp.
Thankfully, we're going to hear from the coach at
That's the
G2
issue.
with Elizabeth ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Josh RT of G2 Esports. Now, that map didn't go in your favor. You were attempting to bring it back, not quite, but we are going to your map pick on Icebox. What are we fixing from map 1 into map 2?
I think we just need to trust each other more, believe in our plays, be aggressive when we need to, and don't give them space. But also make sure Ospas doesn't get picks on us on our attack. So I think those are the keys.
Would you say Ospas is like the biggest kind of X factor for Leviathan right now?
I think we couldn't get into our attack side. Like besides the early blunder, of course, he was able to get a man advantage for them constantly. So it didn't get us like into our groove.
Best of luck.
Yeah, I think it's especially important hearing Josh there talking about how they can not
T1
allow
played
Osbox
Jet,
to get
Yoro,
those free picks as
Breeze.
we move into the map of Icebox, where that Jet is so incredibly dominant at
Yeah,
re-swinging into
I
lines.
think.
This is where
I don't
G2's
remember.
scaling fundamentals will be challenged to a T. They have to be perfect when they're working up into B main,
so.
A main, not to fall prey to that off.
I feel like on this map, G2 has a much more better fundamental
Does
understanding
Izu-
of how to rotate properly and play
Did
this
Izu
map,
have backup or was he
especially around
solo,
Trent.
Yoro?
He's been so good at getting that information,
He might have been
providing
solo.
it to the team, and they have that Gecko to get a lot of this
Okay,
information.
so they're sticking with
they
the Harbor.
don't have the duelist player, which I'm a little bit scared of, so they
So
really
we'll
need
keep
to
an
point
eye
out
on
on
this
their
one.
defense here.
You can play Icebox with no duelists. I think the comp is totally fine. And in fact, I think these double initiator comps
It
have
was
been
Saya
playing
Jet.
super
Oh, okay.
well into these more
Then-
default Jet Harbor Viper
yeah.
comps. When you have the Gecko
Double
and the
duelist.
Sova, you have a lot of ideas to flood retake and fight through that util.
Well, G2 Esports need the win right here to force that map 3, but Leviathan could very well shut it down. Let's send it back over to your casters, Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, let's find out if they can really mount that, I guess come back into the series overall here for G2, and Icebox is their map pick.
Adam,
they're gonna
love
get their
that,
choice
man.
of that at least, and with the composition
Adam,
they're
can
playing, it does
you,
give you a lot of options.
before
I
you
think,
like
as well.
post it
Also
publicly,
can be
Adam,
quite
is it cool
limiting
if you
to a
message me
degree.
about it?
For me personally, I keep harping on about this, but when you don't have a duelist into this comp, when you're trying to set it up with the double initiator, who's the one who's going to be taking that space? You have the tools, but who's going to be the tip of the spear for you?
I think we
that's gonna
can
be a
do
question,
something pretty cool with
something
it.
I'm looking at.
Adam,
I think
if you're
for G2 on
down.
this particular Icebox.
The desk was talking a lot about how Aspas works with or without resources.
Yeah.
And that is an applicable conversation to have about G2 as well, because the resources are kind of given by IC and used by IC.
Okay.
It's his job to push off the back of a lot of
What
his
have
own
we got
util,
for this
which
one?
is
G2 on defense,
a little
11 on
more
attack, and we
awkward
get
sometimes.
triple classic with armor.
But I think
Got early info, the
while the
alarm
meta
bot. We got
comp,
more
it might
info.
not
Wait, is this
be,
on top or is this on the floor?
Leviathan's usage
On
of
top,
it was
okay, I could just look at my
amazing
screen.
the last time we saw it on Icebox.
I'm out here just
Like,
looking
all
at the
of
minimap, trying to
details
zoom
were
in, and this guy's
supplied.
literally here. So we got early info.
One-time plays through and through.
With that, we push
This is
behind.
so
We have a
similar.
turret that
Like,
gives them
yeah.
early info that they're going behind
Look
as
at
well.
this.
So let's
Hard
see what
flank
they
up
do.
through
Because
mid,
this
make
turret's
sure
going to
they
go
take all
off.
that
Do they
space.
go
They
back or
realize
do
it's
they
coming
go
up
forward?
Through A, it's a flank with 3 players. They contact into the turret and they actually just think twice about
Okay,
it.
they go.
Yeah, the turret's broken, so now
forward,
Leviathan
it's
need
looking
to
like.
look behind them.
Yeah, I kind of
Or
like this
try
though,
to
because
react
G2 create the pressure
forwards.
behind, knowing that
Comms
their
seems to
reaction
be
might be
prepping
to
the
push
recon for
forward,
Aspas to
and now they have numbers here.
Incredibly deep and aggressive
They do
onto
not
the
have the
angle
angles,
approach,
though.
But he has just skewered the man. Sheriff in
Oh god,
hand.
2 bullets.
He lets it sing.
Come on.
Jonah P.
He did
Quite
so
a good
good
job,
though.
honestly, of just trying to shore up.
Yeah, and lovely reaction. I still think this is a good pistol from G2. It's just Aspas doing Aspas things on a solid angle.
He's got to know these players' positions, but he needs to find the kills with only 5 bullets to do it with. Spraying him through, needs to get that reload
trade?
online, but doesn't anticipate this angle from the back. Doesn't know where to look. But despite taking away time, has ran too short for it. So
Impressive from
Leviathan
Com. Again, it's
up one
a
round
nice
here
pistol
by
from
winning that
both
opening
teams here.
pistol.
If G2's
Yeah,
game
it's a
plan
good reaction
was to
from
not
Lev.
give away early picks to Aspas, and that's just gonna feel so brutally awful for them. Aspas is hunting.
I mean, it was
in
good
every
though.
post
Like,
plant on A
I can't
for
even
these
fault
fights.
at their pistol. It's just the fact that he goes
It's
aggro.
insane. I mean, you just
It's the
don't
fact
really-
that they react
you're never
to
gonna
go
expect
forward
somebody to
instead
be
of
playing
going
a-
back, and then
No,
that
and
angle just
it's
wrecks
such an
them.
unusual spot. Valen tries to tuck close and then get the wide swing into it, and he swings his head straight into the crosshair placement. It's just, he's everywhere. Aspas is always going to be a menace.
Yeah,
if
Casper.
you give
That's
Leviathan
what
the
we're on at
ability
the
to
moment.
take sight, Aspas is
Trying
not
to
going
get
to drop back and play
some
kind of
numbers
massive
to check
close
if we're
line.
out
He's
here
gonna get in your
thinking
face.
right.
Yeah. G2 have pushed players aggressively. Spotted though. Trying to take the fight there, Harbor v Harbor, but the better weaponry wins it out for Mazzino. Take a bit of a breather now into the moment, realizing that they were playing aggressively for that orb.
And they're going to be holding for
cut
any
of
kind
sound
of
on this
mid
one.
re-clear. Something that
But
Leviathan were caught by a few
does
times
Jonah
on
P get
Breeze.
tempted to push forward? Doesn't look like it.
Not happening.
Just
in
keep
this
an eye on
round,
if they
though.
can actually do any
G2
damage.
Just holding. Just believing in the read, believing in the gamble.
And hoping that Lev will just walk right into them, which is the case here, but the question is, can they really overcome that? Not quite. It's a full flurry and rush towards them. Anybody that was going to boot, doing some damage.
And let's see who can get the last kill.
Going to be removed here onto the side, so a free
You know,
fire for Lev
pretty
again.
close to his
Another free
ult in
round
terms of
for
2.
them. Building up early.
There's an interesting dynamic in this match. Which, you know, we've been talking a lot about Tex against his former team, but we've also got two of our biggest heavy hitters from last year's regular season, Aspas and Leaf. Both towards the top of the scoreboard at the very
Bonus
early
is great.
stages of this map.
All rifles,
But
one
now
Spectre,
moving from duelist to
and
kind
2
of
away for a
anchor
Harbor
position.
or
And
into
Leaf's not
either
always
this
gonna be
round or the
anchoring on
round
this map.
after.
Sometimes it's the Killjoy's job, in fact, a lot of the time, to just be kind of monitoring mid and playing the float. But I am intrigued to see that, because as much as Aspas has just been incredible since the very beginning of his time on Loud, Leaf last year was matching him for impact on Duelist.
Ever so slightly missed
Let
time.
that molly land just half a second earlier. That's a lot more damage.
Head to head, not always in the server, but definitely when it comes to contending for the top spots. In terms of the statistics over the course of Americas.
Yeah, and that was last year. I don't know whether the same is going to be said for this year. You know, with the shift for Leaf in terms
Good
of team
info
and
in
also
terms of the
role.
drone. So we got
direction.
double molly to
Aspas
stop the
just-
bomb.
he's
Drone
continued that.
goes in.
Continued it. He's so
And it
agile
gets
as
shot
well.
before it
This guy
checks this
fluid
corner,
in
so
terms
they
of
have
the way
to
he
be
plays.
scared of
Look
this
at him.
corner now as
Fearless.
well.
Hopping up over towards 410.
And with that info,
Taking
they
early
might have been
fight.
okay to send it, so they might have just
Down that
deterred them
pressure.
from
They do
shooting
force out
this.
a high tide from G2.
We've got one person's going to
I
continue
really
to
like
make
that.
sound, and they go
Aspas'
back
steps
over
forwards
towards
there
B.
actually
You look over
disguise
towards B,
the
the only
steps
bit of info
backwards
they
from the
get
rest
is
of
over towards
Leviathan.
Snowman,
And then
so
he knife out walks
they
away,
won't
so there's
actually
no
be able to get a
footsteps
rotate
given.
in
So 3
for a
players
while.
staying
Wait, is Mazzino going back?
over on A. Now, normally you would wait for King to hear people rotating off, but
E2
Lev have
just-
just gone B, thrown a
E2's,
bit of utility.
stayed so
and they're
strong over
hoping that
towards
will have pulled
A,
players off site. King
Double
hasn't
molly,
heard them leave.
30 seconds
This
left,
is a
and
bit more
3
of
people
just
here.
a gamble
We
rather
still
than
have
a
Mosh.
hard read where your
and a
lurk is
recon.
giving you that great info.
G2 have got players tucked deep onto
But
the side.
guys,
Valen.
you gotta go. you gotta start going.
Lowered angles, high tide rips its way through and across, and he wins the fight. Guarding the angles, it's a flood attempt here. Time's running really damn
12
short,
seconds.
really damn low. Can even
They're
get
gonna
themselves
someone's
onto the
gonna
side
get
to his
spike.
plans
Someone's
online.
gonna get
Where's the
spike.
spike's been dropped into the middle of nowhere. In fact, I mean, Aspas is gonna have to stick this one just where
And
he
do
stands.
they expect
It's a
Leaf
very
this
safe
close?
plan. Leaf's not going to be able to disrupt.
Now, are they gonna be able to double up? Where are these bullets flying through? Right through the screen. Leaf wins it out just as we were talking about that head-to-head
You
battle.
got double good timing.
Right
Okay,
into
nicely
his
done
own
from
hands
Leaf.
here. G2
And with this, he
a great
defuses and
idea
gets
of
his
how they wanted to
ult.
disrupt that one and
So
not falling for
E2
that
might be in an
little
alright
bait
spot
and
for this.
switch.
Did Mazzino get a kill?
Round 2,
I remember.
Leviathan go for an A re-hit. Round 3, they go and throw fake utility over to B, A re-hit. G2 are reading into this. I don't know if this is based on VOD prep or whether they've just got a good idea about what's happening. But for this site exec, there's no recon dart available. They're going in without a lot of their utility because they previously just used it to, in an attempt to pull players away, but actually there were still 3 defenders ready to receive.
Okay, we got maybe you got an AWP
So
here.
Lev
Not
trying
entirely
to
sure.
play an advanced
Either way,
game and
this is
G2
actually pretty even.
Not reading that bluff at all.
Double ults. They got knives, maybe. So for a similar thing, they really don't want him to get this orb.
Same early
Is that
util
because they
here.
want it every single time,
Snake
or?
by shock dart. They know how hard the G2 are playing for those early orbs.
Okay, massive round in terms of everything, right? I'm just going to
So
highlight the
far,
people that
Valen's
can
scoring
buy.
has been quite good.
Got 3 of them, I
Very
think.
aware in terms of the possibilities.
Two on each.
Lev could be landing over towards A, having good game plans cooked up. This time it's, I mean, heavy emphasis onto mid. I mean, they've got 4 players watching.
Yeah, so you've got this mid re-clear potential going on, and another thing to draw attention to is Leaf's ultimate.
We have a maybe
He's just
catching
sent
Tex.
it?
Yeah, just sending it. I think just hearing
And
that
they
pressure.
broke the turret,
over towards the A
and
side.
does
That's so weird. It is a
Tex think
strange
that he
one.
has the best
Early
timing?
on into the round.
If you use that for retake, I don't think Lev have any tools to break it.
Now Mazzino, that's his cue, ends up sending the ring. Hello, fight!
Mouse bug.
I mean, just startling and scaring each other there, but Icy, he does win it against
Icy got
Tex.
saved there. The mouse
Val
bug
in a
was
white
scary.
face there, just trying to
Timing on the
avoid
swing.
the stuns that were sent
Oi,
flying.
alarm
Followed
bot
up,
double
but it doesn't
damaged them as
matter.
well. Leaf's going to feel
Winning that with a gun
devastated.
fight.
Oh, Jonah P. Snakebite actually takes down Mazzino, who gave his life and the cove to get the plant.
A real chance here. I mean, Jonah P. lurks his way up top, but the angle's watched for
Solid
by
round
Com
with the
here.
plant. They managed to get
It's gonna be
Vicar all.
covering it. It's a blight on the map as well, and it gives the right angle here for Aspas.
Right.
Bren,
It continues.
I think G2 were in position to
G2,
win
2
this
people that
round.
can buy a little bit
And all
into
they had
this
to
one,
do
and everyone else
was
is
allow
kind of
Lev to
wrecked.
plant on A,
And this guy's selling this
and then
gun.
get set up for the lockdown. And I think a re-clear through to mid, they should have been able to fight over screen. But what they're probably scared
Sonia,
of is
hello.
once
How
get
you were
Aspas
EMEA
in
today,
position
right?
in the post
How
plant,
was it?
You might find it difficult to even get to screens, but you can just put it heaven.
Yeah.
And then play the retake from there. So I'm really confused as to why Leaf decided to use that lockdown so early on. It gave Leviathan still 45
What's the mouse
seconds
bug?
to
It's
use
just
hard
like
roll
when you
to
move
commit
your mouse
to their
faster, you get
attack. I think that was
startled, and you like maybe just hit
big
it
misplay.
against like your mouse pad. The mouse will,
Almost
if you
punish.
have it assigned
Yeah,
to
you're
jump,
right.
it
I
will
mean,
just
you're
jump
making
for
the
you.
decision making easy for a team like Lev there.
There's like there's
You see
certain
they have
mice that do
that
it.
much time on the clock.
The lockdown retake
Some
is
more
not
than
very
others.
good against the Gecko KO compositions because they tend to have molly lineups to break the lockdown. But if you're playing against a Viper Harbor comp, they don't have too much. Maybe they specifically know that Tex and Com have great Nanoswarm shock lineups or something, but
So the buy into
Probably
this
be able
one
to
is
break
an
the
outlaw
balance.
against everyone with
I
heavy
just-
armor and a guardian.
sometimes Occam's Razor, it was probably just a misplay rather than some kind
Triple
of advanced
classic.
5-head strat.
It's usually the
Shot.
case. Well, single shots will have to be the case here for Jonah P, but only the one
Who
before
do they
the
take
trade.
down? Mazzino, and that's
It's
one of
down
their
now.
big
It's really one of the first times
players
it's
to
just ended
actually
over
plant
towards
in
the
terms of the
B side
cove.
with 48
That's an
seconds
extra bit
left.
of damage
Second
as
shot
well.
of the
Aspas
outlaw
on
not
9.
Quite landing, so Aspas is alive and kicking. Will they live to regret that? It's going to be the question.
King, you got the
Broken.
spike.
King calling for that
King, you got
pause
the
here,
spike.
Seeking
Oh.
a kill or two.
I'm nervous when he's doing that stuff.
Obfuscating the angle
Okay,
there, just
well,
making it nice and
they look pretty
awkward. King
convincing with it.
Let's collect up that kill, and now with the plant, does need to be held for him, making sure that nobody can really push him away, which T2 are grouped up. They've only really got the classics to work with.
Good cover from Com there, making sure that King could get the plant down. And King was pushing forwards with full armor, so wasn't worried about getting shot by the outlaw. Aspas barely dodged a shock dart, and Trent's still got another to work with.
Know roughly where Com is, but yeah, they just don't really have the guns for it, do they? Or the util sent flying on
Yeah,
top
it
of
is just a it's just a
Nanoswarm with the
classic.
snake bites.
Did alright
Dwindles your
damage.
chances and
Double armor
opportunities to
rebuy.
win out the round.
You're just gonna
Valent
accept it.
Hope to do some damage here. Potentially to the economy. Might even really go down to a player, honestly, because he was one away from the ult, but instead just decides to deny them any chance of snowballing further.
Don't think Valen will find it easy to pick up the A orb, though.
No, they've been pushing him away every round.
Yeah.
Tato, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Molly shot
Got
combo
robbed
over
of the
there is
speedrun
difficult
today.
to
Yeah,
try
it's
to
like the
contest.
fastest day ever for you to go there.
But this one, while Jonah did open it up, generally speaking, a pretty decent anti-eco from Leviathan. Getting deep, not just playing the default kind of flowchart gameplay on this map, actually pushing a little deeper, making sure that they clear out Leaf to get that plan down.
Oh,
easily.
really? Dude, I'll look. You said you're there other days, right? I'll look
we're
out
back
for it
to
if
A.
it's
And it's a
still
pivotal
gonna have
one
it.
with this round indeed. The economy
Yeah, I
of
don't think
G2,
it-
they've
I
gotta
don't think
start
it'll show
winning
them
some rounds
broadcast.
and stringing them together here and now an attack.
Us in chat would
early
normally
on.
spot that.
That is right on target.
Either way, I appreciate
And
it.
right
Thank you,
on
thank
line
you.
for
Damn, that's
potential
so much
disaster
damage.
clash here for G2. Two players getting
It's their
tagged
big
down
buy
as well to
rounds,
the-
and he gets
really just
one
double digits of the
kill
HP. Tex
and double
forward
tag.
now with the rest of his team over the top of the ropes here. They don't want to slow down in the slightest. Molly's
What are you actually meant to do? Oh, and the shock darts are literally landing on all of their heads.
After death blow, this guy is just unstoppable right now.
What an insane round from Com here, to
Nobody
be
on
honest.
G2 can stop him, especially when King is working his way forward, so that first most difficult kill is a trade for Aspas. He doesn't actually have to brute force his
Starting to
own
be
way
here
in.
again.
He can trade out his IGL. Great
People on board
1-2
the
combo
snowball
there
thing
from
at the
Aspas
moment.
and King.
I think if you look back at this whole split, I think it might even be more than 50%
2020
at the moment in terms of heavy
at the end
snowballs.
of the round. But
Wild.
Com starts so many of these attack side rounds when he has Hunter's Fury by just droning, getting a tag, and getting a kill. It is just constant.
He does, yeah, it's true. He does actually do this all
really
the time.
common
People need to
thing
start
that a lot
looking
of
into
solos
like
do
his
on the
ults
attack.
because he
And I
does
think
the
G2
same ones
instead
over
were
and over
anticipating
again.
that shock molly. The conditioning of the constant shock molly made them worry more about that than a potential that they could die to the Hunter's Fury.
Or people surviving as well, get the money even better.
He did like so much damage.
Unreal. I mean, a kill found and softening up 2 of the players that were anchored onto the site.
Yeah.
Just from this here.
Look at that one. The final pulse, I think, hits onto Trent and Valet. Just opens up and softens up G2 for the rest of the hit.
Yeah.
And that's ruined them. We're in a similar position to Breeze again, where you only need one rifle round and you're back to an eco, and it's another rifle round and you're back to an eco.
It felt like I was just describing how important that round was for G2. With the economy, if they lose it, they're going to be broken, and they have to get the turning point started here and now in that prior round. It's forced out the timeout now because they've lost it.
There's less
The
true in
economy's gonna
APAC.
be in a really poor
Yeah,
place.
I think that's right as well. And maybe we could do a breakdown in terms of regions, but I think it's also dependent on like teams' ult management and how good they are in the ecos to like spiral. It's just a perfect storm of everything, right? It's a perfect storm of teams being good. But once they win a pistol, and with that info, they can always get someone have it all into the third or fourth round. So this team understanding that kind of economy a little bit better. That's just the overall understanding of just everyone improving. Outlaw means that it's easier for this and this rounds for you to stack as well.
God knows how many matches ago now, but talking about the team having a big sit down, talking about communicating.
Yeah, and that's pretty much
it.
They
wanted to play Valorant as a team.
It's just the perfect storm of everything.
They have just looked unleashed.
The meteoric improvements they've made have been astounding to watch. And the players
we need
have
that
all
back,
got
Lexi.
tons of experience.
We need that.
But aligning those different ideas of how to play the game can be really difficult.
Yeah.
There's that shock molly again, this time with
People stumbled upon the strategy before anyone else. It's not really, I mean, it's always been a thing in the game.
It's such a
You gotta look at last year, like
go for it every single time.
EG was the best example. And like everyone knew, well, I say everyone knew this in like 2021. There's like 5 to 6 teams that kind of worked it out in 2021 that this is how you play Valorant, but it definitely wasn't as easy to do as you do now. Now everyone kind of realizes it. And it was probably best shown visibly from like EG's Fracture, when there was that many orbs so they could be a little bit more in control of it, and they just had a lot of huge ults. You gotta check that corner.
Cleared up here. Leaf. How's he managed that? 2 kills. Just with the Sheriff can't quite manage the third, but definitely damage being done. Left instantaneous on the response.
How is this a 1v1? This is so fast. I can't believe they didn't check this corner.
Miss it. Trent doesn't quite have the gun to really do.
They mollied
the
it, yeah,
job.
but it
Tex
didn't
with the
hit,
rifle.
right?
He's holding this one at an off angle. Plenty of util
So I
for Trent to
guess
work
they
with,
thought
and
that
he's
it
gonna
was
send loose
fully
that
checked.
dart, gets the acknowledgement now that he knows where Tex's position is, dropping down.
Dude, he wants
the
this so
turret.
badly.
A few shots fired, and it's a game of that time.
That guy's got to shoot the turret, because otherwise he knows where he is.
The tap, not quite, just full stick in this one.
Whoa.
Swinging so wide. Trent, he rips his head clean off.
I can't imagine a worse way to play it, my guy.
Trent had gotten off that one before he got half. That would have been an incredible way to win the clutch from Lev. But instead, Tex made to look a little silly in that.
It's insane.
And look at how this play happens. The snake bite misses the corner, and the recon dart takes so long, that pulse, to travel to the corner, that actually it's not cleared by the time the cloudburst dissipates.
Concentrates over.
The time, it was ticking there.
I think he thought he was defusing around the corner.
I mean, the widest of wide
Yeah,
swings.
I guess so, but it wasn't really much.
Lev will be
I'm not
hoping
even
that
sure he
they'll be
could have
fine
got it
still
from
throwing that
there.
one away.
It's got G2 back into it though.
He's gonna feel foolish after that.
With the
Okay,
ults now as well,
we've got to
they'll
check in
turn.
with the money.
Just from them losing these.
We'll
subsequent
ignore the
rounds.
rounds.
Aspas, he's got these
All
early
good.
peaks with the Blade
Maybe you wanted
Storm.
it too much.
He does make this map look like, again, a playground. Use the term a lot, but he's so agile. knowing all the ins and outs of the angles. Meanwhile, pressure over towards B. That will force this Viper's Pit out.
They've missed Jonah.
They have missed it.
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, went back to
Got
check him.
in the end. And Tex is quick onto the approach. Look at this. He's got to be worried
Not
about
this
the
angle
Snowman
again.
Position.
Leaf is
doesn't
just
really think
farming
about it.
over towards
Leaf
Snowman.
gets value from basically the same spot 2
Yeah.
rounds in a row.
Twice in a row.
And also, it felt like
Okay, we're
Tex
actually
had
going to have
an
like
opportunity
a
there to spam onto Jonah
normal
P.
game maybe. We might get 2 in a row. It might be pretty open.
2 rounds in a row. Maybe Tex is feeling a little bit of sympathy for his former team.
Going easy on him.
They deliberately sent him to Lev. It was an inside job.
And this at the moment
This
might
match
not
right
hit these
here.
guys on...
Holding the reckoning.
Yeah, it's probably not going to make a sound.
Looks like Lev, okay,
Oh,
looks
hit
like they
one.
contacted
Okay,
the
so they
spies
kind of
are
have to check
willing to
everywhere
go.
still. Recon goes in.
Setting
It's
out the
a
reckoning.
nice sight hit though. If you actually
Oh,
played on
golden
site
beams
there,
are
you
light
would have
in
been
the air, so they
wrecked.
know it's relatively
Alvaro
free, but
goes
now
back.
sent out
Everyone's
by G2,
understanding how
Hunter's
important
Fury
this round
straight.
is.
At this particular angle, Aspas trying to go for that same spot once more that just did all that damage from behind the flank. It's all synced up. In the chaos of the situation, Leaf is
Leaf is
striking them
great
right
at the
where it
moment.
hurts.
He is
Zeno
a big factor.
can't reset the aim and doesn't even expect the second player to just be swinging out
Okay,
there
we
from
actually
lower.
get some
So G2
normality
are getting
here.
these
So we're going to have
rounds
lots of
now
money here. We're going to have
together,
lots of money
right
here.
on time.
That's that 1-2 punch from the Reckoning into Hunter's Fury that I was talking about on Breeze. And G2 pick a great time to use it. That put a ton of pressure onto Aspas. Forced him to take a fight he wasn't quite ready
Oh,
for.
the insta timeout.
That's
This
now
is good.
2
though.
rounds in a row where Leaf has also had massive impact. Picks this one up on Tex. Comes around on the flank and kills another 2. Lovely round from Leaf. They're gonna have to make an adjustment. It's very clear the area that Leaf is now playing on that B defense.
Yeah.
In back Snowman, well, he can be isolated. You can try to send a harbor wall that cuts off Snowman and fight into that area.
And I mean, they got all the options here. Definitely, at least in part of this conversation, they're going to be talking about
But I
Snowman.
think, yeah, I mean, that's very valid. It wasn't an eco
Maybe
swing
they'll
round.
just start
Every
doing
time
the
we're
wall
coming
to
into
cut
it
off
with
the
a bit of
site
a
now
half
instead
buy.
of the one back.
I've now taken his timeout, seeking the right course, I think, as well.
We'll see if
which
G2 want to go
direction they really
aggro
want
on
to
this
take it
one.
into, 'cause
Could be
there
a
are some stuff that
classic.
they do need to correct
Just the
in terms of how they're ending in some of these
attack
rounds,
timeout.
but yeah, that one got a bit funky.
And
with the
then they
Viper's Pit
go
down, the Reckoning and Hunter's Fury to kill
aggro
through.
on defense, but
G2 won't have those tools again.
I also
A
want to
couple of
see if
mistakes
Lev are
creeping into
just
the
going to
game from
chill
Leviathan.
for like
It
10
was otherwise
seconds.
been a pretty
Just in
flawless
case.
series so far.
Not the best
So,
team to go aggro
cutting
with,
them off
really.
early, nipping it in the bud.
Doesn't
very
really
important.
suit the comp.
I see with the op. That's interesting. Fallon with the purchase there. Bit of access to it.
Icy is
Dude,
gonna
everyone's
have
really
to
far away from
be
their
hopping
ults
on the
here.
low ground here, and you'd expect him to be peeking underneath pipes towards the right side. But that's a really pushed up position. He
hold
needs
on.
a lot of support. Yeah, this is the angle I'm talking about. But you know, if you miss the shot here, you're
Double
really
shot.
relying on Trent and Valen.
Two people went to shoot this.
Some level of awareness, no, not
Yeah,
quite.
nicely done.
One's gonna
Aspas,
jiggle for
massive
that
duel
one. It's
here.
a combined offensive.
Oh.
Icy. It's given time to rescope.
Okay, I was going to say, Aspas has to get that at one point. So it's a 2-on-2, and Leaf has his ult, but he's probably going to wait for them to at least plant.
The entirety for him. Leaf, though, immediate shutdown.
Oh.
I have the spike.
Another situation.
Aspas
actually,
does
where
not expect him
Leaf's
close.
having impact. This is going to be difficult for King. G2 could even play full A retake in this position. I think you can play full A and B retake. As long as Leaf and Jonah group up and find an opportunity to use the lockdown.
And he has
They
to
should
get a
check
good
back
plant.
King.
That's what they're doing.
At the very least,
Once
it's
against
like
the
weird
walls,
when
making
you're
sure that they
dead
cover the cross
and
in the
you're
blind spots of
spectating
each other.
someone. Most
King
people don't want any kind of
open
backseating,
access
but
here to
the
the
stuff
A
that's normally
side.
allowed is
Double
like
plan,
bullets
lockdown
or
limited.
your
It's not
recon's coming
confirmed
back
King's
in
position
10
no matter
seconds, or they have
Does make
this
it more
ult
predictable.
just so that
He
you
wants to
can
get ahead of it. And guess what? So does
play it
Lee.
a little bit
Way ahead
different.
of it. Expecting that to already be cleared out and respected.
We got
but
mollies
King
for this
doing
one as
nothing
well.
Of the sort. Into the 1v1 over the ropes. Missing
Yeah,
it.
just didn't see it.
Slightest of blind spots, but maybe just not paying attention in time. It's Jonah P. Seals up the round there.
Nice round from them. A good attempt in the
I thought
1v2
King had
though.
an opportunity. He played that situation so well, but Jonah coming across on the ropes, very unexpected. I think the difference maker in this round is the fact that Icy is able to get the kill onto comp. This big fracas occurs over towards A, and Icy gets the opener and still has time to scope back in to get another kill on Vent. On Belt, sorry. It shouldn't have required Aspas to shut down Icy. But you can see Leviathan didn't want to bait out that play. They just wanted to crush it. And that ended up with them going into the
3 in a
triple stack
row.
on A. The AWP has moved.
Oh, it's getting competitive as well with that early kill. Straight down mid, up the gut. King
All separates here,
falling
then you
nice
got a
and
next
early. These
segment, and you can
advantages
potentially just
flowing
try
away
and
at G2.
pressure towards yellow.
I think that's got to just be spammed through smoke, right? King must have bloomed his Viper.
Got a
Oh, yeah, is he not out in the open a little bit there? Dude, everyone's getting kills.
You're talking,
The 1-2 over towards B, though, was pretty sick. They were not expecting the up here.
G2, they answer back in kind.
Wow, that one really fell apart. Nicely done from G2 here.
As quick as you know it, 5-5, evened up.
Another round where Leaf dominates. I'm
Yeah.
not exactly
Is it-
sure how he's getting so much value.
I feel like
by
this guy
playing
really
Killjoy
messed up with
But he
that.
feels like he's all over the place. Some rounds he's
With the
defending
drone
A, some
here.
rounds he's getting spam kills in mid. He gets a spam kill in mid and then pushes Tube for another onto Tex. While Lev fruitlessly tried to drive into B. Getting the op online and getting Leaf more active have been two huge win cons here for G2.
Yeah.
But now, massive amounts of ultimates available for Leviathan.
Yeah, that is the
So
big
in
difference
theory, it
here.
should swing
Which means that G2
with the
decide to go
advantage in
aggro
favour
on
for
this, so I
round
like
here
this
for
call.
Leviathan. But already,
Tanking
G2
damage
are
in the
making
smoke,
moves
though, is
into
Trent.
mid.
Yeah, Tex cannot afford to get caught here. The turret watches.
Broken, going for a swing and an attempt. Tex! It's risky, but ultimately wins it out. We've come helping out with the Hunter's Fury. Any sort of connections? No. Any sort of space gathered? Not quite.
Maybe they'll
Not
take
really
that. We've got a
taking it just
Killjoy
yet.
ult if they get the plant. Plant goes in. And yeah, these two kind of know they need to go fast because there's a Killjoy ult and they're going to run out of time, most likely.
Just trying to break that one. The plant is down for them.
You've got Pit here,
And
lockdown.
are they just going to use the pressure of the Killjoy ult but not actually use it?
Drone's already in. Did it tag onto
You
Mazzino?
know they're going to go a lot faster.
They get that early tag. Forces out the shock darts here.
Yeah, I like
On the
this.
side, G2.
And they're smart with their ults.
How do you get around this? Difficult to chew through and work through. It's a really hard pit, man. I mean, it just obfuscates all the available angles. Wingman sticking onto the defuse here, but broken. An Icy Decay down to 1, single digits. Dwindling. But the chances here, might be able to get some extra kills, but really that's all about it. So
Yeah, I love this though.
As
Like
for
with
Toll,
Tex was just real calm, never used his ult into this one.
You know, crucially
Means that
as
they have a
well,
good chance
still
to
keeping a
win
lockdown
this
for this
round
next.
as well.
I'm amazed they kept the lockdown, to be
Yeah,
honest with you. Because
it's a great sign.
I was expecting the
A
lockdown
really
to either
good
open
sign.
things up or close things out, and Tex instead was so willing to just duel in mid and risk the potential of that ultimate falling. But they've saved lockdown and reckoning for the final round here. So getting greedy with the ultimates, but in a really solid kind of way.
Yeah.
Rationing them out perfectly. So they still have an ult advantage to go into this round. It's going to be very difficult to
Dish
defend A.
or with the op, and the op might peek and lose it, we'll see.
Last round of the first
Util
half.
goes in because they don't want Harbour to get the ult.
That's conditioning.
Yep, that's to stop Val and getting the ult as well.
Now they're going to be letting loose with the own reckoning. Okay,
And we've got
good
double
tags.
kill set up here,
Smack the
so
players on top screens.
gets popped at one point and then it's going to plant
So you get a lay
afterwards. They get the
waste into the
Heaven
opposition,
plant,
and this time
and we have
kind of
Killjoy
positions will he
ult,
be
which
playing
goes
into?
down
That's a
pretty
very
soon.
deep Viper orb. It's going
If
to make
not
it
now.
tough, but here we go. Icy. The Thrash sends it
Yeah,
forwards.
and
Will his team be able to take
thing is
the
now,
space
because the
off?
fish
There's
ult has
so many
been
smokes
shot, they
in
then
the way
can't
and
pick
out
up the
of
fish
lockdown
ult.
as
You would
well.
imagine it would
Levin's
kind
gonna
of
be
time
breaking
out.
This one. It's just slowing down the timings for G2 once more.
They have a Shock, Molly, and Nano.
And all of that's going to be delaying. Creeping towards inevitability here for Leviathan. The players are going to be toppling out towards the back of the side. Aspas cleaned up 3v3, but again, it's that util. How do you deal with these players? And awareness.
No reaction.
Leaf, it's running rampant
my
right
goodness.
now. Spraying through, going to break this code. Already diffused, stuck all the way.
Hey, nicely done from
And that's
G2 here in the
making it
end. So that
nice
was cool.
and pretty.
Yeah,
6
they
to
were
6.
very
There's
calm on
parity
this one.
here
I don't know what the
between
comms were like
these
on
two
this guy, but
teams.
I like the
So
wall.
far.
Separate this area,
Lev
clean
looked
up everyone
awesome at the
here, and then
beginning
just
of this.
insta
The first
defuse.
quarter dominated by them. Aggressive post-plant positioning where Aspas could take over.
this was a
more
great comeback
mistakes.
here.
G2 getting into good positions. Leaf waking up. Top fragging at the moment on Icebox. But all that just to get even in the half.
Leaf, yeah, this is one of his better showings.
Just to get even, but
I mean, he
maybe
dominated
that's
and kind of
enough
brought
here.
him
I mean,
back into this game.
60-8
The
was a
back-to-back
phenomenal
rounds.
performance of Leaf for Leviathan. Some questions that they need answering as well, I think, on the other side of this.
So easy to impress me.
Set it down
I just
and
like
lose
seeing good
down
Valorant,
for-
man, and that's good signs. Them
Thank
saving
you
the
so much,
ults.
gentlemen. A 6-6 half. And now I'm here with the manager of Leviathan, Juan, who is, I was talking to you before, you've been doing the manager thing for a while. And there are people who are watching like the Tariks and the Finesses who have that professional experience. There are people like me who have zero professional experience, people out there who have zero professional experience. So a couple questions for you about being a manager. What is it like supporting your players kind of like away, literally off stage from the side?
Okay, they're pretty like easy to handle.
Yeah.
And then usually you have to have like their necessities like please, like for them to be happy, to be comfortable with the team, on the stage, everywhere. Like they just need to be happy, comfortable, and the only thing they have to worry about is like to play good.
Yeah. So what is the hardest part of your job?
It's related to what I said before, because there are some. I mean, each player is different, so each player needs some different things. But once you get used to it, like it becomes like pretty easy. Like you flow with the team,
Is the flow the easiest part of the job?
Yeah, when you flow, it's easy, but like the hard things, like to manage altogether, like to adapt and get that flow.
Now we were talking before. You play Valorant. What's your rank?
I picked Immortal.
All right, well, I didn't. So thank you very much, Juan. But we have a game to get back to. So casters, please take it away.
You could, Liz, if you put the effort in. I believe in you.
I believe too.
It's possible.
It's very easy. Josh has done it.
Yeah, listen, if I did it, then anyone can, can't they? I mean, I am a talentless sack of meat. We're about to head back into this one, and I think this is still going to be a bit of an uphill battle for
Brots,
G2.
thank you so much for the 4 months, man.
Leviathan's defense has looked so far across
Thank
all
you,
of the
thank you.
recent
And
games that we
Kahibo,
watched.
sorry, I think I missed
And with
that
Aspas
earlier.
still
Thanks so much,
looking good.
Kahibo.
I know it's even, but
Okay, Lev
I think the emphasis is
2-1
on
in
G2
terms
to
of
prove
pistol.
that
It's
they
meant to
can
be a
push this
2.
across the line.
1-0 on this map.
Leaf has been able to do it for them in that first half.
Well,
But he's
you
playing
had a
quite
great
fluid,
comeback
as
into
much
this.
as a Killjoy player can, but taking peeks down mid, winning those fights out.
You can force fights a little bit.
Insert
when
one
you
over
play the
towards
attack
A.
side Killjoy
Not
here.
that it's like
If your
crazy
team is
deep, but
defaulting
you could
towards
still
B,
potentially
you can
hear
try
some
to
of the
take a lot of
rotates
space on the other side of the
or
map.
get a timing.
Normally, people are going to play it passively to avoid getting punished.
Do they
But
go
if
far
he's
enough to break the
feeling
alarm bot?
Like he's got a good read on the game and his aim's hot, then you can try to make more aggressive lurks.
A lot of possibilities racing through Aspas's
Wall
head.
to block vision.
Look at these players peek from. Meanwhile,
With the
That was
question
made
mark
early
like
by
you
G2
could
out
go
towards
to
B.
yellow.
Oh, just
As
spots
we
Leaf.
can see, this
Yeah,
alarm bot
Leaf's
gives them the info
hoping
that they
there
haven't
was
crossed to
nobody
yellow.
home. Because G2 have droned over towards B and put that cascade up. They're
Push over towards
expecting
middle,
and
break the
anticipating
turret.
that Lev would lean their defense in that
Still
direction, but it's
alarm
still
bot here.
very spread.
Now they know they're committing. This is when the hard rotate comes in.
As he used it, it's going to be clearing close here, but only 30 seconds left, and Lev have got the right read on this one. You can tell
Wingman
it.
to
The high
plant.
tide.
We
They
got
wanna seek to fight
double
this one and disrupt this
shock
plan
from
before it can
Com.
even go
Does he
down.
get
It's
the
gonna
shock
come
onto
down to the
Wingman
bullets.
here?
Spraying through along with the util.
Yes, he does. Spike
Denied
goes down.
in the
15
moment.
seconds.
So now G2, they do have to get that move on, picking up the spike here. Dizzy at the top, not watched for, not even broken, but the right clicks. Zeno doing his best to sell copies and countless amounts of the bundles here still. Icy presses forwards.
Wait,
He's tucked
Leaf?
though, his position is noted. Has to be the combined might and swing. 1v1. Leaf versus King. Tapping
Oh,
away.
Leaf is great. Managed to stick the plant in the 2v3 as well. Yeah, and just instantly got back. And I'm pretty sure they think that both of them went forwards before he actually showed his position. Otherwise, it wouldn't be
You saw him trying to get the more
so
aggressive
focused
lurk
on
play
sight
A.
here.
Couldn't find his
18 to
opportunity.
8, and there's a
Called
lot
for
of
that
impact
timing of the
here.
hit back
And
over
then the
towards
round
B.
double over towards
And then
Snowman.
secures
One in
it
this
for them in
pistol.
the post. Nice refight there as well, actually, from G2. Icy with the high dizzy
Oted
catching
underscore 90,
calm
thank you for the
underneath.
19 months. Thank you, thank
And
you.
even with
Appreciate
Mazzino's
that.
response, that's a
Thanks for the
great
tier 1.
beginning for G2.
Oh, yeah.
In the bonus, we actually all buy up. We all buy up,
Gonna be
triple rifle, and
a
then
bit of a wander
double.
out towards aggression, I guess, onto the A site, pushing Aspas forward. As soon as Aspas gets no signs of life, they've hard rotated players away, especially with
I
the
like this
drone
though. You see
used
how
by
heavy
G2
he went to
clear.
shoot that drone? That's why they're pinging over towards
I don't
yellow,
think
because
they'll
he
do this
really
as
made
much
it
on
look
the
like
rifle
someone
rounds,
is
but on
yellow
Eco,
right
it's
now.
so worth
With
the
just
gamble.
how
Gamble staff.
aggro wanted to
Definitely
try
win
and,
rounds
I
from
mean,
him.
how much emphasis he put on actually trying to break the drone.
Breaking the
That's
dart.
probably why they dizzy and recon to clear it.
Should be a bit of fear into the backs.
Smoke goes up and they flood. Dude, I love this run from Lev. This was cool.
Overwhelming them now, at least with the bodies, but again, they can't really quite get it done. They don't have the guns for it, so toppled over G2, and look at that high tide as well. It really makes it so that they can take these easy
That's unlucky.
fights.
It's still a
Frenzy
great round, really.
from range.
This should be an upgrade, right?
Not up to snuff though.
There we go.
quite against the Bulldogs. So
They managed to keep the 3 rifles into it. So they kind of gave themselves 2 deaths. And the 2 guns here are probably just going to be like ghost sheriffs.
Icy got enough kills in that round that he's 1 away now from the Thrash.
Yeah, it's classic.
And either looking to Wingman plan to get that down, although Lev have been on top of breaking the Wingman, or more likely just pushing people away from the ult orb and then trying to play for it. The economy here, though, it's looking okay actually for G2. They've been able to put together a buy. Only Jonah
buying into this.
forcing.
Yeah, Jonah buying up into it, but still competitive. Dizzy through on with the wall. Has to get broken nice and early here. Forwards.
Oh, it's going to be mental, mate.
Broken.
Yeah, look at the walls.
That's a good read, I think, actually, as well.
I mean, Trent had a good idea as soon as that high tide goes up, or whatever it's called, Cascade, maybe. Just like, well, they're probably pushing with this.
Yeah, using it to really pave the way forwards here onto the side.
That's nice as well, though. This it just clears all the site. It looks a little bit like the Sunset B one.
Man, to get this plant online, and here's the flood out through the cove as well. He'll take it into the
And
right-hand
they
side,
managed to
and
stop the wingman planting, and G2. Surely not another.
Just like that, him versus Aspas, and how
The
much we talked
reposition
about
is
it,
so
these
fast.
He has taken the timing forwards,
And he knows it's fast, so he wants to try capitalize on it.
Any sort of expectation.
That is a really nice try.
There with a rifle to shut down his
And
adversary.
my criticism to G2 there was they were so confident that the plant had going down, and they had already started going to after plant positions.
Bullet was all it took from Aspas. I really like the way that both teams have played that. I think G2 had fantastic awareness of the way that they were going to take space, take ult orb, and get the plant down. But Lev on defense was set up immediately to flood defend. Everybody was on rafters, immediately ready to go. They all swing out the same direction. And that dash from Aspas to get over to
Yeah, and
Nest
because they bought into
from
this
rafters
one,
was
in terms of the extra
phenomenal
buy, the double rifle.
I thought it would be in a better spot than this.
Yeah,
It
two
looked
people,
like it was
two
only
people
one
bought.
player that had forced on the bonus. It looked like it was only Jonah, but we've actually got 3 players coming in with only
Yeah,
pistols.
so now they have to eco.
I'm not too sure if
I
they're
say
just saving
eco,
the
it's
money
double
as well
hero
as they
buy.
know. Okay, well, Aspas likes to force this outlaw, and everybody
Yeah,
falls.
they shut this one down, and they were ready to wait for this. So yeah, I don't
expecting it.
really
Take away
like
for Lev.
D2's approach to their
They hit the deck.
to these 2 rounds.
And if it
I
is
think it's
the
a little bit
case that they
outdated.
wanted to buy up,
Sorry,
you know,
these 2
take
rounds.
around and buy up rifles instead.
I think it's
Actually
outdated.
allowed Lev to get closer to big ultimates. You know, Mazzino now has record.
Especially when you're on attack and you're kind of in
Kings one away from
control,
getting hit down.
I think you can always get the
They
3
get themselves
rifles,
with the ults.
double ghost.
End up making the difference. A timeout here, tactical called for G2 as they reassess the situation. Leaf's excellent play at the beginning of the half has given him the lockdown. There's lots of places that you can use that on the attack side. Over towards B, which is a fairly uncontested area, you can get the site essentially for free. It's gonna create enough space for the wingman plant. But Lev have looked very aggressive and coordinated with the retakes. That would scare me.
Yeah.
Because
worrying about it, the pressure that it could apply.
Yeah, even if you get into a post-plant spot, the round is probably not going to come down to utility. Because util only buys a certain amount of time, and Lev are in your face fast. So there needs to be extra layers to that. Do you slow them down by getting deeper positions on site? Do you try to set up post-plant lurks?
I mean, makes
Do
a
you try
lot
to
of
just win
sense
the
for
round
the
rather than go into a post-plant
timeout.
retake scenario, by doing more splitting instead of
Because
just
I mean,
going
it's
straight in.
another
Look at
eco.
this.
If
Aspas
they
was
get
considering the
a
outlaw
plant, they
into the
could
round.
potentially go for it.
Sides against it. King just drops him his weapon.
It might have been a good idea. 3 players on G2 with light armor. It's a decent read.
Yeah, definitely chances for him, but instead he's going to be saving up for the operator a little bit later, and we know how much damage he was doing on Breeze with that. He took over the game.
A harbor ult for Killjoy.
Now just the rifles over the top here with the ropes.
Ooh, that's smart though. I like that little micro play of just going aggro off the ropes, then you drop. In case anyone's kind of close, and then here's it. You think it would be the only person going across? Recon.
There's a bit of danger there with G2 taking the tack time out. It's given Leviathan
Like
the read
fake
that
the
they
sound
can
of
post
it.
Aspas in this spot.
Drone goes middle as well. We get a lot of info in terms of spotting this. King is crazy committed though, right?
Just getting sprayed down into the mix. Has to dodge just the sight line here.
Felt confident with his one way that no one's going to disrespect it. Up to break any kind of util that's here in terms of mollies. We are out in the open for King. How's he surviving
They want
these?
to try and fight this one. Lev Really getting active now into the mix.
Nothing to stop Wingman from planting, and that's a fadeaway. Molly might insta-melt Trent.
But he does find his target here, sprayed through into the cove. G2 trying to fight over this one too.
He got someone else.
Util is just chopping him up. Anyone who tries to hold that ground with the backside of yellow Nana Swarms are being broken here.
They kill Joe, it's perfect now. They got to speed up and go aggro.
And they have to go fast here. Cove has to be broken, and it is indeed. Everybody just getting chewed up, chopped up onto that defuse spot. Aspas, no choice now but to respect this one. Running around, but detained, and that is going to seal it.
Yeah,
no matter
I mean,
what,
it was confirmed anyway.
Acknowledgements for G2. They are just out of there, hightailing it, keeping the guns, keeping the weaponry, and crucially,
as soon as that all went down, it's pretty much done. I like the idea that Lev did to insta try and stick the spike itself and create the pressure. It's just that G2 felt ready for it. Everyone just managed to duel it out.
They got up fairly deep. They didn't just use the lockdown to get on site.
They had two options, right? It's either we try defuse now or we try break this.
They tried to take space all the way up to danger, dropped the Viper wall, tried to play with the Harbor wall. And then when they were pushed back by the Reckoning, then Leaf
That was
goes
a fast
for the lockdown.
headshot from him there.
So really good idea of how to counter Leviathan's
Another
fast
massive
retakes
swing
out
rounds. And at 9-8, this really might decide it.
more threats, essentially. Yeah.
But all of the ults are important at the moment. Trent, one away, going to see at least these two into this round.
Both times G2
Drone goes over
him.
towards middle. They don't spot
By virtue
anything.
of having any knowledge.
There's a lot of pressure over towards A and full info with this line. So the wall goes up. Never going to have 4 people in this area.
Good job pushing back the defenders and picking up an ult.
What's the call here with the Reckoning?
Gets into position for his ult.
They wanted to have a good chance here for trying to flood back into this one. Maybe with the Hunter's Fury, they might still choose to. Cleaves his way forwards. Only the one tag here. Icy not going to be pushed back away from the plant either. I believe that's just the wingman. So into the post.
Could get a little bit crazy. They have a Viper ult for this
on
ult.
top of it, got everything necessary here. King is way ahead of the rest of his team. He's caught a nice little timing there, but has to dodge and juke away from the mollies and still
A
dominating
lot of
these
people
angles.
fighting on site here. I'm not sure they were expecting so many people to be fighting
They
it.
lock it down, retake it into it with the operator, just not an option here for Lev. So another steady
Big
lead
win
now
for
being accrued
G2.
at. This will be the 10th round for G2.
I think Valen's doing a great job calling around his ultimates. He's keeping it simple. He's getting into good positions this time, picking up the Reckoning to open, pit to close. Just making it tough for Leviathan to always set up these retake scenarios. And now in the next round, if you're thinking about him calling around the ults, he's still got Thrash, Hunter's Fury to work with. An opener
this
and
recon was
Defoser
lovely.
again. I think Valen's got a great idea of
Finally led back to their odd ways of the save.
Leviathan,
I think this is a good call though.
team under pressure here.
It means that this round's even more important. Like they could lose it off this round.
To prove that they could actually get things across
But this
the line.
timeout's good
But
as
now
well.
the
All the
pressure's in a
timeouts have
very
been in
different
the most
direction.
important rounds so far.
And I think
I'm surprised we haven't seen Clover on Icebox yet. Yes and no, but I just don't think the teams maybe have had time to crack
he
with
saved
it.
it from the previous round, and he's just not been quite
Didn't really
able
come
to
out
get
at
the
like
read
a
on where
good
G2 are
time,
going.
like midway through the season.
Because when you're playing full retakes into these
Yeah, I'm a little bit
clubs with
surprised. I
Operator,
think
late to
once
the party
teams
often,
play it,
It's very difficult.
It's brutal. It basically takes you out of the game.
you'll see a lot
Now
more
he
of
does
it
have
on this map.
Bladestorm to work with now as well. So he's gonna have chances early round to set up an op peak, and then he could retake with Bladestorm and just, pass the op along to King or something like that. But getting him in position to actually be a threat in the early round is something that G2 have failed to, Leviathan have failed to do the last couple of times. Because G2 are not really, they're not messing around. They're not defaulting. They're picking
I think
a side of
Clover's
the
better
map
than
and they're
Icebox
committing
on,
it.
sorry, than
So
Omen
if
on
Aspas
Icebox. Yeah,
guesses
I
wrong
think
at the
so.
start of the round, he's out of it.
Honest to God, Icebox gameplay. We have it any other way.
And when you have the ults on the attack side, you can call like that. You're like, all right, well, this round we're going A, we're getting the ults,
I think so. I think it's crazy strong.
Game plans.
Yeah.
But
You can't
I mean,
do
some
that
of the
as
harbor
much
stuff
when
is
your ults
nice
aren't
with
cycled.
the Cove, but
So Aspas
I mean,
looks like he's
being
looking
able
to
to
try
just
to
heavy
walk
commit
down
into some of these
Q and get the peak
positions
here
gonna
with a
be
recon
great.
dart from Com. And he might end up finding an early pick onto Jonah, but they're just not giving it to him right now. However, I do still want to draw your attention to the sight line that Aspas is on, because at the moment, there are two portions of G2 that are unconnected from each other, whereas previously we've seen G2 very grouped up on one side of the map.
The early peek though, just to remove
Yeah,
the
this is
turret.
a
He wants to be
classic,
mobile,
and-
following where the action is. Currently, well, that noise being made, Mazzino. An attempt to get that mid-round
That's a
information
wide
for his
one.
team to play off, just resulting in paying him with his life.
His
He's got the
leaf is
information.
24 to 11 as well. Molly to break the mollies that are here. And
Open for
the
the
spike is
taking is
pretty
the
far
side task
behind,
pass.
so this rotate
There's so much you can really do in this spot.
is going to get here in time.
Like I said, I mean, waves of smokes and util. Exactly like you can get aggressive either, but he does still have the dash active and the blade storm planned.
Good molly and try and spam this guy.
IC not being spammed down, so still getting into the post here for G2, not being pushed back away from
Dice
it.
uses fish.
I think this is probably a situation where you want to just...
I mean, you're going to save
The
now.
spam kills. I mean, vulnerable to
The
Leaf.
King wasn't even aiming at him there,
Walking
by the
down
way.
angle. This guy is on fire right now.
Aiming to the right.
Wants to just get out of there with the
Dude,
operator
he's
again,
going for
having
it.
to save
27,
and it's
wants it to be
that curse
28.
I was talking about.
Yeah. I was halfway through the retake. I was like, right, well, drop the op over to King and see, pop the blade storm, see what you can
Am I
do.
believing
But
into the
they
Sage
didn't
hype
even
on
want to commit
Icebox?
to
I mean,
that.
Sage just makes stuff easy in this map.
At least he's got the blade storm to work with in the next, so it's a buffer for the economy. You know, at least silver lining, he didn't pop it and try to go for it. But I just want to take a moment to again credit Valen's calling, because they've come out the back of a Leviathan timeout and decided to run a fake. 2 rounds in a row, they've just grouped up.
Yeah, and it
picked
might
a
have been
site,
a
except
reason
on
why this
results.
jump peak
And
was
then
so
this
big.
round, where they could do the same again with the Thrash and then Hunter's Fury, they actually fake A, contact B, and they catch Mazzino going for a really wide jump peak, not expecting anyone to be there.
Forcing a hand here for
They
Lev.
short Sova ult.
And again,
It looks like they
G2,
might
I mean,
keep this one
you run the
simple.
fakes, you're talking about the
Fish
conditioning
with
is so
the...
damn
Whoa.
well timed here. 5 players grouped up from G2.
Wait, that's sick as
Not
well.
hiding their
They've
intention
actually
here
been
with
looking
Wolfie.
into some of their
Yeah, you
fish
run the
ults, it
fake in the
feels like.
previous round, now you can use the ults. Thrash to open, Hunter's Fury to
Early
close. And
all
this
the
is
way
where
around,
you
and you
need
can
hero
go back
plays.
and you're kind of safe to pick
That's
this
why
one
Aspas
up.
is taking those liberties.
Really, really cool. And you can save the drone.
Yeah, G2 have set themselves up now again.
Says
Wingman
Trent
path
starts
forwards.
dueling with the
Tex
drone.
gets a kill. He's got lockdown. And a lockdown here is amazing for retake.
Yeah, and does Trent get out of there? Because, dude, honestly, Trent's all with them all lining up could be the one. And if he tags someone with the drone, that's also the one.
Walls on walls here, flying forwards into your face. It's a Thrash. It's going to be expended here, pushing you away along with the darts, the raves of all that util emanating out.
Cove still here. Cove goes over towards the spike, and Valen was close to the spam everyone. Molly lands on the spike as well. Absolute chaos.
Taspas forwards here. The blade storm shut down in his
Yeah,
place.
they're great at the moment. They've been looking into some of their ults for fish.
Even need the
It's
Sova
cool.
roll. They had so many
Yeah,
other
and I mean,
ways
he
of
was
closing
ready
out that
just in
round.
case, but
They had Thrash to stop any
4
fast
chances,
retake from happening.
and still on
Leaf
board
was on
that
a
this is
reflank through
G2's
mid.
best map.
G2 are comfortable easing into their calling. And even their Valen catching 2 before the Cove can be used.
One enemy remaining.
Massive credit to G2.
Yeah, I think they're calling a great game. And I think this map shows you how momentum becomes real.
Yeah.
Right? It's always described as like a vague process, but it's having that conditioning. It's having those economy spirals.
Turn down.
There's Mazzino. Chance to do some damage.
Made a footstep.
Oh my God.
I think.
Did hold up. Oh, how's that fight going, Leaf?
Ow, is
Losing it. It's a rare one.
Ow.
Sitting at the top of
Full
the
HP
scoreboard.
with him
Leaf,
after that.
20
20?
kills to his name.
Unlucky.
With him going down, first kill advantage now going away of the Vietnam. Maybe that's exactly what they ordered.
Yeah, taking a risk and it paying off. Lev have tried so many different things to get players in advantage situations. This is one of the rare times that they've got one.
Toxin screen down.
All grouped up now, though.
Com's position is really odd. You don't normally run your Sova behind yellow.
Just the off angle, hearing the movements.
Oh my God, he's getting so many kills though.
A backup policy right from the back here. with the
No
gun in his
way.
face, but he's blinded up.
He
Dizzy
ate
doing most of the work
the
there for
he
it,
ate
so
the dizzy
4 kills.
flash
Kane
just
Tex
as he
seeking that
decided to
time.
go
He's
for the
walked right
shots.
past even the wall. High tights on high tights
Can't believe
again.
they
it
made
cuts
this
up
into a
these
3 and
angles,
3.
it's an unfortunate
Texas
one
is
here,
ult,
because
so
Mazzino
Jonah P
just
playing
doesn't
close
realise
is
he's
really
not even set up
important.
for that fight here, but as it fades away,
Yeah,
doubled
that's
up.
an insta ult.
We're able to make
And
that
then they
one
know
happen.
insta ult's coming,
Valen
so they
making
decide to
noise
go
now
for the
off through
flank.
Here. They've got to try and deal with him in a dash to disengage and away, fading through. Lockdown needs to be broken.
Okay, nicely done. Dude, they look good on this map, I'm telling you, by far their best map.
Flourish and finish.
Really cool. Even with the harbor
Map 3,
change, it still looks great.
ready and waiting.
Might even look better than it did with the
proving
Omen,
that
who
they
knows.
can hang with some of these top teams. And excellent attack side from Valen. Just so many opportunities to flex his calling. And Leaf up at the top there, almost 400 ACS, 28
Icebox
kills
done,
across
at
21
least.
rounds.
Now we get a...
Showing you that star power of 2. We posed the question, didn't we? You know, who was going to be the player to shut down Aspas, make sure that that impact was mitigated. To be honest, there's a bit of a mixture of the calling, but also Leaf having a good game definitely didn't hurt them. Popped the hell off, and what a comeback that was as well after getting brutalized in map 1 of Breeze.
Yeah, and Lever gonna feel like they lost that, right? When they were kind of snowballing on the attack side, just not checking Snowman. And then getting wrecked by Snowman the round after. They're gonna feel like they lost that pretty early on. Ever since those rounds, I actually didn't get many rounds at all. One of the best Icebox? Yeah, they're one of my favorite Icebox. I'm just a believer in the no duelist comps on this map. And the util's too good at the moment for certain agents. Right. Back in a little bit, we've got Lotus coming up.
Forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
Icy has a flash to set him up if they want to go for this one. Ult committed. Fight.
Hacia Trotsky, acaba con la vida del robot, rompe la definitiva, Montino prevalece tremendo.
We got a game, folks. We're going to map 3. G2 Esports manages to shut down Leviathan on Icebox, and now we find ourselves in a very fun situation here. Of course, Golden Boy alongside with Athena. You got Mimi and Ender. Let's just go ahead and dive right into this one because there was a lot of interesting things to take away from this game, but I think above all else, Valen just called a great game, was very smart with how he was using, all of the pieces that he had available to him, and it just felt like it was what you want to see from an IGL like him.
Yeah, it was a good start for this Leviathan squad to get going into this one, and then you had that moment, which was so strange, right? Tech swinging, losing out on that clutch, and then it started snowballing out of their way. Leaf in particular, I think, had a ton of impact with these reflanks and was really punishing the Leviathan posts.
It really felt like they managed to use their util in all the right places. I feel like this is such a big contrast for G2 from last game where they weren't able to use their util to punish and capitalize on kills, and now they completely denied retakes. They denied so much and just allowed Leaf to like lurk into places that he should not have been in.
Yeah, and rightfully Icy has been a magnet for criticism for this team, but in this game his op towards the second part of that first half, super impactful to continually get these opening kills. But we have to talk about the second half, where I think it was a complete failure of Leviathan to adapt.
Yeah, they showed, especially in the second part of that, no ability to contest space around B at all. Like, they did not do a lot of aggressive fights into B main, and the times they did, it was a very strange jump peak, really swinging out into the open and dying, and then trying to play full 5-on-5 retakes over and over. But you're doing it against a comp of G2s that is so stacked with post-plant utility. 4 different agents have mollies or shocks.
I mean, you know what's so weird is on Breeze, they did so good at denying the plant and denying anyone going through choke point to their util, but Lev just did not do that at all this game. And all the controller walls, like, they couldn't get past it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to the difference in post-plant utility. But before we even get into that, we got to talk about Leaf. This guy was lights out this game. Almost dropping 400 ACS
on the Killjoy. Yeah, and a lot of this, too, was in the post-plants around that B site where he was just frying and getting multiple kills. And I think the big difference I saw between this G2 and Icebox compared to Breeze was that they weren't overcommitting on the re-wraps on attack after they plant the spike and then sending those flanks. Leaf did it a couple of times, but more often than not, he was sticking with the team and getting 2-3 kills in those post-plants from back yellow.
And seeing this comp now for the second time from G2, I really like it compared to the default Harbor Viper. We saw how good the Gecko and Sova tools were in the post plants and for those flood retakes. On the other hand, with this single Sova initiator, Leviathan, it felt like they were running out of tools to make those retakes happen on that B site in particular. 7 rounds where their opponent had a post plant. Lev didn't win a single one of those retakes.
I mean, a really big thing that Lev was trying to do around their defense was play around their Opera and set up Ospas. But G2 was literally just finding where Ospas was and was avoiding him straight up.
Again, goes back to Valen's calling.
Exactly. They knew where the weak spots were. Leaf at some point is just entry fragging his Killjoy. Like, everything was going really well.
The Leaf rounds were ridiculous. He's literally just running in.
Yeah.
If you look at him, I would think he's still playing Jet.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't even be mad about that because the way that Leaf had approached that whole game is something that you certainly need to be proud of if you are a G2. But now you're going into, well, some dangerous waters here. We go into map 3. The stakes are high here. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams.
100%.
But for G2, it's to stay alive in this tournament.
And for more teams that are just playing in this game, right? Because right now, there are 3 teams in the Alpha Group with 3 wins.
Imagine
G2
all of
were
these
not
teams
supposed to win
their
this
games.
series. If they somehow manage to win map 3, they are then tied with those 3 other teams with 3 wins. And Sentinels will sit in sole last place in
Lever
Alpha
cool no
Group,
matter what,
which
but
we
this
know
would like
is the
ensure
harder group.
fast.
I mean, I
so
literally
it's
have
big
no
for them.
idea what is going on. This 1 week that you guys invited me to be on this show has just been
blew it all up, you know. I'm real.
Like, you guys brought me on the most confusing roller coaster ride ever.
Every game that we think is going to be a stomp is a close game or an upset. Every game that should be a banger has been a stomp. It's turned everything topsy-turvy, but the real victim of this, honestly, is Sentinels, right? Their weak start in a couple of these games has meant that they are now at real risk. But for G2, winning this makes playoffs so much more of a possibility.
Yeah, and for Sentinels fans, you are now Leviathan fans, okay? You need Lev to win. Not
Buy the
need,
jersey,
but
buy
it
the
will make
bundle,
your
you're
chances
in.
way better.
You know why things have been so crazy?
Why?
Because it's Super Week. That's why, baby. I just wanted to get the explosion in there one last time. Yes.
No,
all right, let's go ahead and move forward. They want to kill me. To map 3, we got Lotus on the docket. We saw how this one goes yesterday. A lot of attack rounds were won. Question is, you know, what are the adjustments that can be made here, Ender? You know, who are you really going to be keeping your eye on as we get ready for this map?
I mean, I'm just still remembering the 47 bomb from Ospas on this Lotus map.
Yeah.
So as boring as it does get, I do think G2 still need to have a focus of getting around this guy. We heard Josh RD come out after game 1 and say, hey, we did a bad job of dealing with Ospas. In game 2, we need to do better. And what did they do? They called around Ospas Ospas on their attacks. They weren't just running into that operator. Now it's going to be the Rays coming in for Ospas, but they still need to deal with them.
I mean, I feel like going into this Leviathan, if they can pull out the way that the things that they normally do, like on that sunset where they have those trap plays, Lotus is a map to do it, especially with those raised nades, especially being able to fight forward. I feel like if they just have that confidence in order to play the way they normally play, they can set themselves up for
the strap
success.
looks out.
But, I mean, Leaf going crazy, if he just starts running in like crazy, I don't even know how to predict this.
You saw that manila folder that GoKid was carrying? It's just Ospas Go Kill in there 15 times. Seriously, though, they have a lot more depth on this map. They've looked great here. Their win over Sentinels was not just off Ospas. It was off an incredibly well-called attacking side. They do a great job of pushing and pulling in the mid-round. King is great as an IGL on this map.
Yeah, I think all of that is true, but to me, the single strongest thing they do is their opening round skirmishes. I think they are elite on that front. The variation they can pull, especially when they fight in both Mound and Rubble, you are hard-pressed to find a team that does better than them.
They also do a lot of really good mid-round reclears that are super effective if you're not ready as an attacker. We're in
think Gecko needs enough?
We
Yeah.
shouldn't expect any surprises.
Wingman should
but
die
what
to
we're very
Molly
likely to get
and
is Icy
extra orb.
on the Rays. And again, the focus has to come to him.
Cal's a call again. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 100
All those
bits.
big moments are so often
Thank
built
you.
around the Rays on this map. He needs to be great.
I mean, we just saw him playing Gecko, being really good util for the team, being good kind of behind enemy lines. We saw Leaf take that forward positioning. But on a map,
Regular season last year,
on a
it was
map like Lotus,
36%.
you need to be pushing, you need to be confident, you need to be taking all this map control. So we'll just see if he
Not
gets
even
to do
sure,
it.
but it should be lower
This is
than
going
that.
to be awesome. Here we go, the third map. Can G2 pull this out? That's going to be a massive one if they're able to do so. Can Leviathan shut it down here and now? Let's send it over to Brendan Sideshow for the call.
Patchy, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you for the
And you
prime.
guys have teed this one up perfectly, I think, as well. Just showing the tables between these two teams and how it is really so important for G2 to take this away from Lev. It's a matchup. Listen, we didn't think it was going to be the case. Lev have been looking lights out, but they brought them to a map
If
3.
team bundles
And there's
selling well,
chances
do you
here.
think
There's
Riot
real
will finally
chances
commit more to
starting on
VCT?
Lotus as our third and final map.
And it's not even a joke, like it actually does affect
I
Sen's
don't think so.
legacy.
It really does.
Because they're down at the bottom
you
of the
thinking
table,
everyone gets their own
fighting against
venue?
teams like G2.
Everyone's
This
cutting
is
costs at the moment. I
prime
think it's just a
opportunity
thing.
for
Just in
G2 to come out with an
companies everywhere,
amazing
so I don't think
upset
so.
victory.
And they'll just take
But they'd have to deliver
take the win of it
excellent
just being
performance here
popular.
on Lotus. We have seen the attack side teams generate crazy streaks across Super Week. And so my eyes
Right,
kinda
G2
go
on
to the
defense, Lev on
defenders,
attack
weirdly
2-2 in
enough.
terms
Like,
of
can you
pistols.
stop that?
Let's see if anyone
How
can win a
else
double
can it be
pistol,
enough?
because
How
it
do you
should
avoid that from
secure them
happening?
this map, you would imagine.
Something to highlight early on. We call this the Chad pistol round buy. This is
On the
wild.
attack side as well.
Yeah.
I mean, normally
Who
you want
was
your
it that
ace
did
player
this
to
the other
be,
day? Was
you
it
know,
Furia
taking
or something?
initiative,
With
moving
3?
in with some satchels.
Yeah, normally you either
Oh,
want a
Elizabeth,
satchel
that
for
one
some
is a
space
good
creation,
one.
or if
Not
you're going into
that.
like a B exec,
Only
or
for
you want
EMEA. Thank you for
the
that one.
Boombot to be able to work with. You know, sometimes the teams will run like nano swarms on
Hope no one
the
notices
Killjoy
that.
too.
Not as fast though. Sheriffs. And a slow take of A Rubble once they realize that they're pretty much being gifted it for free.
The door being opened as well favors the attackers in this kind of spot.
Gives them easy entry if they do choose to pivot, but they're just holding for that util in their hand. Valen spots it out with a jiggle. Wall up in their faces. Now the door open wide.
Ash goes in,
Really
2
starting to
people.
press
This is a
forwards here.
great
They're all
smoke,
tucked
though. They have no idea. I
into a tree,
mean,
and
that
they
Omen
push
flash hits
them back and away.
everyone.
Paranoia. Icy
Yeah, Icy
coming
must be
behind him.
worrying
Again, his back
heavy.
is being covered here. Aspas, what is that? Adjustment really, a flick of
Yeah,
the
I
wrist,
mean,
whatever
they
you
just
wanna
have
call it.
pure
He's just
numbers
opened
overwhelming,
up
and
the
they're
sight.
just really good at
That's a
holding over
ridiculous
towards
kill.
this area as well.
Icy should have had that one, but Leaf responds. Leaf up top.
It's nice and fast into the action, isn't it? Right into the
2v4
fray here.
into
2
2v3.
versus 3. Still have to have some more
2v2.
magical moments, and Trent, he delivers one. Right into that lapse here still. Leaves it to Leaf. And he had a monster
Whoa.
class performance!
Oh my goodness, imagine if somehow he did it.
It's traded by
What
King.
is
Yeah, it
that?
doesn't matter in the end.
What
For a
is
moment there, I
that?
thought Leaf might have just blessed the classic.
Yeah, I thought it was
going
gonna
to
happen.
For him. Lev, though, the way that they burst out through that smoke, excellent stuff with the haunt. I felt like Icy was good for it. He was holding the right point in the smoke as well. Just the reaction time's better for Aspas, anticipating a player there, perhaps.
Magnetic, just snap into the head.
And it didn't really matter that he had the Sheriff, but certainly stylish.
Oh, good opening beginning here for Lev.
Okay, and
G2
bring back the
plenty of ways to now play this
Equal
one
Molly
here
with
on
the C9
Uka round for
lineup.
defending teams. You can try and fight for some of these orbs. See Mazzino, he's a little bit scared here of the potential of a trap play.
Yeah, there's another thing I want to point your attention to.
The good
which is
thing,
that
sorry,
King's
the smoke even.
Viper Orb has been thrown as a lineup so that it blooms into C. And this is going to keep players attached to
it
C.
blocks here and here.
Because that Viper Orb means that you can exit out. It makes it more difficult to hold, more classic kind of ways of, you know, this is like a normal sightline that people would hold for information over towards C.
Just removes it though.
Yeah, and it's freed up A entirely, right? I mean,
yeah. Lev have this knowledge now. Look at this.
They haven't popped this yet,
Aspas
though.
is staying around.
Essentially in their spawn. Aspas is staying around. He throws a nade out.
The nade is great. It's going to keep people tethered over towards C. It's going to allow Lev to stay there. Or rather, allow Lev to get the plant down on A and
Yeah,
cement
did they
their
literally
position.
just use the pressure of this only and just walk out towards A? Maybe we'll see.
One of the side effects of getting
Okay,
this kind of
we're gonna
instant
start
plant is that
paying
G2
attention
might
to
try
this.
to deny ult orbs to Lev. It is possible.
Because do they let one of
Aspas.
these farm a little bit?
Target. You don't really want to give the ult orbs to. You don't want to give him any sort of kills. Okay, everybody just starting to whiff their shots here, but Aspas forwards past that one way. And now
It's one
just two
person
away
farm.
from the showstopper.
Aspas 2 away. Yeah,
and I really
you
think
can
this is
go
a
and
misplay
aggro
by
here.
G2. I think in this kind of spot, you have such a low chance of winning the round.
They
you
just
actually
try
want to
and
deny
make,
ult orbs in this spot.
try and make sure they
Aspas
don't
is
get
now 2
ults.
away
Yeah,
from
I
getting
agree.
a
Yeah.
showstopper.
Because
And this
now
is
we're
how,
so close to so
you know,
many
Valen
ults.
should recognize it. This is what he did on Icebox, is generating that momentum.
It's the basic game plan. We talk about it almost every single
I
time.
reckon as
the
soon as
attacking
they,
side.
But I think
yeah,
G2,
they must have popped
all right,
up
this
once.
is normally where
surely.
Lev are going to pull something different out of the book. G2 need to be
Okay,
ready
the bonus looks
for some
good.
kind of
4
fast set
rifles.
play. What do your early round protocols look like here? This is looking like a clash over
And
towards
as long as
Rumble.
Aspas gets a
So Valen and Icy have
orb
got to be
or a
ready
kill,
to
he gets
put
his
this
ult
one
into
back.
the round that
It's
would,
gonna be
in
horns
theory,
up
reset
over the top,
G2.
towards the top left of Lev.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure. Zone horn slipping past.
And it's a
Push
lot of
back
early
here, but the door
pressure.
opens up for
With this,
Valen.
everyone
Still gonna
pivots
hold it
over
down
1 in
here.
terms of the defense,
One way
and now
in the
get
wall,
3
of
over
course, up,
towards
so
A.
The threat of that decay damage. And the all being picked up there. A few stray
Yeah,
bullets, but
and there
nothing
we go.
connecting.
That's Aspas's
now
ult for next
one away
round.
to the big one.
Or potentially secure this round.
I assumed it wouldn't be that relevant in this round, but Aspas actually has the opportunity to go and get the all
They
on
haven't,
C.
yeah, they haven't fought for
Yeah,
C.
they're
either.
going to do this.
So, this is when you were talking
And
about what
this is
options are
interesting
available
because we
for G2.
insert one
I
over
wanted to see them fight over
towards
at least one of
C,
these
and
orcs.
as soon as
and
he
deny it
gets
away.
this
They've done
orb,
neither.
you're going to see a heavier rotate,
They've
and
made
then
this
they might
very
kind of
winnable.
run, and this guy might hear the
For
sounds.
Leviathan.
Let's see.
Now you have to worry
Orb
about
goes
that
in,
showstopper, and what do you do with
then
it?
the
They
rotate, yeah,
also
pivots
haven't
over.
used
This guy leaves
opportunity.
sight. He's just like,
As
nope,
the
not
ult
a
orb is getting
chance.
taken over towards Mound to do some kind of re-clear play on A. They've just got a passive setup everywhere around the
Then
map.
everyone's just
They're
shifting
giving
over a
Lev
little bit.
their run of the place. The only benefit to G2 right now is the time on the clock. 30 seconds, 3 players
Gatonade over
defending A.
towards sight.
They're seeking to delay this one here. Okay, Rocket. See what sort of damage that Aspas can do with an aid. That is
Clear
feed, drop
sight,
down to
make sure they
54
can get a
health.
good plant.
Fuse just before it runs
Still
out.
got a
sent
boom
flying.
bot.
It has put that
We
pause
got
into G2.
Omen
They couldn't quite
Flash.
disrupt that plan from going down. So into the post we go.
Omen
here.
Flash
Now
for
holding
retake. We got
heavy
double
heaven
Prowler
setup.
also.
2 players here. a little
Prowler
bit of a
close
cross there.
towards B. We've got to
Just
keep an
one
eye
into
on
the pit.
Tex, by the way.
Bullets
Tex is in a
dropping,
great
Icy.
spot to win
Chances
this
to come
round.
alive into this one. Maybe
This is
can
what I
make
was talking about
something
the other
happen
day,
for the
how
rest of this
this
team, but
is
there's
just
still
so
smokes in
important
the
in
way. They
after
wanna
plant
clear
over
rubble.
to A.
They want to clear Tex first. This is a new
I just
protocol
think
that
it's
Kings
so
are adding
good
on the
being
retake.
alive here.
It's too much to clear really for them. Eventually trading him out. It's barely
Sure.
there, but how much more have they really got? The util, it's sent flying forwards and away. Mazzino's still with a high ground position, but he tucks away just at the wrong time. Aspas dropping them all like flies
Very
in
nice.
the moment.
Very, very nice. Aspas is
that's a bonus round
on
for
his
Lev.
way.
Off the back
On his
of
way to get
G2
another
being too
ult.
passive, offering Aspas both ult orbs. Hey, you want them both? Well, we'll just decide to
It's
fight over
crazy.
nothing.
Yeah, this isn't exactly, rocket science. Teams have been playing Lotus for quite some time. With these comps, you know how they operate.
The one silver lining is that you don't have another ult available for Leviathan to use, but the problem is they're now dropping G2 down onto an eco.
Yeah,
so this becomes the kind of like farm round where you just run around and try to build up ults.
Yeah.
We're already into things here.
We'll keep an eye on who gets to farm this.
That would be a great start for G2.
Because
They need
Com could
some
be here
element
for the
of
next
magic
big buy
here.
rounds in terms of
Maybe
his ult.
Lev
They're trying to
will
make
just
sure
take
they
this
get
one as a bit
Trent's ult back as
gimme,
well.
try
So
to
next buy round we
overfight
might
and
see a a Fatal for Fatal.
Yeah, G2 have recognized at least they overwhelm that A side, so they take up the orb before it's even available. Lev have got different ideas.
Good paranoia.
Yeah, Orb's going to be pluming here. Good movement as well to just topple themselves
Oh.
up onto the box. Jonah P
did great during this. Can Leaf...
Smoke timing.
Are any of these one-shot now? No.
Slightest gap, can't quite nail it. Leaf was looking for an easy shot there.
Lovely. And this off the top of the spike, just in case people are going to spam it with like a sheriff or something.
I'm not sure I'd want to push that, Zeno.
Looks like they want to take Heaven.
Inside there with a Marshall.
Marshall will do it. Hold up. This is eventually going away at G2. I mean, he's picked up this upgrade now, and Leaf, yes, his position is noted and known. Aspas, but it's the win out this
Oh,
fight.
boy.
He's being distracted. Flying right over him with
Well,
the
if you want to do it against your old team, this is the one.
Up and over you go, but you ran out of bullets. The right click.
God, imagine it. Okay, solid round from G2, and they just don't need to push spawn. I'm surprised they went for this call. They have so much map control. They had alarm buffer behind. What am I missing? Why did they feel like they needed to go aggro here? The door didn't get open.
Another amazing round from Leaf. But
just a bad call.
Trying to fight into spawn in that situation with one of their players already on 63 health. They didn't go immediately, so they couldn't dominate the smoke. And then when they walk in, they're walking into a crossfire from Waterfall. Yeah. It's just, there's simply no need for it. You have a plant in a spot where you can play it from Mound. They just got roped into playing things too aggressively there. That's the kind of mistake that G2 were begging them to make. It's given them a route back in.
The defensive side of Lotus as well, you know. Question becomes, how many rounds do you really need? Already one on the board this early.
Yeah, and we still got to start looking into this. So, although they managed to win it, it was only with one person alive, so one person just has good money.
Good acknowledgement there.
Got Fade ult for Fade ult and Killjoy ult at the same time. Oh, Lee, we go fast into this one with the Fade ult while they're all just low damage. Get the body shots out.
There's nothing really that Lev can rely on. No comms in
And
sight.
you might see a timeout after this. Aspas gets a kill at least. He would have his ult into the next round. And we got to start looking at this as well.
That was such a sick call from Valen.
Yeah, it was a really nice, fast retake. And I tell you what, Trent's ult was perfect.
Really fast reactions. It's left Aspas in a essentially unwinnable spot.
Shouldn't be a way in.
For a player of his caliber, you've got to give respect, but you don't want to give too much space.
Take the fights together. Has to be the call by G2. And just spamming, waiting off somebody's contact. Yeah, as soon as Leaf takes the point.
Really nice. Good news for G2 as well as 4 people surviving.
Locking it up. So G2 on that second round
And they got rid of comms Fade ult.
What's the economy looking like for Lev? It's broken.
Yeah, they might try to put something together because they're very close to ults. But look at the pace on this. There's a lockdown, there's a nightfall, there are
Yeah, it was sick. There was so much going on. The comms must have been so panicky for Lev here as well.
Even, you know, technically a retake round, but they give the site and then they collapse back onto it.
Oh.
They are mine.
There's a tiny amount of danger here, but really not a lot. A Vandal, a Guardian in the hand of Aspas.
A double hero gun.
If Lev get a pick.
I just said of how close they are.
Double hero gun, and so we're close to a lot of these ults. Raise ult into this round suggests they want to use it. Viper goes in, so you want to insta pop. He's tempted.
Making sure that
3-person walk push from G2 against an eco.
Towards B, but G2, look at this. It's diligence and discipline together, just holding it with a triple face out towards A. They are going to be so fast they choose to flank this one. And already there, I mean, Colm was just jiggling peeking out wide.
I'm not even sure that was a jiggle peek. It was like a jiggle stick out in the open.
This is a nice call though from Lev, just re-clearing this spot with the contact, knowing that G2 are likely to back away. The satchel from Aspas might have given the game away here though.
Oh, Trent.
Oh man,
in his hands.
The best gun for this, but yeah, this is lovely from King to get that extra bit of map control.
This is now worrying.
4v4, Aspas can ult to its site, and they hit 2 back of site to
flying Aspas. He's not shying away. He's brought down though. Icy, that's on his ult as well. Showstopper here with a rocket. Rebounding, potentially waiting, and it does strike.
Damn, bro.
back.
Respect for that. That was sick. What was Aspas doing on this round?
But it's all navigated quite perfectly.
It's Icy in the round.
That looked a little bit too forced. Did he not send it as he got Omen
He
flash?
gets hit by the paranoia and blastbacks a small way into
I guess he had already made the decision just going in with the call.
And Icy was there to back up Valen. so far, G2 are calling really nice defensive setups.
This was sick by him. This all towards the right and then ready for someone else to go through.
At the right time, catching these opportunities and putting the pressure onto Leviathan. Things here, though,
yeah, I felt like the flash hit him and then he went to send it though, but I guess the comms already gone in to go and he was just like, sure. I'll try attacking to this corner. Whoa. Oh my god, just managed to get the kill on this one, and we do have the person over towards B if they want to pivot. Where the hell is Mazzino? Okay, he's in spawn. Who is this on site? Valen needs to kill everyone. What a weird round. The Omens need to go huge for either side, and that is huge.
Hearing it with a satchel play, he knew that Icy was on that high ground angle, and he has caught a timing of a lifetime. Trying to clear this guy out of position.
And they were so confident that he went over towards here to pinch into B that they just kind of accepted that he wasn't in this corner.
We've seen Mazzino go for those all the time. He was running that.
This is a lovely ult from Mazzino, and I mean he got the most important kill in terms of the guy on top of the box.
With it really easily, but there.
It's a manic game at the moment, it really is.
Wonderful punish onto Icy. And this.
Dude, that was just a reaction as soon as he took damage.
To open the round. Nice from Leaf to dominate the attacker's smoke. It's about the only way that you're going to be able to stop them there. But a very aggressive approach from Leaf. Normally we wouldn't really be a fan of the Killjoy player getting up and aggressive playing in front of their setup. But I think it's justified in a round where the attackers have crazy ults to work with.
I agree. I think if you can try and force it out, maybe go 1-for-1 in that scenario, it does make it winnable. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case because they couldn't deal with Mazzino.
Exactly. Mazzino just creates all the chaos and wins the round single-handedly because G2 fumbled the attempt to deal with him.
Yeah.
But I find it difficult to assess where we're at with this half so far.
It is hard.
Because we've had such blowout attack sides. Almost every time we've seen Lotus be played in Americas recently, people have been getting 8, 9, 10, no problem. I mean, 11 sometimes as well. On a
and then comebacks occurring anyway.
Yep. So G2 getting 3 already out of 7, I think this is looking pretty decent for them. They're going to have another period later on in the half where they catch up with the ults as well. So even if Lev can build up a bit of momentum, I think G2 should be sitting pretty, especially with how well Valen called on Icebox.
I think that's carried forwards here. He's definitely cooking up game plans, thinking about the ultimates.
One on each they can't buy next.
And I just love the decisiveness, I think, as well. The G2
both teams will force next round with one person taking a hit.
Together. There's always the confidence there. It was missing on Breeze.
Killjoy ult, we got King's ult.
Horn one way, thrown over towards
Mount. Doesn't get shot.
Leviathan, this is their classic way of being able to take it. Sometimes go for the one way, sometimes go for the closer smoke. It's actually the positioning here of Icy that I'm paying close attention to.
And we have this smoke go up again, and this smoke.
Use your nade positioning to counter the lockdown.
Double blocking a vision creates the pressure. Like you might be lacking out, especially into like this corner where this exit.
A great opportunity to do like a bounce
nade. Into here all the time. Right, there's a vision block on this side, and obviously over towards the top as well.
I get the point though.
And you can also try to do the same thing.
So it looks like G2 with the smoke is just wanting to really heavy shut this down at one point. Obviously they got 4 info over towards B, they can retake, then they kind of conditioned them into thinking that they might be able to fast forward retake B anyway. We've got 45 seconds, and they create pressure over towards A, and now they're going back towards C, and these 3 on C just have not moved.
But Valen's opened the door, seen that there's nobody there, and he's calling the C hit already.
Oh yeah.
Excellent anticipation from Valen.
Very
insta clears the question marks.
Will even be offloaded. 30 seconds left. So Nader trying to take the initiative forward here with a seize, and they collapse.
And there's just so many people here. 20 seconds.
There's a cacophony of util enough.
You should run.
Makes a foul
concoction. Whoa, we put an ult into this.
All that expended, the lockdown now has a bit of freedom to get used. Still, the plant does need to go down here. And time was running short. Still, it clears the way all the way through.
Yeah, that's a big kill. One goes out, normal 2v2 now.
Break the lockdown there. He realized the lockdown was in a position where he could break it through the door, and he decided to send it.
So doubled up smoke.
Great smoke.
Cuts up the angle. One more approach away for G2.
Whoa. Oh my god, he's so good recently. What the hell are these rounds back to back? That was so sick from him. How on earth has he killed the Rays like this? How on earth has he done that, bro? What even is this game?
And this time, navigates The near sight. What is this?
Oh, that was sick though.
Cracking Icy through the air whilst running backwards.
No way.
He's so good in those scrappy moments.
Yeah, and they kind of want to go aggro here. What are they? What are G2
What a
using
nice
for this?
edge that
There's
round
4
was.
people. A nade tether, or are we
find
just
that
fade
footing.
eyeing it?
Zeno TP'd forward.
Omen flash,
Alan,
it's
you really
3.
seek to try and refight this one and
Oh,
not even think
I had
about it.
no
Mazzino again,
idea this
the
guy went
difference
out.
maker. You've got to have an extra layer, I think, if you're going to try and fight a rubble like that.
I think they were just
Expecting at
really
least there could
confident
be a
that no one
player
went out rubble here.
to take up that space and positioning. Valen risks to be taken, and he knows it.
And
Almost
he's
going
like,
for
shall
it.
I? Do I? Doesn't need to, because Leaf has already got so much map control, so in theory they should be in this area.
Trying to make the hero play. Down 3v4, knows that he can't make a normal defense work. Jonah on an off angle, another kind of hero setup.
Gets traded, right?
Immediately, surely locking it. ADS Bulldog. That is just biting him to pieces. Shredded in place.
I'm shot. Oh, sick, man. Fair play. Off angle gets him everything.
Should have been traded.
Oh, he should
Dude, he should have been traded. That's what I'm saying.
These defense players are so willing to take risks, and it is catching Lev off, despite the best efforts of Mazzino. What is this? Aspas looking to clear the box. It's the kill on King
I mean,
that's the
absolutely own
most
this one.
surprising, in my opinion. King should have been able to whip through that wall.
Yeah.
And you see glee and a bit of disbelief.
Yeah, I mean,
large
that
on
is
the face of
disbelief.
Josh RT.
I mean, they're checking that this box is empty, but I don't think that trade should come in faster.
Two this half. I mean, it's steadily becoming just an absolutely brilliant one. Like you said earlier, that given all the 9-3s, 8-4s,
I'll tell this league,
whatever
you
else,
guys, dude,
we've
it's
seen
just so
one-sided
much.
in the favor of the attackers.
It just happens
Still
so
could go
much.
into that direction, but
Whoa,
that's an interesting one.
That's unfortunate. Lee pulls it back.
It recalls the alarm out anyway. Texto, opening kill found there. It's towards the B site.
That's a great shot. Jonah P was just jiggling to get a snake bite now. He must have barely shown himself.
Some of the G2 players scattered a little bit, I think, wondering where else Lev might have worked their way up through.
But once again, G2 are getting a really nice read on this, understanding that it's not an instant pivot into B.
got a
They've got 3
nade.
players ready to
Got
defend
an
A.
Omen flash.
Make the
Omen
right
flash for
call.
Omen flash.
I'm very
Yeah.
impressed.
Need to stop them from taking
Was
space.
blinded. Even just cuts it up with a smoke of his own here.
Oh,
This is excellent, to be
Icy,
honest.
you're so dead,
In close
bro.
quarters, action
Oh,
spraying
for God's
and
sake.
praying, but Icy is rewarded for it. And now that quick pivot, they hear the door being broken. Mazzino is going to be this extra backstabber lurking angle. Hearing it now, and he's got
Oh,
the
they
ult as
managed
well.
to...
Disengage
Oh my
entirely.
goodness.
He's
Oh,
backing
shout out to the Observer.
away
That's
through
sapphire.
into the main angle. Leaf. It's going to be fast through with this one. G2 as well as the double pronged attempt.
Yeah, lovely position from him as well.
Didn't expect Mazzino to be repositioning there with a place down, sitting nice and pretty onto that B site. This is now just an impossibility for G2 to decay. Already kicking in here for Trent.
Ollie on top as well. They
Barely
can't
dodged the
get
snake
out of
bite.
it. Man, this was nice
should
though.
be
This
too
pivot
much.
over
Gotta give it
towards
up.
here, leaving one over towards
They're going to
door.
look to save because these 2 players are the
Bro,
only ones
Mazzino
with
has
4
been
credits. The rest of
responsible
G2
for how
combined.
many rounds so far?
As
3
long
of the
as they
big buy
keep
rounds.
bleeding out ults and putting themselves in good positions to win these rounds, it's going to end up being a decent defense half. They're chasing, Lever chasing, they're hunting.
Want these kills, they know the money's running low. Can hold tab and see it.
That's close.
Yeah, he's going to be safe, surely.
He almost got caught by the spike.
Almost, but...
What a sick ult. 12
really
to
nice
6.
play from Mazzino, though.
Yeah, he's doing
They have to
bits,
cancel
man.
the A hit. Oh, it was through the smoke as well. That's ridiculous, the kill on Jonah P. But yeah, Mazzino, you know, they have to cancel the A hit, pivot into B, acts as that insert in tree, gets the pick, Omen ults away, and Leaf's broken the turret, so he is ready, posted up.
Big round at this point.
The mixture
4-6.
as
We
well
have
of
some
players
low monies
stepping up to
onto the
challenge
last
that we've
round.
seen so far in this series. I mean, we're being treated, to
Full
be
loss
honest.
bonus, yeah.
It's
If
nice
Lev win
game,
this,
not
they're
the outcome
pretty much on for
many of us
8.
were really expecting. I mean, Lev looked like they were just absolutely dog walking most of Americas, to be honest, with the turnaround they've had. But this is G2 holding a candle to them still. But is that lead steady for Lev? Jiggling the angle here.
This is the tether nade, and this is a tether that only goes to this area, so they actually get stuck.
No
Ooh,
connection there with
the
tether.
tether just missed there. Yeah, it's the
Tiny
same
bit
thing
of
that we
chip
see in
damage
the
on Aspas.
challenges in Americas.
Off the back of Mazzino TPing,
A couple of teams have been trying to do this.
Use it. Lev have found out there is that slight gap now over towards the A side, so they're working walking into it. Leafs holding it, just like pixel angle.
No way, he's trying to
Straight
take
down
that
with the
jump.
Odin. Only a bit of damage though.
Very cool angle.
What is that?
That's so nice. It's an angle where the Odin can do damage, but you can't really get counter spammed.
So
Penetration just not good enough with the Phantom or a Vandal.
There's hesitation in the left camp. They're calling for which direction to even go
Good
into
Omen
here.
flash, don't
Paranoid.
overheat,
Will
though.
they just supplement and help with the supportive util, waiting for that wall to go down. Mazzino, he wins the fight out eventually. Icy dealt with. TP across. They realize that they've got access to that B side. Only a few
30
players to
seconds
really
left.
have to worry about. Trent up into heaven. And the back's against it as well.
This is not going to be a free retake, even though G2 have a
Raid
player
boss
advantage.
Mazzino is still
They have
alive, that's
space.
the thing.
They're taking position over towards Waterfall, and it's a good
How
plan for both
late
them
does
and
Jonah
Mazzino.
P
Could easily be another round
go
where
until he
Mazzino
opens
pulls
the
out
door?
magic.
Who's it going to be swinging into in terms of the favor? I mean, Texas going walkabouts into their own spawn here, but a door
Oh, they
open.
spotted
What is a
him.
fight? Snake bite.
Mazzino wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, Mazzino wasn't ready for it, but he's going to be spraying through. 6 bullets, got to reload. Another fight comes through. There's a horn to set that one up and forwards. Tex still onto the
I see
angle,
down
but now
from
the
Jonah
last
P
one
here.
left. Last man standing.
I see down from
Not
Jonah P here.
much
Took his time,
longer.
got kind of perfect
G2.
timing, to be honest.
They even this
If
up here
Mazzino didn't
on
get
their
spotted
lowest
there, it
defensive
might be a
sides,
little bit
honestly.
different.
It's going to be
Okay, so
a
now they have
really
good money
lights
for
out
this
finish
one,
for the
so
first half.
6-6 is
Got
possible.
to agree. Got to agree. G2 have handled this beautifully. I think they've got the read on what Lev are going for. They interrupted all of those moments where the momentum could have overwhelmed them.
Yep.
This is so dumb.
And even bringing out really cool stuff like that. I don't think I've seen that angle before for an Odin player. But it's a really nice one.
I'd have seen PaperX play it.
Yeah?
I think Forsaken when he picks up the Odin sometimes.
I
yeah.
mean, I could definitely believe that.
Honestly,
The
probably.
economy, not good. 2 stingers for Lev's top fraggers.
And the ults. Cherry on top of G2.
Bro,
Again,
please.
another one of these
Please,
angles
actually,
that
keep
just
doing this.
Could be so punishing,
Let's
but
get
nobody
this now.
steps
Keep,
into
you
it.
keep going. But I dare you to spam through this. Shock everyone.
Side set forwards though. Aspas. Showstopper slowed down with a bullet tag. Has to commit the rocket though. It's just a 1-for-1 in terms of the ults going out and wide. The bullet tag. Home with the nades. He's a little bit delayed.
G2's flood defense here is going to be massive. Nightfall, Showstopper, how do Lev hold on?
They're so fast through it. I see. This rocket that could have been a difference maker. They would have
And
taken the
they
fight straight to them. Just
bro, they go
holding and
so
locking
fast
down
when
that
they're like
choke
this.
point. That is the waterfall angle.
Yeah, and everyone's
For the
got all their
Tails of
HPs back,
Trails.
and King is
And look at
just
his
wrecking
the
them.
sound cues cut away. It matters not for them.
Bow down. What a round from King.
I feel like Lev won a lot of these from a lot of hero plays though. This one, I know this wouldn't massively call this one a hero play, but
But Lev have just stolen one back at the final hour.
And the money was bad. Yep. Barely any ults to work with. And
yeah, I
it's a
feel like
7-5
Lev will be
finish.
pretty
Flawless
happy
in
with
the
this.
end.
But it probably should have been a slam dunk there.
Maybe
with
G2 will be
Nightfall
happy as
Showstopper
well,
coming through
because
from
no
Waterfall.
pistol.
You gotta imagine.
I want to see a replay. How on earth does he hit the shot onto Icy and then follow it up with another 2?
It's just insanity.
Yeah. A great, great finisher there.
Look at that. Yeah, just not watching for the angle. I mean, just cuts us up and around the pillar.
Just the timing. You see
Yeah.
it from Icy's POV. Just doesn't see King at all.
Game of that time well. Who the hell knows what's going to be happening into the second half here. Realistically, I mean, G2, they have set themselves up very nice and pretty up for their own attack side rounds. I'll send it down to Liz. She's down on the floor with some special G2 fans.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big
And those
pistol round
special
for sure.
G2 fans are Nicole and Jason, the parents of the superstar player Trent from G2. Yes, give it up, because this has been back and forth, nail-biting. Nicole, I'm gonna come to you first. What is it like being here in the arena watching your son play?
I'm a nervous wreck. Like, I just, it's crazy. It's crazy. I just want them to do well and play their best, and hopefully they come out on top all the time, right? So, yeah.
I mean, I was watching you guys say, shoot, 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 shoot. It's this excitement. So I feel like if you're the excited one, what are you? Are you like the calm, cool, collected one? Are you more excited?
I try to be, but I'm pretty excited. It was a very fun journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the dad with a cool hat. See, that says Trent. Look at it right there. Beautiful. Nice embroidery. Now, I was talking to you guys before, and I'm a big believer in learning who has sacrificed what. You, as the parents of Trent, what have you sacrificed for him to achieve his dream of being a professional player?
Parenting, like he's basically like done it all himself. Like, we're so proud of him. He made this all happen for himself. We just support him. Like, we're just right behind him, cheering him on, and he's just making his dreams come true. And he's doing it all, you know. So happy for him.
When did you realize as a parent that, oh, I might be the mother or father of a superstar?
Well, that would be when he came to us and said, "Hey, I got a contract you have to sign, you know, because I'm not 18 yet." And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about, but let's sit down and figure it out." You know, we had no idea. No idea. We were blindsided.
So now you kind of like understand the game of Valorant and you're like, all right. Now you get it? All right. Yeah, now we get it. Now we have a game of Valorant to get back to. So casters, please take it away.
I mean, that's very funny to me. Trent just coming out of nowhere. Here's the contract, legally binding, 30 pages. Did you look through this?
I think that's a story.
Okay,
we've heard many times
3-2
with many of the pro
pistols,
players
1-0 this map.
Turning that hobby
Double pistol
into a career.
Imagine
And
secures
becoming,
it.
yeah, a household name in American Valorant for sure.
Yeah.
Picking the right side at the moment, or at least
both of these Fade players playing
like
the more
that.
supportive roles have not had those
Delayed
enormous
Fade,
impact rounds just yet. Delayed
So
horn up and over the
they
top.
go past the
Broken.
point, so they're out towards the rubble
As we
more
get
if they
into the
are walking
pistol.
out.
So much
X
damage.
is lucky to be alive here.
A lot of damage done. Lucky to be alive.
Spotting the
there.
killjoy there and the turret
Very
here, they
skirting
must kind of
past
realize that
turret.
this is retake, to be honest.
Gone and done and dealt with the haunt as well.
Yeah,
so it
all of
sets
the
up
signs
IC
are there.
nice and deep into this angle. Man down 2. Big fan of this position. You can play the post plant in a variety of ways.
Okay, for the retake, we got Omen Flash,
Valent's gonna be that first
Raise
line of defense,
Nades,
just playing deep onto the
and
site.
It's Leaf's
yeah,
position.
the timing on this smoke might have just wrecked everything.
Because he's going to be able to backstab the Lev players when they go.
Got
for
really good
retake.
positions right now, G2.
Here comes Lev. Nade flying forwards. Doesn't really set them up nicely for that fight here, but Mazino is going to be rapid. Right through the approach there, but not expecting it. Jonah P. Touch corner. Right click's not doing it, but just down to King. Only 48 health. He's got a spot out. Multiple players. Finds the kill.
No matter what, it's
Already
done.
the time's ticking. Already. Drifted away from
Jesus, fadeaway double dink. Okay, we love this though. 3 maps, 1-1 pistol for everyone. This is like the best kind of games you can
A
get.
great opener for G2 there. We talked about the fact that 5 rounds on defense of Lotus. Already in the current meta, that's looking great. But to add a pistol round on top, at G2, they might be behind technically, but they're in control of this game right now. Icy's getting great value. I think a lot of people would be anticipating him getting gapped in this by Aspas.
Yeah.
And that just hasn't happened. Yeah, Aspas played phenomenally on Breeze, but map 2 and map 3, Icy's been right there. Blow for blow.
Putting up the numbers.
So this is a little different. Jonah using his Viper Orb to create that pressure over towards Mound. Swapping around the Omen and the Viper's responsibilities, Valen and Jonah.
Interesting way to take it as well.
Yeah, I think it's quite cool for your Seaside default, actually, because you can drop the orb whenever you like. I like that element to their game.
And we're just stacking. Out here stacking.
Push back
Still
that
think,
space.
I mean, it seems like they favor this
Making
buy a
moves
lot.
over to a different direction.
I did
Leaf's
say
also gonna be
on
seems to be
Icebox, I felt
probably
like they
get
could have
too
got
much
a
space
lot
done.
more if they had gone
Work done over
for
towards
something
B
else, but
on that side.
I
Now
mean,
Lev have called a stack.
these are at least
Gamble from
better
them, but
Stinger players.
might come up correct. It just depends on how much poking and prodding I think the rest of G2 do. I don't want anything to do with A.
It's a little unusual to end B against weaker weaponry, but I think Lev's buy is so weak here that you're not really worried.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, so due diligence shown, at least with the util.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on who can farm this a
Liz
little bit.
path. You take
Definitely
it,
got to
baby
keep an
door.
eye on Trent.
And this
Does
is
he
another
want to swap at
situation
one
where-
point?
Placing sentry.
I think Lev just want to throw themselves into the spike.
Yeah, they don't want to give
I don't
in.
think you want to allow those ult orbs to get harvested for the attackers.
Because then you go into the flow chart, and then it's a bonus round. They might have some ults to work with.
Yeah, and even though G2 did take the fight on the second round, I think they did it.
Well,
they
for the
kinda made it
guns,
more
here we
difficult
go.
for
Trent's
themselves,
going
even
hunting.
though they did win out in those later situations where they stopped the avalanche. It required a bit of magic.
Yeah, Trent's going to go hunting. He's 3 away. It's a big one. He will go down, but it's still 2 away.
go
now
one,
from
I
that
guess.
And G2 will seek to get a bit of a move on. Losing a few players.
Level take that. That's probably as clean as you're going to get, really, in terms of not giving them too much.
I think it is good that Lev have just thrown
Yeah,
themselves
and
into the
G2 at least they keep the 3 rifles,
Who's the
so that's the
closest to it all? I
main
think it's Trent with his
goal
injury.
in
Yeah,
this
he's 2
one.
away.
Do they
threw
then
away.
buy again like they did on
Like
Icebox?
most of the time, I don't think you're going to have
There's
that available
one.
this round. Now, we did see G2's defense be really, really passive in round 3. So I want to see a change from that from Lev. But you can definitely feel that they're thinking about that, right? Just the way that they've even played round 14 here. They're conscious of the fact that they don't want to be feeding G2. Yeah.
What is that
So
for?
a
Okay,
force
and
fight
2
from
people buy into this one, so this is swing rounds earlier than you would see normally. No bonus round for this one. Brent 2 away from his ult. So, D2 definitely handle their anti-eco in the next round a lot differently. I mean, way more differently to other teams. There seems to be a standard and they're kind of going against it.
And of course, if you've taken it, then you can give up that space in the mid round and you're not so bothered.
G2 going for that A rubble retake though. They've got a cross map molly.
It is still there, the ult orb.
Snake bites. Some out wide.
Does he re-molly
Aspas
this?
has drifted, was defending
Shout out to
C.
Mazino. And the spam to make it see like he's not here.
Not even expecting
They're
to
just
go
going to
to
walk out and this guy's out in his Omen form. Holy, I love the idea. And Mazino could have got so many if he had his gun out here. It's just the fact that the Omen smoke was about to go down. And he's probably thinking, why on earth are they pushing an Omen smoke that they know is about to go down?
Look at the positioning here of Com.
Door opens. About 40 seconds to the mark now for G2 to start to make some movement.
Check this though, right? Oh dear God.
They haven't cleared out. This guy is tearing them apart across 5 set of Valen. There's that response. But he's been softened up down to 7 HP.
30 seconds left.
Does have the spike, but just yet not anticipating that position.
Yeah,
so
and
Lev,
same version over towards Icebox. They win pistol, but they only
Yeah, and I did misspeak
managed
actually
to
at the
get
start of the round. I thought it was
2
only
out of
Leaf
it
that had forced, but
before they
Leaf
have to
and
eco.
Valen both forced in that what should have been, I think, a bonus. And now their economy's in a bit of an unusual spot again.
Now what do they do?
Team's not playing these pure bonuses, and it's hurting them.
Yeah, not
Nice
wrong.
bait and switch setup though for Lev on defense.
Yeah.
Com only had
And they just
one
go for
kill,
this
I
low
think,
buy
in the first
instead of like the
half.
potential snowball where
Playing
you'd have a
very
gun v gun
supportive
round against this.
And now he's starting to find
Definitely got
more
to change that.
opportunities
It's so
to have
outdated. It
impact.
really is. They could have a lot cleaner halves than this.
Ripped up from G2, but Aspas taking punch shots.
How's that
and
possible?
heads will roll.
The heads weren't lined up, yet he gets a
But
collapse.
honestly, the damage has been done here by Aspas already. Might be able to receive a rifle.
If Tex goes down.
Upgrade. Tex though, it's the off-angle play and a movement, just a jar.
Yeah,
with
the
it.
boys
Not
from
making
Breeze
us out
are
that
back.
Easy sitting duck.
And a pointless hypothetical there. If Tex goes down, he's good for it.
Yeah.
He's been excellent in this series. The third map, you know, it's slow to heat up, I think, hasn't really had that same level of impact that we've seen
Bro, how
from
did
some of
he,
the other players on his squad. Zeno in particular. But Lev's win in round 15 has really changed the tide of this game.
I mean, I guess as he takes the shot, it looks like they lined up.
For G2.
It's the bodies when they dropped one.
Buying down again in this round, so he's coming in with a bulldog again. Mismanaging the economy a bit here for G2.
Yeah. They're just prioritizing the full armor, I think, as well, just in case Aspas is going for an outlaw purchase, which he's known to do. Aspas on the other side of the map, he's already got his ult on through the A side, so that should trigger some response, at least from G2. Valen commits it with the ult as well. He knows he's got that space there, but can't get the kill. And the Prowler was just chasing.
Yeah, this is nice though in terms of
to
the
the way to
after
heals.
palm position,
He
heavy
knows that both of
priority
these
of this.
players anchoring on C
It's
have
just
no
so
audio
good. Like
because
this
of
base
the
is first
Let's
contact so
retake
that
from
you can
Lev
then
out.
do
There's some potency
Rescue
behind it, like I
protocols is
said.
pretty strong.
Well, that A
And
pressure,
he
Valen.
decides to
He's dropped
smoke
nice
and
and
move
early
forward to an
into this
angle
one.
that
They
isn't
rebound
covered.
forwards, but some kills need to be found here on the G2 side. They can't just give all this ground freely gained. Aspas, now is the time to let loose a bit. And the rocket makes a racket, not too much more past that. The rifles really seem to be doing most of the work. Tornapedo, plan for Mound, they're still having to clear out these players, and they are doubled up onto it. Really miscommunication,
lineup
but
in terms of
eventually
this
getting
one.
onto it with the defuse, making sure that they can shut down
I
that
don't know
G2
about this from G2.
approach.
It's a nice idea for G2. Nightfall, Omen ult. See if we can set up a play where Valen wins the round because the headphones have been disabled for the defenders. But he couldn't find his opportunity. Almost got the punish. And instead it was Tex who turned around and dropped his former IGL.
Yeah, this after plant can be better
Change
as
of
well,
fates.
for sure.
Yeah, some bitter irony. At G2, they were in the driver's seat in round 13, 14. It felt like we
If he gets
could have
into the
seen some
smoke,
momentum
maybe it's a
gain.
different round,
That
I guess,
defense side
but
for Lev. They're finding
But I
those
feel like
openings.
they'd be
A
at that
reminder
angle.
that
At least we
Leviathan's
don't have anyone
defense
spotting it
on
as well in
Lotus, when we
terms of
saw
sight.
Aspas dropping crazy kills, 47 kills.
It's down to another low buy here, and at least they enter a site that's empty, and they got some good guns for after plant in terms of being a Bucky. And they wait, we saw this round earlier. Yeah, so they literally did the exact same round back to them. Insta fade or into rush over towards B while they're low. Spike is down.
Similar to what G2 went for themselves.
Yeah.
The Nightfall insta flood into B.
Great away to sound cues. I mean, it's G2. They don't know when to actually take those timings to try and fight them and push them back. They don't know what's occurring.
And you're there so quickly before the plant can even hit the ground. A great way of keeping G2 reeling.
Love staying more than competitive here. 50 seconds into this round.
They need to do this.
It'll take a miracle. Noise made. Reclears caught by Lev. But even though the Valent's got this rifle here, forwards. The paranoia. It's a good connection. Triple up as well, really leaving no gaps at all, not even a single crumb.
Maybe because they didn't have anyone heaven, so the longer they left it, they felt like people could be wrapping all the way around. Then they felt that they were going to get pinched over towards sight, or at least pinched over towards Hobbit.
4 rounds in a row now.
That's right.
And I agree.
Yeah, that is right.
G2 were in the ascendancy. It was looking like they had an opportunity to get a massive scalp here.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mattix, to be honest. I think this might be worse somehow.
Slipping further away from them. Sen fans rejoicing.
Apparently so, just at least to give them any chance to get themselves into playoffs.
And a reminder that these kind of games are actually pivotal. Leviathan essentially lock themselves up in the playoffs with this win, and G2, they're in a battle in such a competitive group.
It's the most competitive group that we've got. I mean, almost everybody up there. When Sen's at the bottom of the group, you know you're in a competitive group.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And G2, they're 2-1 right now. If they lost this game, they would have the same record as Sentinels at the bottom. And no guarantee that there would be more than the average amount sent from the Alpha group.
Yeah.
And the desk were talking about how the rules
There's all
work.
sorts of possibilities.
Yeah, there's still a lot of different ways that these groups can shake out.
Right now the focus is all on this map.
Standard wall, they do a timeout where 2 of 3 of them can't buy next, so it is pretty much the all-in round. We've got the, I will say that all the timeouts have been in like the right position,
Control
for
4
sure.
rounds in a row now.
IC has his ult, so that should make it a little bit easier, I'd imagine.
Mixing things up. King was defending over towards C, now he's moved A to give Tex the backup. So rotating that defensive setup, Lev play for mount control, open the door. Now they have front B control.
That's like a CB default for the defense.
The whole of G2 into A. Oh, they want to fight
Oh yeah, crazy guys. I like it.
He's found him. The one
CB default for defense. Force them over towards A.
And the entirety of A now opens up for them on top of it. I see. He's going to have that ult to showstopper. Does he choose to use it here? Yes.
Oh
Maybe
man, crossfire.
Making a nice and even.
Lovely from Valen. Cleared the crossfire out so we didn't have to clear right. They could just focus on left. Shout out to Valen on this. That was a huge kill.
Still holding those close positions. It's up to Lev really to use that Utah to try and clear it. It's a paranoia and peak, and that is beautiful. Zeno, good timing and discipline taken with it. Satchel forward from Aspas. Smoke up, horn broken. Close corner by Valen, not anticipated. And this guy,
a really good round from him.
Leave it to Aspas once more, but it is an unwinnable situation. It should be, in all likelihood, and he recognizes it. Up and away, satcheling.
Getting hunted, they had each other.
Not entirely. The end of the world if he does lose it.
That mattered too much? Not really. Not really
still,
to the econ.
G2
Yeah, nice run from G2 here. Good reaction.
on
I still like.
defense
I was gonna say I still like this. I still like the CB default with C heavy, open up the door, then clear B together.
With the showstopper and then cement himself nicely onto heaven. They found 2 kills here. You know, one onto King, and then immediately afterwards, the showstopper came through. And then didn't clear the site thoroughly. Mazzino still had paranoia to work with and was just, you know, running forwards to tap the spike, expecting that G2
they
would
go
fall
aggro
all the
here.
way back. Big rubble fight now.
Massive one. This one could just turn the tide and fighting all the way through.
Oh, we got some low HPs. This duels everything.
Beacons here, but no kills really to be collected.
You're down from Mazzino TPing up to the top as well. And it's an absolute shutdown.
Snake bites. And Leaf
Lovely from Mazino. Did he reactive TP here once they realized they were here? I would love to watch this round back again because I know this guy was here, but I thought Mazino was in this box and then he TP'd out.
Look at the difference in value that the Haunt gets there in that rubble fight.
Yeah, I mean the Haunt got 3,
Is
right?
designed to try to light up Aspas when he goes forwards. Look, Aspas
Oh no, okay, he insta does it once he ate the Omen flash. Holy.
Meanwhile, he's fighting somebody that's lit up.
Yeah, this was cool though. I love this. I love this play from
Sick
left.
play that Lev have not brought out very much here.
Yeah, it's really nice.
And using it at the final hour to
Okay,
get them
4.
up to match point.
And that has got to be a defining moment, hasn't it, surely? Like you said, match point. Map point. This is it. Mazzino breaking that Haunt again, disrespecting him.
Cross map Molly that went all the way to here as well.
The avenues closing away here. Lev just seeking to ferry and push G2 right towards them. Got a stack of players over towards B. They haven't lost control of Rubble at all. Nano Swarms making sure to clear that alarm bot that is commonly placed.
Leaf takes lockdown. How do you run it here? No matter where you put it, it's going to be.
I was gonna say, are we gonna force into this? I don't think they can. I think they're gonna back out here. No matter what, you gotta back out. It's just never gonna be a good ult.
With a minute left here, again.
Just back up, go to B.
You're taking your time with this one.
But Viper ult.
Back of my mind, I'm worried for G2. Aspas of a showstopper.
Especially as they just cleared it with Fade Eye. It's easy
Leaf tries to get this ult off, Aspas is going to be kind of tracking them around the map.
They're going to have answers for it.
It's almost impossible for the lockdown to be used on C, and I think Aspas is going to realize this in a moment.
And here's the chokehold. Lockdown. Got to be respected here.
Aspas is moving over.
Not quite though, Aspas. Look at this guy. I mean, he just sends flying for the nade. Will get out, so he's not quite detained. Trent is beamed down in the approach. And yes, detained, but Icy needs to follow through with this one. He needs a few more kills right into the choke point. There goes the nade. It just
It's a good ult, but Aspas, and then now they can just spam the ult.
He's finding that value, finding that work down. 3 left to stand for G2.
I mean, honestly, this is a big play though from Icy.
And they might just fall.
That's a big play from Icy to get that kill.
From the moor almost. Pulling it back into that.
Icy did so good. There's a 1v1 going over towards door, and he just crept all the way out and just swung on it. It looked like Tom just was not expecting anyone to even try and go aggro here.
Didn't know which direction it's going to go into here, but G2 going to breathe another day.
I think that's another one of those situations, Brent, where running at Aspas with the showstopper and forcing it out early is the play that's won G2 the round. They can't afford for the showstopper to counter the pick.
Icy did so well
Aspas
here.
runs forward with the showstopper. And
in my mind, he won in this round.
And hides. He's going to get a ridiculous ult off. And instead, I'm not even sure who it is, but somebody
That's a nice 3, dude.
Just takes it for the rest of the team.
What are you lot on about?
Here it is.
Yeah.
Leaf did great to get a kill there. This is the kill that I was talking about. Yeah, Con was not expecting it.
Great work from Leaf.
That's not a nice 3. That looks like some kind of weird font. What's wrong with that?
Point. They've had 4 opportunities, or rather, they have 4 opportunities. 1 of them now gone. 3 left.
Have you ever seen a 3 like that? No, it's just some. I mean, maybe for some kind of font.
Having to use ults to really even just fight back here. G2 barely squeaking through.
You can try to run trap plays off the ult orbs. I'm actually a little surprised that they haven't tried to do that at any point.
Yeah.
We have not seen
Zero emote as well. I'm not accepting the zero emote. Zero emote, my PC lags. The zero doesn't count. Everything else is legit. Zero emote and fighting against
lose
that.
mount control, take front B, and do a trap play into mount. You know, where they re-clear with a paranoia or that kind of thing. We haven't seen them put Mazzino into tree and do a Haunt paranoia re-clear of rubble. We've not seen any of those kind of strategies come out from Lev. And I think identifying this round as one where Trent is one away from Nightfall.
Yeah.
Pick an ult orb.
And
do a kind of trap
honestly,
play off the back of it where you
force them down to an eco, and then you're at 12-11.
I think that'd be a really nice idea to go for.
You might have read your minds here. Side by side, Mazzino and Aspas.
Alan with his ult.
One way.
Easily do some kind of combo.
Aspas as well.
Yeah, they've been enjoying doubling up over towards Mount at the moment. I goes over towards A, doesn't spot anyone.
Of any kind of orb, any kind of smoke that
Cross
G2
map,
used to take
Molly from Leaf.
Having said that,
Doesn't go deep
really
as it
work
normally
well
does.
with the Viper smoke, does it?
Wait,
Doubled up though.
this is really bold from Lev.
Guns, barrels might be spotted. This game of timing is just.
Oh god, I have no idea. Text shoot when you run away. Ah, he's owned it. The shots when he runs away, so they don't think that this guy's close, and then he can get a double. Oh, he only gets one.
Straight from the playbook of Lev. I mean, they pulled this one out earlier.
It's great. They dominate
Yeah,
both Altorks
the
in
shot
fight.
when he ran away was just the extra bit to secure it.
And
They did
Tex,
so well.
he gets that opportunity to drive the dagger.
It was a
into
little
the
bit
back
bold.
of
They were very
G2.
heavy committed, and you
It's
could
left
see
down to
G2 were
Trent
just
and
not
Jordan
even
P.
expecting
In a
it.
2v5,
Not
it's
even a
not
little
possible.
bit.
Lev have navigated these difficulties.
Where are you?
And it's all but wrapped up.
35 seconds left in the round. Contact plays in order here just to try and find any sort of advantage in the round, but it is wrapped up.
30
Surely it
seconds
should be. It's a mountain to overcome here, but Lev tested, pushed. Trent finds it. At least one kill to stay alive. A bit of
Zeno at
breathing
least
room
gives his
into the
position
round,
away.
But not surely the series tapping. Not even sticking here into it. Paranoia in his face. Wide face, Mazzino.
Solid from them. Mazzino was so impactful, especially on attack. And my only real criticism to G2 is if they neatened up their kind of buy round off the pistols, I think they're gonna be have a lot easier time. This third buy, third round, like the old NA buy I used to call it, that's done these days.
Yeah,
that's not much of a thing. Yeah, big win for Tex.
Into C, hiding inside the smoke.
Yep.
Couple of big rounds. He's tracking on IC to deny the showstopper as the retake was happening in a different round.
It wasn't too bad from G2.
Major moment.
Really.
This team continues to impress. Yes, it was a 2-1 victory. Yes, they couldn't really
I
convert
still think
on
there's
their
a
Xbox
lot of
defense,
good highlights. They're
They're
small.
really nice positives to take away from this game.
Yeah, I agree.
No confirmation yet. Lev have locked up their playoff spot with this win here today.
Small little stuff that they can change.
It's a hard fight for them. I mean, G2 really did put up a fantastic fight, pushing them all the way to that map 3. But today, it's Lev again, larger in charge. They made such a turning point from the middle section of Split.
And they're just dominating the Omega Group.
Yeah.
The Omega Group has the 3 Brazilian teams who are all struggling, and the only other team that's doing fairly well is 100 Thieves in there. But Lev looking clearly the top team of that group.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to cement themselves into it.
Making a case for the top team in Americas. There's more to see in their map pool overall, and definitely some small points at which you could point to weaknesses here in the match. But overall, I'm impressed with how they were able to find the weaknesses in what G2 were doing.
This was
I think G2 played a good game today.
They did. Yeah, this was such a stellar series, I think, from both of these teams. You see,
Yeah, I think I agree.
It wasn't
And
just
there were
dominating.
so many good points in
Individual
this.
step-ups across the board on both of these teams, I think, as well. And the calling of Valen, you know, didn't quite bring them over the line for that final map there, but as well, to bring it back after getting absolutely trounced on Breeze.
Yeah.
You lose 13-6.
It looked like it wasn't going to be a series.
Exactly. It looked like it was just going to be over, but to bring it back there still, unable to get it over the
Sen
line.
qualified, bro, they're
But man,
one of the furthest you can
definitely
get from
deserved.
qualified.
They're looking like a team that
They're
are
out here
making
and
a claim
hanging
for
on
that
the
top
edge.
spot in NA right now as one of those world beaters.
The LATAM teams are both at the top of their respective groups. I think Crew is still at the top of the Alpha group as well. They're
They
going
could
to be
even be
playing
top
against,
1 of NA
I'm
right now.
telling you,
I
man,
don't know.
the
It's
day of
open, man.
LATAM.
It feels like
If you're
I'm
putting a
watching
friend on the next
EMEA
game
all
for
over
me,
again.
I'm going Crew. They're on a run.
Everyone's
I think
beating
that's
everyone.
a great one that we've got coming up next.
On a day of LATAM as well.
Crew's
Just
the only
getting
team that
started.
can't lose to
Netherlands was
people.
down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
And I'm here with the man of the hour. It is Aspas, literally, arguably one of the best players in the world. Aspas, do you think you are
So
one of the
far,
best
yeah,
players
so
in the world?
I don't think. No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
That's fair. That's
Ah,
completely
bro-
fair. Now,
bro
I have
knows.
to ask you, King was talking about this game being for Tex, you know, revenge for Tex. Was this revenge for Tex, this game?
For me, it was another game. Maybe for Tex was different, but it was a fun game and a tough game.
Yeah, how was it playing against G2 going to a map 3? Did you expect G2 to be that difficult?
Yeah, I always expect everything from the enemy team. You can never like go in a match thinking, wow, it's gonna be easy. You can like, you need to do the best that you can when you are preparing for a match, so you never like look down on your opponents.
So I learned, you just told me you got married 5 months ago, and I was talking to a lot of people. We didn't realize that you're a married man. So talk to me about having the support of that partner, your wife.
Oh, it's really important. She's always with me. Like every day that I have match, she cooks something for me because I eat at home with her.
and she's always support me with everything. She's always with me. In every decision that I make, she's giving me the support. So even if I make something wrong, she's there with me.
Oh, I love that. And very last question. Brendan Sideshow said that Leviathan are making a case for being one of, if not the best team in the Americas. Do you believe that? Do you believe you're one of the best teams in the Americas right now?
I don't know. I hope so. We are working really hard, and I hope we can make the efforts work.
Well, from me to you, you are absolutely fantastic. Your team is absolutely fantastic, and the fans absolutely adore you. So thank you so much, Aspas. Literally the record holder. But we're gonna go to a break, but stay tuned because we have a heck of a match. It is Crew versus Loud.
The one I've been looking forward to for pretty much the whole of this week. It should be an absolute banger, which in theory means it should be a stomp for someone. That's what's been happening. Aspas, bro, as soon as his wife got asked about that, he was just so happy. Kind of sick. Imagine a 2-0. Chance. Good chance. Okay, let's spam some ads, the usual.
Red Bull gives you wings.
siento que Lao tiene un equipo bastante sólido en el tema estratégico. Siento que tienen como a un capitán IGL que es Sadak, que resalta mucho por su forma de cómo plantea el juego.
In a 2v2 now, Sadak has his ult. Sadak's gonna have to do it on his own. The flash up. And Giuseppe on the other side, and Sadak clutches it out.
O jogo contra a Cru eu acho que vai ser um jogo muito difícil, principalmente porque agora eles estão com um jogador novo que é muito bom mecanicamente, que é o Hit.
Positioning here, still he will pick it up without really too much of a challenge here because the players are low. Jorgamo starting to the open, the trades are not online.
Agora o nosso próximo confronto vai ser difícil, eles são um time que está muito bem no campeonato, então realmente a gente vai ter que se preparar muito bem para enfrentar eles porque não é um time bobo.
De que Cru quedó 0-9 el año pasado y queremos demostrar que no va a ser así obviamente este año. Queremos darle una alegría a la gente de LATAM y siento que se la estamos dando y falta mucho por entregarle.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We're finally here, the final match of
Look
Super
at this
Week.
guy.
And my guys go, oh, he's doing the jumping jacks. He's doing the
That's
jump
not
or
jumping,
whatever.
that's
It's-
jumping
Look at me. Do I look like I work out?
And the bottle flipped.
Oh my god.
Hold up, hold
Cruz
up.
winning it all.
There
Hold
is
up.
no. This is
Hold
the
up.
proof that this team is undefeated.
Hold up, hold up. We gotta come to the camera real fast. When we get to the studio, we're gonna have to engage.
We're not
our
coming
own.
to us because they're still going. Oh, okay, didn't have to show that.
All right, you're a pro player.
Oh my gosh.
Myrna,
Oh my god.
bottle flip.
It's
Do
a
it.
team building exercise.
Team building exercise.
Oh, that was looking good.
So
Yo, I
close.
blame the texture of the desk.
No, he
you
plays
know
in
how-
Pacific.
Oh god.
Oh, that was a good one.
Honestly, that's most.
Don't worry,
most,
GB, he's done.
Guys, I'm fired. Everyone can rejoice.
most relatable analyst test of 2016.
That was good. That was good. All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about some big news, breaking news, because Leviathan have clinched their spot in the playoffs with that victory. And if you're a Lev fan, you're excited about this. If you're the Lev guys, the team who didn't think they'd be in this position at the start of the year with the way things were going.
Yeah, I mean, after that match against C9, a lot of people were big doomers about this team, but they bounced back so strong. It's a fantastic win for them to secure.
Yeah, I mean, their last 3 games in a row have all been super impressive wins. I think against NRG and Sen in particular had people believing in this roster, and they close out strong against G2.
Sentinels fans also eating good.
Yes.
Yes, now that G2 are still tied with them down at the bottom of that alpha group.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and shift our focus here to our match at hand. Loud, of course, the defending America's champions. Now, they just finished 4th in Madrid, and here they are in a very precarious position, Athena. They find themselves at the bottom of the standings, which when you think of Loud, you think instantly of success, and yet that's not the case this stage.
Yeah, it genuinely makes no sense, but it does make sense when you do watch the way that they're playing. So unlucky. It feels like a lot of their strats, a lot of the way they normally play, they're just so out of form. And I don't know, I feel like they've had a game plan, but it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, it felt like a lot of they had a good initial
12
game plan.
team,
I actually
thank you
liked
for the
some of
5
new
months.
comps they were bringing out, but
Thank you
when
for the
it
Prime,
got
appreciate that.
sloppy, when it got into like the
Thank you.
weird late rounds against Cloud9, the pinnacle of like winning in
Thank you. Hello,
sloppy,
mate. How
scrappy
you doing?
moments, Oxy running into their spawn, things like that, they really struggled to deal with those kind of off timing plays, and then that started to snowball for Cloud9.
Yeah, I just saw that now
into
on my
winning that
phone.
series.
And that's something that you'd expect
FPS thing.
Loud to be so good at, especially dealing with, a very
Not a-
aggressive duelist.
not a
This is a
great
core that's
sign.
been together for so long, played at the highest levels every single time, never missing an international. Like, this is a team that should not be getting run over by those sorts of things.
And it's funny because Loud has always been a team who has regular season games like that. If we remember last season, every win was 2-1. Every win was coming down to these last little minutes. But the thing then was that Osbos and
Valen
Les were
made a comment
constantly
on it as
bailing them
well.
out of these situations. And we just haven't seen quite that same firepower, that same ability to salvage these crazy games from Quick and from this year's roster.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of questions as we get ready for this matchup. But thankfully, though, we got Elizabeth standing by to hear from Kalmanzine to maybe get us some answers.
All right, Kawanzine, come on over. Hello. So, let your team go through really
Valen's
quickly.
meshes on that.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. All right, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You are now secondary calling. So what has that change been like now that you're fragging out?
Agora você é uma espécie de co-capitão, né? Como é que você se sente agora que isso está acontecendo?
Acho que eu me sinto muito bem, porque eu calo muito pra mim na frente junto com o QCK. Então eu pego umas killzinhas, baito ele, e pra mim tá sendo bom.
I think for me it's really good. I am right at the front with QCK, and I do the calls, he get a little kills, so it's kind of cool.
Well, best of luck.
All right, they got that fist bump. That's what's important. Okay, so let's actually
Loud
talk
play
about
against
Kavanzin's,
Crew.
stepping into that role a little bit here because it has
Undefeated Crew.
allowed Sadak to get a little silly and have some fun. And
But that's inferring that Sadak didn't get silly when anyone else was secondary.
he stays silly, but now he's sillier.
Deadlock is peak silly. I'll say that.
Pushing in front of your deadlock wall is even
that's what's
more
crazy
of
to
a
me.
peak of
Because
silly.
I liked some
Bro,
of the
this
ideas with
game,
the deadlock.
man.
We were kind of trying to break it down, right?
This
They'd
game
have,
was
like, these
so
stones that
fun
make it
to
really tough
watch.
to clear towards C.
Holy.
But he was just fighting in front of his util every round. And I think he was put in a position where he felt like he had to be the playmaker, which was so strange.
I mean, I feel like when you pick Deadlock, I am so excited to see the plays that are surrounding it. But literally, it just felt like he just kind of felt like it. Like,
He just wanted to protect his utility. Come on, guys.
Space select.
No, he literally just started using Deadlock the way that he wanted to play. And I'm just like, I wanted to see a lot more. There's so many more things you can do. Absolutely shutting down choke points. But I didn't see any of that.
I think
Yeah, I mean, that's
defensively,
fair.
I didn't see that. I will say
The
on attack
6v4
and
game,
post-plants, that's where
double
Deadlock is
mapper.
at her strongest.
It is
IMO.
crazy.
That is so dumb. Where you can lock down an entire
It
choke.
was so sick
when you're
to
on that
watch.
40-second timer, it's
It was
so
literally
cute.
like
Just eats
7
bullets,
questionable
eats
rounds.
time, and then you're also getting stunned as you run into sight because you have to make noise to retake a site. Like, I do think that's where it looked pretty solid for me when they were actually able to plant the
Sure, but I think the issues did come down to that defense where they were really running out of time, running out of options, right?
agree.
And they ended up constantly
Get Sane in a room
losing
with
A on
Sadak,
Lotus,
just teach
so
him
they
the
felt
ways.
like they had to make these forward
Probably.
plays there and pull the deadlock away. That setup was never actually getting tested towards CNB.
I'm not a Deadlock sympathizer.
I was going to ask, do you think that we see a little bit of deadlock today, potentially?
I mean, I would imagine if they get Lotus, they're playing it again because it's their second match in Super Week. You don't have a lot of time.
What was
to
my
prepare.
favorite? Nah, my
Oh yeah.
the crouch grenade one. The crouch grenade in B, that was my favorite round, man. That was so funny. Who do I think takes this matchup? I said loud in my pick'ems, but recency bias, I would say the Crew should be favorites
Picking
here
it
from what
now,
we've
they'll be
seen.
like, we actually know how to play around it for defense, and maybe just
There's still some maps
Yeah,
for
maybe not to be too silly,
Louds
but
that hopefully they get,
quick.
and they've
Super
got better comps.
They just don't like you.
They just don't like you, Mimi.
It's so basic.
Sure. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and look at their opponents on the other side of the stage. You got Crew. They're 3-0.
Baker, you must be able to find it, dude. Prius showed it. Prius showed it at Masters.
For these guys after the
Masters,
ringer
Heretics,
that they've been put in to find themselves here today. But
near
it
the
is
end of one of their
important
maps.
to note, though, that their wins came against, I don't want to say weaker opponents, but just...
You could say that.
Yeah, I guess so.
MIBR,
Yes.
Furia, both winless thus far. EG, who got the crazy
Just a
upset
nice
against
guy.
Sen, but was definitely not in that form against Crew. I think it can be questioned how real the run is, right? But still, the way in which they're winning the games, the dominance at which they're pulling it off, the level the players are hitting right now makes me think that even though the opponents haven't been a big challenge like they'll have today against Loud, they are, like, this is real. Crew is a
Another undefeated or another winless team in Loud.
Best seed to
right?
do a
But
co-stream,
agree
bro.
with you
I
in
reckon
the
if they
sense
get
that
to a
it's
finals or something, something
100%.
big.
And honestly, like,
If
I
he's
think that
if he's
I
around,
want to not
I
go
could see it
all
happening.
in on Crew just
You're
yet.
not
I think
fully
that's
just yet.
dangerous, but I do think it's perfectly fine to start getting more and more excited.
So you
about
think
this.
it's like a steady
It'd be
amount
unreal.
of grouping that you will do over time,
How-
right?
how
Scaling the grouping.
I'm enjoying how good this team
On a
looks.
scale of 1 to 10, how hard are you grouping?
I'm going to say I don't really want to say I'm doing that, but I would say I'm like a solid 7.
Out
So
of
you're
Crew?
7 on the group scale.
No,
7 on the group
no.
scale. Okay.
I just think that they look good, even if they're playing these kind of.
You're very
weaker
confident
teams,
Loud
if
will win.
that's even what we wanna
I'm not
say.
confident Loud are going to win
They
this.
still look good. I mean, they look
I would say
confident,
this is a
they're making the right plays, they're
60
playing textbook. I think.
From what I've seen, this
I'm
is a
seven.
60-40 for
the
Crew.
crupometer is
Like
looking
60 for
like
Crew.
a
That's where I'm at from what I've
I
watched.
think it's really reasonable, right?
Out of group troll.
No, that doesn't even work even remotely close.
Would I like to be a caster? Nah, it's too hard,
So
man.
obviously it works for me.
Casting is way too hard.
Elizabeth, standing by with an interview. Let's check it out. I'm stealing this from him.
And people only flame you. It's like observing, but worse. There's more eyes on you.
All right, Shy. 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 Shy little bit. Let your team. Hi, crew. Hi, crew Visa. Hello. Cruza. I like it. Okay. So my question for you is, can crew sustain this level of improvement?
La pregunta que te tiene es si puede Crew mantener este nivel de crecimiento.
Sí, venimos preparándonos bien y siento que cada partido, cada semana hemos crecido bastante como equipo y como grupo. Y sí, siento que vamos a seguir creciendo a la medida que va pasando el torneo.
Yeah, I feel like every match that we have, we've been growing, and the improvement we've had has been great. So every match that we had, it's going to help us grow even more.
All right, well, best of luck.
Got to make sure you get those fist bumps. All right, well, let's go ahead, though. Oh, look at that. Good technique, good strategy. There you go. Love to see it. Wow, man.
Teamwork.
Hate to see it. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about the IGL of this crew lineup. You got Klaus, who has stepped into this role yet again. And, you know, you can kind of see, like, from when that happened till now, there has been a marked improvement as we've been talking about.
He would get the.
And I'm just a big
He would
fan
get too
of how
hype, man.
crew call their larger macro.
Bren's
in the
great,
game. I
though.
think the pivots they do
I love when
what
Bren gets
information
hyped,
they
man.
get
It's
on an
so
attacking
hype.
side in
Dylan V
particular
with the prime.
has
Thank
been
you
a
so
big
much.
strength
Thank
of
you.
theirs
Thank
all
you.
year.
I mean, this
Appreciate
is what
that.
I've been talking about. I feel like a lot of their mid-round plays, a lot of their rotates, every single piece to the puzzle seems to fit a lot of the time. Yes, they're winning, but
Casted
there's
jobs are
still
being
a
taken by
lot
watch
to
parties.
learn from
Not sure if
any
they're
time
being
that you win a
taken
game.
by
You
watch
can
parties
always
because we're
find
not
those weaknesses you had and
essentially
improvements to be
replacing
made.
them.
We just saw in that clip
But
that they were
I
talking
get
about,
the-
you know,
I
working on
get the
improvements. I feel
stance.
like Crew is definitely pushing past the ceiling that they thought they kind of had.
I think specifically what Klaus does really well is balancing a team that has a lot of players that want to lurk and go for plays. You have Kesnet and Shy, who both are oftentimes going to be fighting at these extremities early and kind of walking up, taking space in the mid-round. But I think he really balances when he's calling back into that, when he's going for the fakes, and really playing around back and forth on the map. The mid-rounding, I think, is the biggest strength of Crew thus far in their
What
run.
does that mean,
and you have to
Googleable?
credit Klaus for that.
Yeah, it's been a massive improvement for this crew lineup, but like every single game
I-
here
I
at
don't
VCT
think so,
Americas
bro.
is
I'm not even
important,
sure I
but
could
this
get
particular game
20.
is very, very important for both of our teams here, but for different reasons, right? Because for crew, they're looking to lock in potentially
talked
a
about this before.
playoff spot. They
Can
wouldn't do it
find them on
necessarily
Google?
with
That-
this game,
not a
but it will
chance.
get them that much closer, which will be massive for crew. Meanwhile, on the other side, well,
Rivals
Cloud
next
is
to
looking
him.
to get a win.
Yeah, they
That's hilarious.
absolutely need to
Take
win.
me- I
at
would,
the
bro,
moment.
it would
But
take
yeah,
me
for crew, because
years.
their schedule is ramping up.
It would
this
take me
is
years. I'd
probably
have to do it day
the
by
most
day.
important in terms of like remaining games for them to win. You've got to beat the winless team here because 100 Thieves and Lev are both looking fantastic.
Bro, I couldn't do any of
They
this.
have a strength of schedule that has steadily ramped.
Chat, I don't know
and
who
I think
people
that's
are.
going to continue to get harder. I think Loud, pretty winnable
We
game
talked about
for
this
Crew.
before.
I might even
Literally have
kind
no
of
idea who
lean
people
into
are.
this upset being likely today. But then 100 Thieves is looking in great
I just
form.
call everyone
Lev is looking
Dubra.
in great
That's
form.
it.
You need to
If
win
if
this
some kind of
game,
person
or
in the
else you're
film, I was like,
maybe
oh, it's
relying
Dubra.
on 2 wins in those next
No,
two
that
matches,
will be
which
just-
would be
that will
really
just
tough
refer
in this
to
competitive
everyone.
group.
Yeah, I mean, having those first few games being more like a warm-up and steadily leading you into these harder matches is a really, really good place for you to learn your mistakes and learn where you can improve as a team. I feel like I just talked about this, but Crew, they do such a good job at, even though if they won a whole lot, they've improved on a lot of the macros. Even with this new IGL system, they've managed to implement it and make it perfect. I think it's actually insane when you change up any sort of IGL role, it can take a toll on your team. It can mess things up, but they've gone and ran away with it.
Yeah, and then we also looked at the crew strength of
No
schedule.
idea who
Let's
that
take a
is,
look, though,
Alec.
at the
Straight
loud
up.
strength of schedule because they're also going to have a little bit of a ringer in front of them here. They're going to have to deal with crew coming out of this, and then they got Sentinels, and then finally G2 here. So it's going to be a tough one for Loud regardless as well, Mimi.
They are an Omega, so making playoffs is a little bit easier for Loud, right? But they're 0-2 right
Does
now.
it have
They
winning
have
this?
3 games
Again,
left to play.
I'm
And
saying
one of those
Crew are
teams
going to
is
win this,
Sentinels.
but I had Loud for my
You have to
pick'ems.
have 2
I'm
wins.
kind of about a
to
win-win
qualify
here.
for playoffs. So the difference for Loud here is if they lose today, they must win the next 2 to even have a chance of qualifying.
And that's likely out of their hands, relying on tiebreakers and stuff. So they need to win today if this is a Loud that's making playoffs.
And this is one of our reps that was just in Madrid.
Yes.
Like the world we are living in
Fourth
right now
place, by the
is
way.
insane.
Yeah, I hope we get
have
some
a
new. I
situation
really
where
want to
both Loud
see
and
Loud's
Sentinels,
ascent.
the Madrid
That's where I'm
champions.
at.
There's a chance
Show
that
me-
they don't end
show
up
me Loud's
competing
ascent.
for Americas internationally.
Wait, have we ever seen Cruz ascend?
Didn't even really factor that in for a second
And
there.
not just that, like, not making
crazy.
playoffs is
Yeah, we
possible
have.
for both of those teams.
Yeah, that is
Are they gonna
wild
deadlock
stuff.
again?
It just goes to show you how
sure.
intense Super Week has been. That's right, baby. Explosions all around. But it's now time to go ahead and bring out our teams to the stage, settle the score. Let's see who comes out on top. Crew
kickoff.
or Loud. Let's head to the stage.
Crew pick Lotus? Yeah. You would be mad not
Sigue la
to.
fiesta latina
That's
y
for sure.
cerramos la super semana junto a Visa.
Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard, play hard. Work hard, work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up and then play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up, let me see you move. Oh yeah. Let's do this.
E do outro lado, a esperança brasileira faz barulho pra Loud!
Taco Easy, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 7 months. Crew go on a run. Dude, I mean, they're literally on a run right now. They are on a run. Thank you, Taco, mate.
A massive matchup for both of these teams here. Crew just wants to continue to dominate.
Okay,
their
what are the
group.
maps? Because I think
Meanwhile,
the maps here are
you're
big.
America's champions. You know, you got some world champions on that team looking for their first
If you're Loud,
win here
do
of the
you
stage to keep themselves
go
alive.
back to
This match is
vetoing
It absolutely
Lotus?
is. Brazil is still yet to win a match in stage 1, which is ridiculous. But if there was a team to be the salvation for that region, it would be Loud. They've only played 2 games.
Probably
thus
not
far.
Fio, because I think you'll get a Viper change in there, and that'll change everything.
And it has to be a recoverable Super Week to begin with. Just a few days ago, they played and lost, and they've got to
Reckon you're
come
gonna
back in a
meta
big
change
way.
as well.
So honestly,
Oh, that's
spoilers,
Split.
we're going to be starting on Split here, but I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us.
Yeah, this team has so much more that they can improve on. We've seen their ceiling, their skill ceiling be so high. We've seen them have the firepower. Now I'm just willing to see if they can actually put it in the server.
And there is going to be your series layout, Split,
They left
Descent,
it
and
for bad,
Lotus
man.
if necessary. But something
What?
tells
Feels
me
like
in my
Crew did
gut,
great.
we might be
Wait,
taking
and
a
Loud
trip
pick
to Lotus
Ascent.
here. I don't know why,
The map
but
that
I
they
think
will.
we're going to get ourselves a close
The map that they
Map
used
2 is a
to
little worrying for
be
Loud.
questionable
QCK
at.
thus far has not
So
been
I mean,
able
they're
to
going to have a new
deliver
comp on
on
Ascent.
jet
At least we
maps in
100% get to see
particular.
it.
He has been
Is
getting
this just not an
against most of the
outrageously
tier 1 jet
good
players
map
that we
pool
have
for
in this
Crew?
league. And when you
We
talk
got the
about tier 1
two
jets,
the two
Tyson
maps that
is
I'm like
number 1.
questioning them
Crew
on.
are making big pivots here in Agent Select. The last time they played this map was 2 months ago, and they were playing no Rays, they were playing a jet comp with a KO, and now they're switching up and playing just about as meta as you can get here with the full control comp.
Yeah, this raise is going to be so important. I feel like on Split, if you're not playing a raise, you need to have some sort of proper OP attack strategy. But now when they have that raise, ooh, there's actually a breach on Loud side too.
Yeah.
They're going to have to be careful of these trap plays, man. But I think just having a raise is so much more important because they can take the space and use util to deny so much more information.
But the thing for Loud is it's hard to set up
Probably
trap
just
plays
go
around the
for
breach without a sight.
standard comp.
This is it.
I don't know. They haven't been doing much stuff standard since the coaches have been in charge of a lot. But I do think the standard comp makes sense for them. Bloyton T with the prime. Thank you for the 4 months, man.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Serial Valorant
Hey,
Endurance
these two
here
back again.
on the casting desk inside the
I enjoyed the
Riot
cast
Games
yesterday. It was
arena
good.
For a match with a heck of a lot at stake, especially for one of these teams wired Loud.
maybe at a risk of missing their first international event ever.
I mean, stakes that Loud, they're not used to at all. This is new for them, being down 0-2 already in a stage like this in Americas. Last year, they were dominating, and last year it was Crew who couldn't pick up a win, and now they've got 3 of them, no losses, expectations totally reversed if you're just going by common thought from what we've seen before. I mean, my God, what a turnaround for Crew. I'm such a fan of this team right now. I love what they've been doing, how Klaus has revitalized them as that new IGL.
Monkey Meatloaf,
Really
thank you so much for that as well. Thank you for the 100 bits.
So
Wait, why
crucial
does it
that
appear
Loud
at the
get the
top
win
now?
here.
Has it always done that?
Interesting, we
And I've
actually
just
see
never noticed
Sadak
this.
Instead of Cowanzine,
Crew on defense, Loud on attack, wall over towards
The lateral
B,
course over the sky
and
instead. Maybe
they
related
use
to some of the role
Omen Smoke with the
reassignments
wall
here
over towards B.
for Loud. Les wants to try and advance up behind this poison orb here.
Then
Spot him on the
insta-dog
head
towards
instantly,
A.
perhaps
Great
with some of his
question mark.
cohorts
I like
there
this
in B
pistol
main.
though.
Kim plays
Like
by
this
Klaus,
pistol a
which is
lot.
interesting. Typically playing the Viper, and Shy would be the one on the Sentinel, but a small
this
switch
is
is
a good pistol. This nades Savage though. That's pretty much on the head, right?
That hits hard. Sadak is able to get away.
That's
with
crazy. He
barely.
must run out of there.
Trips here on the
16
B side,
HP. It
just the
literally
one in the middle of the map. So
slapped him in the
Klaus is
face a
gonna have to
little
get this
bit.
done the old-fashioned way.
And we
GCK takes a swing. Klaus, though,
have a lot of low
first.
HPs here.
Newly dubbed caller for Crew. It's going to be Heat trying to work his way through rafters here. And Cowanzine would love to try and start a pinch here with the players in B main, but this has to happen at the right time. It has to happen together. Shy forced away back around the corner.
Yeah, he saw the
Cowanzine
little
has to overextend to find
glowing
the
bit
kill.
above the
He
head
does
in terms
so.
of being flashed.
Still 4 defenders on the side. Cowanzine and Co have to act quickly, but Sadak has fallen as well. Les is going to bully his way through. Cowanzine.
Lovely from Crew. I mean, the nade did so much damage and the cleanup was great. They were very much on top of the fact that the Sky was faking over towards A, so it was most likely mid or had to go sewer.
And crucially,
yeah, it was
that first
impressive.
one, the fight against QCK, a duelist that you're looking at to seriously step it up for Loud at this point in the stage.
Still kind of like the pistol from Loud though. Didn't feel like this was a bad pistol at all, but it's pretty good.
And of course, massive shoes to fill in the form of Ospas. That has just been the narrative all of this year when we're talking about this squad. Fantastic start here though for Crew, despite Cowanzine's best efforts. It was that one tripwire in mid from Klaus that alerted them to that.
Oh, that's what it was.
Already.
Okay.
We've seen it so
Super mid.
strong in this current meta. It's what Sentinels use on this
Boy,
map
we got
in
fast
Madrid.
up heaven and raise 8 the Omen flash. Jewel goes in. Wait, did they
Melsa gets caught out there, stunned
buy
up by the fold line.
force ball?
And now we'll actually see Loud pull it back. Not even towards A main, no, like entirely. Cutting noise and cancelling on this hit. But where else do they get activated?
Yeah, well, big round
Loud,
on
of
this.
course,
They
have
go
actually
for the
opted to
force,
force
and it's
into this.
could be a
Great entry
massive
from
payoff. They get
QCK,
the
that
kill at the
standard
beginning.
double
Got a trip
satchel up
here.
right with the Sky Flash
Go
to
double
open the
info
round.
trip.
Just an easy way to get map control there to pressure and at best get a pick, which is what
Dude,
they've
Crew
done.
used
And in
so
the
much
meantime, it was
util, by
just
the way.
Sadak containing over towards B,
And
so they can
I'm not
work
sure this is
now
the best
into
person to
that
buy
site.
Phantom.
Where Klaus has just
I
left
don't
his
think we had
setup
full
to
util in terms of
get
smokes.
the information,
In terms
which
of flashes.
He's about to have. Actually goes for a kill, a little bit risky, but once again going to be able to get out in similar
this is
situations
a
with
hard
the pistol. We're
retake
gonna
with
be
a judge.
in a full retake situation.
Oh, they got rid of the judge. Okay, they switch
Cam still
out.
getting value though. Big Brother presiding over the B side.
Nade once again, pretty much on the head, but only half. No trade on this. Double satchel if he wants
This
to.
moment to emerge from defender spawn.
Got.
2 years nicely done.
Do we check close
Shy
right?
picked up Klaus, needs to check new
Oh,
rocks.
he swung. I think he thought he was going to get
Very,
checked.
very low as the side
But
of the
actually,
sword
as
to
we
do
can
in the
see,
back of sight
100%
allowed.
wasn't
They
going
are
to get
grouped
checked there.
here. This could be a mass swing from Crew. It could be dangerous. It'll be a trade of 1-for-1, but Sadak is in.
Damn, nicely done. Okay, fair play. And what kind of guns do we get here? Yeah, two of them. Solid upgrades. The force really paid off. Got the plant down. Make sure they got, was it double or triple stinger, I think?
How are you ever going to crack that crossfire? Nigh impossible. Well done from them. And credit to QCK, we were just talking about him. They force into the round. Bold move from Loud. And he opens things up, makes it all possible. And again, we are just looking
Yeah, that one
at
really
him
pays off.
to step up for this team. Get Loud's first win of this stage. A win they need so desperately. Crew now on the eco.
Might be another fast hit towards ramp, or at least Sadak is gearing up for a fold.
Flash flash hit.
There is no capitalization from Loud.
Flash
there,
hits,
though.
they
Very
then
much just
stun, they
conditioning,
then
as
up
we saw in the
the
previous
smoke,
round.
up
More of a
the
default look
damn,
for
up
Loud
this.
now. They're
They
not
did
looking
the
for any early fights.
was it 100 Thieves or was it Sentinels that
Who
had
actually
this
expended their
anti-eco? I can't
paranoia. They're
remember.
thinking that there could have been a player up into
Yeah, it was
that
pretty nice
A-ramp
from
position.
Loud,
Because they
created a
didn't
lot of
catch anyone
pressure
out.
here.
Look at that
Flash goes
massive
in
rotate
over towards
towards
Heaven, it
B.
hits, so they
Loud
then
just completely
stun.
cut noise
Then
and
after
going for
that,
the
they put the
re-hit.
smoke, they
macro
put
is so good for
the wall
Loud so
up,
far.
and in return, Crew had a bit of a
Working the
play
map
where they
quite
omen
nicely.
flashed once
All
the
they did was
Utah went
cancel
down,
on A,
and then they triple
and 4
swung from
players
Heaven.
Crew get dragged over to the B side. Now it's time to strike while the anvil is hot. And that's exactly what Loud will do. Into the side they go. Rotations on the way here for Crew. Kesner is just about to get some action over there at screens, but already 3 players from Loud onto the side. And now they're well embedded, well anchored, with a player left over towards Ram.
Got such good
and
map
another
control.
right in towards Sewer.
Meltzer gave them the smoke to try and work in, and Kesnet takes advantage of it. Clean fight with Sadhak to open things up.
Cowanzine probably unable to believe what just happened there. He had no opportunity to make the trade. 2 years has a great angle. He's able to
Meltzer is
TP up there and
playing
be a
really
nuisance.
late, and it could
Meltzer
work.
eventually will get a sniff. It doesn't want to come down,
I think
but
he got
unreal
spotted.
from Heaven. Cruz able to find that key kill. The
Right,
classic starting
QCK
to sing, but
saved him in this
QCK
one. There's
once
a couple of
more
guns
is
down
rising to the
towards site.
challenge.
If that went a different way, that
Kesnet's
was
very, very low, and Melzer will still go for it. No reason not to. Getting that goal off
QCK's been
would be
important.
big
Pick on
for
the
Kesnet. There might be a chance here as they cross
pick on the
each other.
bonus.
3 for Kesnet
Double
and
kill
a
on
rifle.
side that saved
Not
them.
too shabby.
Literally saved them
We'll take
fully.
that. I mean,
Like they would have just won the round because of it.
Bro thinks he's on the team. But Crew will take that for sure. A lot of damage done there for against the Loud team. And with an opportunity to start getting their economy rolling, and that's going to get stopped in its tracks.
The reads here from Loud are impeccable, Wyatt.
I do like how they played that. I mean, it was just based on whatever player that was who was hanging around A heard the paranoia that was sent out.
Yeah, he had the trap
false
play.
info that was, you know, gained from
They've
Crew
been doing
pushing
this trip all
forward
the
there,
time
and
over
take
towards
full
middle.
advantage of it. It was really nicely done.
One of my favorite trips.
Early dog here from Cowanzine, going to get broken by Melzer, and from that pressure is going to TP off, but a pretty key piece of utility nullified right away.
Have a bit of a pause in the action here.
The Crew are all about punishing
do
over
dedicate
towards
some
A at the moment.
resources to
We've been
this A side
retaking
of the
B all
map.
the time, and we've been wanting to punish A
Strictly on
Heaven
virtual.
really early.
What they heard earlier.
Louise gets out of there,
Fouls here.
takes the camera down, realizes the Cypher is over towards B for sure. A goes in, they force their way through middle as well. In terms of the map control, Loud are killing it.
Here in the middle part of the map, this will draw some attention from the B Heaven
What is
side.
this? What is this
Good
round? Do
position
they?
here from Melzer. You can see
There's
he's
only
over
one
in A main,
person.
and that's allowed
That's a
Crew
lie.
to stack up a little
There's
bit
two
more
people
aggressively
that will
towards
get
Heaven,
wrecked in
who's
terms
shy
of
as well, playing back
false
towards
bonus.
A. So they're going to be quite fast to retake
So
here
I would
into
call this a
B
swing
to be
round.
able to pressure
Swing,
this hit that's
Flash
about
goes
to come in
down,
from the
over
Loud
towards
side.
mid, hits one.
He there heard it,
And
everything
we
he
still got a
needed to.
nade to shut this down, right?
Okay, up the shot there to the back of the
Yeah,
site.
see
That's the
Kesson
cross with the
snake.
satchel clouds. Flash briefly but holds his line. Paranoia comes in and that one's going to be harder to fight through. 2 years though.
Dude,
Crucially,
QCK is
takes
doing
the sky
great.
down. And now you've got to try and come back into
3
this
rounds
with
now
no
that
flashes.
he's got the most
Snake bites
impactful
at
kill.
least. Les can set up with those in the post plan, and once more, you've got the triangle set up with a player in B main. Shy steps up, sat down instantly. It's all up to Melzer, yet to find a kill, at least with a paranoia.
Could be the key piece of utility, but again, look at these positions for Loud, just spread into a perfect crossfire here, even without the
Saving?
spike planted. You know,
I was
or
gonna
rather,
say,
with the
yeah, you
spike
want to at least
planted
do
on
some
default,
damage, I
not
think.
in
It's a
B-main
weird
for
spot to be
the
in.
perfect crossfire setup. I mean, even still,
Killing,
how can you crack this as a
killing
lone
saving
player,
would be
right?
ideal,
Melzer's
but
just gonna opt to save, bring that hero
yeah,
vandal
it's a
into the
lovely
next
round for Loud. They'll take this all
See if he
day.
can make
It's a
something
double
happen
armor
then.
rebuy, but
Of course,
a
a lot
lot
of
of
talk
money.
about him being the ex-IGL of the team.
Also,
was
next round,
last
we're going to
year,
have a good amount of
and is now
ults.
swapped over
if they
with
get some
Klaus for the
ults.
sake of his own comfortability, for the ability to excuse me, to pop off, have impact moments, be able to frag, focus on his own game. And we've seen him able to do that so far in this season. I mean, really, all the players on Crew have just been showing off so much of their individual prowess. And just how much that one simple move, swapping that IGL role back to Klaus, has really unlocked some of these guys.
Pretty strong fundamentals there for Loud, because those trades into B give them a favorable post plan.
And you can see right now Sadhak on the map. It looks like he's
Yeah,
ready
and this
for
is
a
the same
stun
thing,
going
right?
up
Sky
into
Flash
A
goes Heaven. If it
There's
hits,
going to be
they
a fast
stun.
play up there.
Yep, they've been conditioning this fault line, Wyatt.
Now they might look to actually play off of it.
variation.
Also, though, goes
Straight
deep
up
into B
wall.
main, gets a fair bit of
No
information.
smoke in here, and we just walk. Let's keep an eye on less of smoke. I wonder where this is actually going.
Little bit slower right now.
You see the feet. Clouds pings them out now and even gets a tag with the cam. This is going to force QCK to head back down ramp. Kawanzina to follow.
Kesna dropping down, just actually given a hero rifle, but gets swatted down by less.
Absolute shot, man.
Be recovered at this point. Yeah, cage thrown down by Klaus to get it back into their hands. The only real thing that could be the key into getting an upset round win here. And B main is being controlled by Meltzer, has been this entire round, just putting down a smoke there, which has allowed crew to play elsewhere on the map, focus more heavily on A, which is where the real hit is gathering up. And Klaus, frankly, he has a chance to be the hero with that
see if there's going to be a flash or anything.
He could go crazy.
Double kill trip as well, though.
Perfect off the timing of the
Oh, man.
Cloud strikes. He's found a second here.
Maybe staying alive there would have been better for the trips, but he might have done enough damage. We'll see. What's the timing of the flash send it?
Recovered by Shy. Beautiful explosion by
really
Heat there
good.
from Rafters, and now it's up to Les. With the spike so far away, the Seekers are going to confirm the position of the Viper here. The crew have all their angles covered. Melsa doesn't want to challenge this necessarily with just a Sheriff.
10 seconds
But another confirmation that Les is here.
I'm
He's going to have a crack.
Hey, lovely rounds. Really, really nice. Pretty much the hero gun into this to snowball. And unlike the other rounds where they've taken like a lot of map control and created a lot of pressure, this one just had none of it.
Able to swing back elbow. I mean, of course, listen, the first one you're just spraying through the Viper wall, we'll take that.
I mean,
Yeah, they were like waiting for a push, but they didn't actually create much pressure.
That was nice. Good for 2, and then this explosion. Oh, I love that.
A really nice flood there from crew. In the 4v5 as well, Coach Adams happy about that. He's been doing a great job with his squad since last year. The success they had in LCQ up till now. Fast play in to be here from Loud. And Kesna shuts it down.
Perfect. Playing
Whoa.
off Melza there, hastily getting out of B main.
I didn't see the smoke go down. I saw him absolutely jumping back in, and I was like, what the? Yeah, that's strong though. And with the vision block as well, they just want to make sure that no one's pushed in terms of doing that. Les is chilling out heaven.
Let's not forget.
Yeah, I mean, at least Loud are confident.
Shy just jiggling to spot things out. Gonna play this one.
Oh, I like this flash. It's kind of nice.
Spotting. And Kesna getting
Oops.
aggressive, but
Love the
Satchel's
movement
going
here.
a little bit awry. At the very least, it's gotten them that space. They've been able to re-clear it, and now it's on Loud to have to re-clear that space again. Kawanzin does have the dog in this 3-on-4
Looks like they're going to the
now.
right site.
But with only 40 seconds left and essentially no map control, this
looking
one
at
is going to be extremely tough. If they do end up in A, if they're going to run into that Cypher
jiggle
setup
both
as
of
well.
these at the moment.
Heat should he need it has a Trailblazer to re-clear.
This is very winnable for Louds, even though it is a 3v4.
May well spot out Kawanzin on the slow push. He's definitely feeling the pinch a little bit right now. That's a smoke towards screens as Kawanzin starts to encroach. There's the
Yeah, this guy
re-clear. Now
can
they know.
just chill and delay.
The enemy sky is playing close by. Flashes
And
exchange.
it's not
Kawanzin
chill,
down
it's a
to
lovely
58 here,
reposition
and
though.
Zanuck gets the spike down. Melza so far away from the action, it's going to be a while before he gets involved.
But when he does, he has the paranoia online. Look at all that utility. He has smokes as well, 2 of them. And the trips
Oh, the
aren't
timing.
done. This could get really awkward for the Loud guys remaining.
He's still there on the site. 2 years waiting for contact here from screen. Sees it, but is a little bit too late to the shot.
Oh.
Zanuck here now. Rolling Thunder into 1v2. Does he push ahead of this? There was a TP to get past the Rolling Thunder by Melsa. Still has the ability to do that again. Here they come, one after another. Crew double face and find success.
Yeah, it's a little bit bold with the
Really well done
1v2
from Crew
popping
on
the ult.
retake. For some reason, I thought Klaus was
I
alive.
mean,
Those trips,
it was a big
irrelevant,
round.
but good effort from
And they
Zanuck.
kind of doubled down with it. They lost an ult, and now they have to eco.
From Crew.
Has struck fear into you when you still feel those trips after he's died.
I've watched too much John Cutie at all times on Split. I'm way too worried about the Cypher on defense. Anchoring on A, I mean, it's just so strong. So nicely traded out there at the end.
What do you think about that Rolling Thunder there from Sadak?
Listen, it was a bold move, but he had the audio cue on both of them. He knew that they were coming screens. Listen, I'm not mad at it. Sadak is honestly, in terms of his individual play, has been really strong recently. Even on that silly deadlock last
Wait,
week,
he dodged
was
his
going
flash.
off.
Oh,
His
yeah,
aim
that
has
was a
been
good
crisp.
timing.
The mechanics have looked good.
Okay, straight up mid here. A lot of mid presence for Loud.
Yeah, and does he swing off of
safety
this?
for now.
No.
It's going to allow Kalanzine to embed.
It's just a low buy. We get double hero gun. QCK has his ult. I mean, they got a lot of ults.
He hears plenty of footsteps there in heaven.
Might catch an amazing timing. Look at the two players on crew. They want to re-clear main. Oh my god.
He's gonna go down.
Just taps one down.
Dude, he is so aware. The little jiggle peek.
Back now. Still fighting
Klaus,
main
what
is
you doing?
Klaus. A bit disconnected from the rest of the squad, and it gives Loud an opening to get into the site.
Oh my goodness, QCK.
Oh.
He has a sixth sense for
Okay.
it.
Spike planted.
Crew now left to pick up the pieces. Attempt this retake with only 2, and Kesnet, as per usual, wants to waste no time.
Dude, look at this guy behind. Look at
Didn't spot
Kalanzin.
QCK from behind the barrier, but now knows he's there.
Kalanzin is the last kill here as well. Hey, lovely, 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 but we overstepped.
Kalanzin taking a page out of the Brazilian brothers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
MIBR,
ult from him as well.
Lurking sky activity. 2 times in the
QCK
back
heads in
line
shambles,
there.
bro. He's the only reason they're getting like a lot of rounds. He's the one getting all the impact kills. You could maybe argue that this was the impact kill here,
I
but
want to say that we're up there in heaven, and then Klaus got in that awkward little
that was,
disconnected fight where he was
wild
alone in
ult.
main. Sadhak got that crucial kill to get them to the space
There's
to
a
get into the
reach
site.
stun in heaven as well
Again,
to
QCK
enable this, I think.
Coming up huge right now, wins them around outright with a fantastic rocket. Man that we're looking at to step up.
Yeah, I mean, he's been involved in all of these. Been a very
Once
big part
again,
in all
we have
of
a
them.
non-committal set up here for Loud, and the fault line for Sadak available. They are walking ramp.
Triple
No
push
one in
down,
heaven,
but I
though.
mean,
Look at
they're
this
ready
push
for
down
this.
here. This is so crew. Go in an eco. Send everyone mid with pistols. Sadak is about to get more than he bargained for. And that's the
Spike.
spike.
Yeah, they hear that.
How can they play around it though at this point? Still quite scary with the bad weapons. Heat has the Vandal in his hands. Crew have had opportunities.
They realize they
with these
push
hero
middle
rifles,
with
and they made them
numbers. They
work
take A
before.
heaven.
Less nice
and,
kill onto
yeah.
Klaus.
Spike recovered.
Tui's uses ultimate to do so. Heads up play.
Less here this time, not
I was gonna
wide
say,
swing on a ramp.
the only way they
Happy
lose
just to
this
play
round is
back
if
on
he
this a
keeps
little
them
bit.
duel in here.
Paint shells
It's a
affecting
nice
Tui's here.
nade to
Who has
force
the
them
spike? He doesn't want to get
but, like,
interrupted here.
front of
Kesnet
it,
though
though.
brought down. The anchor presence for Loud on A is very strong. And his spike punch should be well protected with crew.
I would be tempted to
Trying
call a
to probe the
timeout
way
until
down.
Cast to chill a little bit with how he's playing.
Shy, a great player in these
I like
late
him
round
just staying alive
situations, has been such a
in both of these
fantastic
rounds
addition
would
to the
have.
crew squad. This is where he
Not saying
thrives,
that
but
they
Les
would have won
catches
this
him
one,
out.
but at least the one before.
Heat just relegated to saving this Vandal.
Looked like there could have been something there, right? Crew able to find Sadak, but they don't know who else is in sewers. How do they know?
Tough to continue pushing down there, right? Because if they do, they're going to be facing a player.
What are
It's
you
so
going for,
likely, right,
Des?
that they're set up when Sadak is there that it's a 1-1-3. There's going to be one guy be main, which was the case. And then if more people are coming
Well,
back sewers,
Louds.
all of a sudden they're in a crossfire with bad weapons, bad
It's
situation.
getting
And
a lot of money.
frankly, I mean, just Tui's having his ultimate that round simplifies everything for the Loud guys. 5-3 lead now on Split. A great start for them. And we said it before, but this is a must-win game for them, damn near.
And they're treating it like that. Classic little tech is there to recover the spike. Mel's aggression in B main is helping crew make more informed decisions about whether or not to gamble on that A side.
This is a timeout
It's
for
gonna
what
be
I
a
said,
timeout
I'm
for
pretty
them now,
sure.
presumably looking to try and work around
might
some of
even
those
just
ultimates they built up a
switch it
chance
up.
to buy back into
Cypher
this
over towards
round.
B again.
Loud are doing a very good job. They're going for these early probes, cancel,
Not sure they
cut
need to.
noise,
I just think that
sometimes pump fake.
I think he needs to chill over towards site. There's no
anticipating.
need for a Cypher to make that play we saw 2 rounds ago.
Impressed with Loud so far. I think that typically from what I've seen this season, I have been more favoring their attack side play than their defensive play. The calling is still just so good from Sadhak, which we saw last week on Bind when they took that win. And so right now, perhaps getting as many as they can get, and we'll see if things switch up when it goes to the defensive side. But right
he's
now,
had
it's
so
Adam
much.
taking the time out again. A
I mean,
coach that I've been
it feels
very
like
impressed
this
by. I think
team's
he's
just
done
kind of clicked
a
now.
lot of
He's
great
there,
work
really.
with Crew since joining the squad last year. course, going on that LCQ run.
Whether this has
and
been
then
the
into
best
this year
performance for
with
them.
these
This
roster moves
really
they've
paid
had. And
off,
the roster
man.
move they
This
didn't even
force buy
intend on
really,
having.
really
He
paid off.
joining the squad, and look at how well he's been
Money
able
is
to
out of
integrate him in
control.
here.
Crew
You've
keep
gotta
doing
give that man a lot of
doing
credit.
the
We'll see
save
what they
and giving Loud a
wanna
lot of
do
money
here.
into
Out of
these
the
rounds.
timeout
Happened
and
twice
around where
now.
they have 3 ultimates. You can already see Shy
And
is in mid.
it's a good timeout as well,
Almost a
right? I feel
certainty
like a
he's
lot
just
was
gonna
going
drop
on
that
over towards
Viper's
A. They
pit to
decided to
control that
put the Cypher
space.
over towards
They
B
left
because
Klaus
honestly it
over
was
on the
just
B
maybe
side
playing
for
a
the
bit too
setup,
aggro for what
and
you
the
want to
rest of the
see.
team focus a bit more towards that.
They got to win
Just
this
a
round.
fake hero ramp with a fault line. Sadak doesn't have the spike. Left that behind a little bit. Melser again always wants to fight for more of that early info. Hit by the fault line and the flash confirmed, but no mechanism for follow-up there for Loud.
And Shy not even really feeling too pressured to have to use that pit in mid. Just has the poison orb up with a trip to play off of, and Klaus getting that info B main, which he is about to get. This trip is
but
going to have to be broken.
in my mind, Crew are making it very obvious where the
Cam as
Cypher
well there.
is,
We'll
right?
see
They're going
if
a lot of aggro over towards
Wow,
here. That was
great.
nice though.
Pops that ult as well. Just needs to slip away at this point. They're going to refight.
It's a good reposition from him.
It's Crew. Works out well. Trying to bring QCK down. Cohen's in a little bit late into heaven. Just a
Yeah,
one.
nice trades on this. I mean, a lot of shots. Once they kind of cleared out a lot of over towards A, just the insta-rotate came in.
On the A side of the map.
Does look like Loud want to go everywhere where the Cypher is right
Trying
now.
to work off of that wall right now is Sodhawk. Slowly
Do they have a read
heads
that it's just
over
like
to
one
the
solo
A
all the time?
side. Some decent space, but of course doesn't know about the player
30
on
seconds
ramp.
left. What's he
so
looking for?
Just hoping to see if maybe there's someone he can find backside, find a pick deep here. Might end up in a fight with Kesnip, but
oh, that timing.
It's all a game of timings right now. Kesnip spots them out.
What?
It's 1 HP. That is... That's an absolute shot, man. Give me this on slow-mo. How?
So nicely dealt with. They didn't even have to use that.
Can't teach that kind of stuff. That is just pure reactions.
That later, Shy just never really felt any pressure. And again, it's just on Klaus. This guy this season just revitalized his career entirely. IGLing and somehow fragging significantly better on the roll than he did last year. Incredible stuff from him.
And we're better to demonstrate this against a team who notoriously hates to play Sentinels in their comps.
Yeah, 2 of them went down though, so...
Loud does not bring that in.
They go fast over towards heaven this time, and they... I don't know if they're meaning to do it, but they are literally going to where the Cypher is every time. Smoke goes over towards B main, and we are pushing down towards middle again with 2 people. Do they insta-react hit towards A?
Big executes for sure, and they're gathered up for one on A.
Look ready to. Yeah, just waiting for the smokes to go in.
Outside, gets caught in a trip briefly. Klaus down to the paint shells though. He's
Oh.
looking to face up and turn away from the flash, but
double
gets it with a
flash.
second one. Loud dumping that
The
util
double
just as we
flash.
discussed
That
into the
was
side now.
actually
Shy
lovely.
might try and challenge this. No, the aftershock forces him off that rafter angle.
And
is
Sadak
still
here
able to find him.
was not
Melser
expecting
with
this
it all
other
to
flash.
do.
And
Heading
I
towards
imagine it's
screen.
just for people that are timing the smoke towards heaven and
Sodok as
not meant to work for the guy here,
Ball
but
is still
worked out
available. He's
well.
going to send that out. Doesn't catch Melser, but really good position.
Flash goes off, and then they have another flash behind it. The people trying to take timings. It's
a good
really
move
cool.
If you look at the economy as well late into the game, they're going to be able to have a good buy on this following round. Loud just, as we were saying, they take advantage of the comp that they're running here, able to pull off these massive executes. That's what the Breach excels at. It doesn't flow well at all times.
Hey, you guys want
throughout
some
the
more
game,
money?
But when you have a big
Here you
set
go.
piece like that, dealing with him is incredibly difficult.
It feels like Sadak sees 2 players come for him there in mid. Communicates that to Loud, saying, hey, I think A is much more lightly held right now. You can
Bit of a
probably
big
just
win, but
contact
honestly,
in there. And so they
money's
did.
so good
So
for
much of this
how many
game
rounds are left, doesn't matter
swirls
too
around
much.
Sadak there as the eye of the storm.
QCK again. I believe he did.
This though, this
That
does
was
matter
the
in
first
terms of
kill,
money.
I believe when he got that nade in there deep, if I remember correctly, we'll see. Oh, well,
Klaus got it first.
All good. they traded out even. That counts as a first kill and a first death for both. It won't show that on the stat sheet, but we know that in our hearts. QCK has really been doing a better job this game than in some we've seen.
Yeah, they
from
could
him
get this really
recently.
high at the moment.
Impressive
Looking
stuff so
good
far.
for 7. We got 1 hero gun, we got a stinger, triple sheriff. A lot of ults for crew if they want to pop him. It feels obvious who's playing well from the get-go with like the omen smokes.
away from that if required, and Kesnip was there.
Typically on these rounds, Melser has been controlling B main with ease for most of them. And Loud have just dealt with that with a fault line. Pushed up 2Es to get that space, keep his eyes on it. And then, of course, in the meantime here, it's Less and Kawanzine just working towards the A side, trying to see if
Cool
any
comes
Crew
in to go
players
over
are gonna
towards
go
A.
for a peek, posted up on the angles.
If anyone would, it's Crew.
And now just waiting for the rest of the team
Where
to
is the
rotate
hero gun?
back on this
All the way over
anti-eco
towards B.
round.
Oh.
And there it is. Heat finally just too tempted, just had
Eekers,
to find out
pops.
what was going on.
Did one go to site?
Playing right into Loud's hands. Here they head towards the site though.
Yeah, I mean, they just know that none of them went over towards site, so
Will eventually make the way over
free
A with
site for
3 of
them.
those
It's a
Crew
hard
players
retake,
grouped
and
up
that
towards
is a
screen.
spam free
Sadak has
smoke on
last
top
to
of it all.
Maybe even that was through smoke. That Raptor smoke dissipates, but no one from Crew is taken up. Residents inside heaven. Slowly, Melsa looks to try and re-clear it and have a vantage point with that Sheriff. But Loud are so embedded here. They're virtually in the walls. Melsa at least is able to dodge away from that flashpoint. Kasnit steps up to me.
Sadak's out in the open, just dueling everyone. He's real confident right now.
On the ramp side, just making things look easy. Sadak is just fragging out in this game as well. This guy is really stepping it up individually. It's pretty mental to watch. I mean, look at him go, 12 and 8, top fragging the server right now. What can he do, Mitch? What can he do?
Tell me, Cruz, these ults.
The early hit here as well, it looked as if they were hit by a Trailblazer or something similar. I think QCK stunned as they got into the side, but they were still able to keep walking up.
Nicely dealt with, and now a final opportunity for Crew to get the round, and Loud.
Okay, what is this?
Wealth, absolute wealth
Well,
on their part. They have
the triple up.
ops posted up right now.
Triple
on
up with the
attack for
backup
any Crew
rifles.
players that might get
And the
antsy.
stun goes in,
Go
so they
for
know
a
they
little
can carry on
contact
going, and he's
push,
going to
a
go
little
all the way
peek,
and
just-
try and take this. And we have a jump peek over towards B, so does he hear it and take the timing?
And then, oh, there's 3 ops on attack right now, ready to drop, pick up a rifle.
Yeah, and here we go for this one. Anyone else?
Tempting fate right now. I mean, of course they have no idea this is ridiculous, but some opportunities for Loud to get a cheese kill to open this up.
2 years is off the silly sauce. I think all of them have left Vandals in easily accessible
Yeah,
locations.
and this used to be an absolute
Loud
classic.
making a
Just
switch
smoke
up here.
towards middle and then get to minute mark, then
1
you put
minute
the
timing.
smoke back here.
Sending QCK and Kawanzine up mid.
Does look.
And at this point,
Wait, where are we actually
quite a
grouping
bit of
to?
noise across the map. There were op shots on both
AK
sides. You
into
can see
B.
how spread the Crew
Oh, that
defense
pretty
is right
changes.
now.
Dude, look at the
Shy
spread on
pops
this
a bit, tries to slow this
Viper.
down.
That's
He
lovely.
avoids a rolling thunder. QCK looks to spam through. Shia wants to inch forward. The paint shell's though going to make him think twice
Team
about
net.
that.
Yeah, and with that, you kind of force him over towards A. And I'm a bit worried about the Cypher.
All of this. Klaus anchored on the side, hit by a flash. Cyber Casey give him a little bit of room to breathe, and he wins out the battle. That's a big one.
Yeah, it's going
But
to
his
stay
one
alive
gun,
now.
Long range showstopper there, sidestepped by Sadak, but he's low.
Dude, he keeps peeking
Twins
so much.
Getting involved, but it's up to QCK now.
Oh, it swings.
He's had a great game, but this might be too much to ask for.
5 with the pistol, though. Yeah, going to be a little bit disappointed. Loud should be super happy with this half.
On the pressure wire.
Great big swing from Crew there at the end. The triple face into screens. And listen, this one is close. Both teams right now, they're showing out. I think both teams are looking quite strong. Could go either way.
Absolutely here, Loud with 7. Let's see how this plays out in that final round here. Rough one for Loud.
Just forced into this rotate. I mean, they had to play into Crew's hands because of that pit that came down from Shy. And you could see the instant rotate from Crew. They were so fast to meet them on the A site. They just hurried them
The
over.
crowd are
Perfect
going
response.
crazy.
Definitely a must-win game for Loud so far. And
That
they're
same group
playing
of
like
5,
it.
I swear.
We're going to take a moment out, head over to our desk to break down the action from Split so far.
Why is the name Crew?
Thanks
Crew
very much,
Visa?
Nick.
To sponsor.
5 salvage at the end there for Crew, but overall, a bit of a struggle on that defensive side for Klaus and the boys.
Yeah, it absolutely was. They got that win right at the end, but even from round 2, Loud forcing up and beating out to get the momentum back in their favor, it did start to slip away from Crew.
Yeah, it just looked so rough for me because I felt like there were so many opportunities where they could use their Sky to get good enough re-clear information. You know, you knew Loud was using their fault line towards that B main almost every single round, and instead of re-clearing, regaining that info, it felt like Crew just fell off, played a little bit more passive, put a lot of trust into their team to just hold down the site, and the Sky was just playing A every round, not getting any.
It was a little weird seeing some of those Sky re-clears going on the A site when the Cypher utility was also set up there. And it's not always super problematic to play Sky on the same side as the Cypher, but to, like what you were saying, it's very important to get a forward line
Visa.
posted, usually by
That's
your
kind of
coolest
sick,
player
dude.
on the
It
other
sounds
side
good.
of the map, so you do have balance.
Do it for half the price.
Absolutely. And for the other side on Loud, it's a little bit of a continuation of the last game where Sadak is taking over, winning a lot of these rounds out of the scrappiness. But let's look ahead towards that second half.
Sadak?
What are
I
you
mean,
looking for
Sadak's
on Crew's
always,
attack, Nuna?
I mean,
always
I
impressive.
would love to see a little bit more util. I feel like all these fights so far, I've just been kind of walking out.
Haven't seen doing more mid-rounding? Yeah.
More mid-rounding information.
Yeah, it
and
could be
setting
why,
up
but
to
I mean,
bait that breach trap.
Sadak's always been fragging out
Usually
anyway.
how they get that
to be
mid-round
honest.
info is by inserting Kesnet very far up into mid, into mail or vents. That's what I'm looking at.
Loud's gonna have to deal with it, but they already have 7 rounds and a chance to close this out as we head back to the game with Mitch and Wyatt.
And we're on the same page, I think, as our desk here. So much of this depends on that breach utility. Sadak
Got a
always
raid
seems to be
boss.
the
We have
locus
a
of the
raid boss
action.
fully.
And
We've
he's
got the
able to pull
armor,
all
we've
this
got the frenzy.
information
It's the
over
old
the
school
rest of
raid
his team,
boss
especially
against
about the weaker sides on
triple,
the
sorry,
extremities.
quad ghost.
And on the defense side as well, Breach here just notorious.
The sheriff.
For so many
Where are we
trap
sending
play
it?
Setups.
Solo
Usually
send
you would see
with
that
a
kind of thing off
double
the site for the
natural to
pagan
heaven.
that Sadhak
Yeah,
despises, but
okay. There's
even
no
still,
util to set
that
this one
is
up, by the
going
way.
to
He
be
is just.
a main point. That's
Oh my
loud
god.
defense, because, I mean, almost just some random spam to open things up here.
Yeah, it creates a lot of pressure over towards A because why would he be here on his own? I can imagine there's some kind of util to set him up. He then joins. Okay, something changed in all of this. Because they were gearing up to send it here.
He was preparing a paranoia, I think, for that push. Gearing up for
Maybe they weren't expecting double towards vents, so they feel like the vision's already been blocked. The question's already been set because of this guy that he was dueling earlier. Dude, look at some of the HPs. That nade would have been the perfect nade.
Paranoia this time. How does he look to play off of it?
Comes in a little bit later, goes a little bit deeper.
A little bit of protection. He'll take a smattering of damage, but an aftershock from Sadak claims heat. Devastating. Less a little bit low. Klaus is actually able to step up and get a cam here in a heaven. This means a crew can now flood in and play from this high ground position. Paint shells now thrown down, but 2 years is undetected in this low spot. He's able to find Kez at the very least, but it's a one and done. Sadak at 6 HP.
I was gonna say, if he gets one more here.
But Les gets involved.
Less low HP, maybe.
Melsa
Massive
will
flash.
likely have to play from elbow here. Now Trailblazer is going to look to seek him out.
Yeah, and they get the flash
Paranoia
out.
gets in. He's a flash over the top, dangerous for
Ooh.
Melsa.
Okay, nicely done. Pistol each. And do crew decide? The crew decide to force into this or not? Dude, what is this? What is this breach damage?
Crucial piece in allowing Loud to just overstack
They like
towards the A
this,
site.
but it somehow hits
With
the
that
corner
mid-push
here.
not coming in, it
I
was
would
just
love to know
all
how
too
he
readable,
died.
Mitch. They were perfectly set up for that. And then how can you get in? I mean,
Yeah, it
this
is. Oh my god, I'm not sure it hits the corner like I thought, but
right, I mean, the crossfire set
it's pretty sick. It kind of just locks them into the jewel on heaven.
And a
So
perfectly
if they
played
try and
2v1
bail
just
out,
swinging together,
then they
closing
just start
things
tanking
out, not
damage.
giving Melser a
Yeah,
chance
it's
in that.
pretty nice.
2 pistol round
Like
wins
this.
now for Loud in this game. Crew with a lot of work to do to make up for
From
that
here.
deficit.
Really
Can't
cool.
ask for more than that in a scrappy matchup that we've seen transpire here on Split. It's a fault line, but no follow.
Yeah,
Again,
not
the
seen that one
conditioning
before.
begins here.
Guy Flash goes out over towards A, and crew do not decide to buy into this one. We just get triple
And a
sheriff
pretty
because they got
typical
plant.
open that you're going to see here when they have that Cypher right, just watching towards A. Players probing, trying to take other areas of the map while the Cypher tries to find an opening. But on a round where you've only got pistols, I mean, nothing is really going to come to fruition here for the Loud side.
Won't come easy at the very least, will it?
No, certainly not.
Klaus, though, is on the tools. He's putting the work in. And Cowanzin was pushing up on those rafters, gets punished. Les broods within the smoke and chooses his time to swing.
Oh boy, it's like the first half, just the other way around. Just this time without the buy. Luis is 19 HP as well. Oh my, the movement. The movement was the one.
I mean, you've got to be joking. The second I'm talking about the pistols there, they lost one. I mean, how
Is
the
there not
hell
another
did they
gun
take
down
up
somewhere?
those 2 kills in mid?
No, I
That
guess not.
just
I guess
should
they're in middle.
never be happening. But when we're looking at Crew, we're looking at the individual skill, the form that these guys have been in the past 3 weeks. It feels like at any point, anyone on this team can hit a crucial shot.
Wow, that's a massive round, and I don't think these guys can get anything. Maybe could have juggled a Spectre over, but guys, there was a Bulldog the whole time in Heaven and they didn't juggle it.
Let's see how that went down. You're gonna talk me through why.
Oh my God! I mean, what a shot from Klaus. Oh, let's just. I mean, this awkward double swing.
It's a nice
Again,
round.
What a shot. I mean, these guys have just been so cracked these past few weeks. All of them just feel revitalized individually. Guys that when we were looking at Crew in the past, it was
Yeah, you
Kesnet
add
and
an easy
friends.
half
And
here.
now the
It
friends
falls
are-
apart
they're
because
really
of that.
good. They're
We've got
right there
one
with
Sheriff
them.
for less and
Swing that smoke.
a
Did
little bit of
respect
util.
the mid presence. Some early action here. 2 years able to get out, but only just. Kesnet could have pursued, but doesn't know about that Heaven presence. But now 2 years, he knows his number is up. Kesnet starts to take advantage. Smoke in Heaven will cut less than QCK1 out of the action. It's a fault line from afar for Sadak, but nobody
That's getting
remotely
him.
bothered by it. Paranoia
Oh.
actually hits Kesnet there.
Tuiz is surviving for a long time here. Omen flash to enable his team to try flat up from Heaven, but they were a little bit too far away.
And he doesn't have much to do here at all. Get some damage done. Oh my goodness, Lau got folded.
Dude, this crowd, man, they're really behind
In
Crew.
the midst of that execute, was there an opportunity?
They're in a
probably for
really
Kesnet
good
to
spot
just
right
push
now.
up,
What's the actual
grab,
econ like in
fight
terms of
Tuiz and kill him?
orbs?
Yeah, but they just slow it down and nade him. This team is just playing a very fundamentally sound game, which is just in juxtaposition to the Crew that we remember of last year, where at times you're watching Kesnet and you're watching a guy who feels like he has to go nuclear all the time.
It feels like
swing
he has
everything.
to win the game for his team in the past, right?
Op goes
Now
out.
he says
Op,
he's the Kesnet that
I mean,
plays
that's
for
a
his team.
drop from someone else. Op
Operator here in
heavy
the hands
armor.
of QCK.
They missing util because of it?
That one though is down
Doesn't
mid.
look like it.
2 years will be staved off.
So
by
Op
that
over
poison orb.
towards middle.
And falling off B main now.
Really
are
don't think they'll
Crew
expect
as
this one.
Kesnet and Klaus just trying to work up, get some space off of that Viper wall. Facing now into the site as the rest of the team gather up with them. Flash is going to get some info from Kawanzine, but not enough to convince the rest of the Loud players to rotate just yet.
This is a great reposition from him though.
But eventually they are going to start sending
Yeah, to
less
double up
reinforce
sight,
this
this
A
is
side.
good.
Anchor players
A
will
little bit of
Kawanzine
spamming
and
going
Sadak
on.
As per usual.
That often
There was a heal, I think, for Shy, I'm not sure.
And it has allowed less to pick up this angle.
QCK's got to get out of there.
Potentially up and mid now. QCK is.
He's going to hear them go back,
They
and
don't go
with
in,
that
they've actually
info,
got
Les
Brayden
is
in.
coming
Another
over.
fault line towards Heaven here as Crew trend back
And this Omen
towards
is
the
too
A
far
side.
away to give him a smoke
Paranoia
on
dodge
sight.
by
Omen flash
Kawanzine, not even
misses.
close. Flash gives no information, but here comes that
These
swing
two on
from
sight,
Main.
man. This is a
Kawanzine
rough
wants to hold
spot.
the line, but tries a little better. Oh my, the anchors.
Double. They were not in good position, and Omen, the only person that could maybe enable them to kind of actually be able to do something in terms of the double flash, was over towards B main. There's a smoke here, gives them all the option.
What a fantastically called round from Klaus. The IGL.
Oh, the
just,
timing out
as he
after
said,
this.
that
Oh man,
fake
are we
just
gonna
settling
save?
that pressure onto
Oh,
QCK.
this is huge.
You know he's getting worried. He's
We got a
saying over
9K.
comms that they're coming up vent right now. He has to fall off, and you can see less on the minimap. He was watching Heaven from the spawn side. He starts to fall off a little bit.
Jump.
Things are just getting so messy. And Crew take full advantage of it. Then they burst into
Yeah, I
the
wouldn't.
A
I
site,
wouldn't have to.
just
I wouldn't hunt so
swarming
heavy.
the two anchors.
Doesn't need to happen.
I mean, what can
fine.
they do when they're getting pushed down from elbow, from main, Heaven? What a great round from Crew.
Elaborate too. The mid-rounding was pretty elegant.
Absolutely. I just love what I'm seeing from Klaus. This stage.
Just walk up here. Oh, the pressure on Sadak. He
Just doesn't know where to look. He has to just watch everything
Yeah,
at
he
once.
just thinks they're coming elbow as well
He's
at the
only
same
got
time.
two eyes. He doesn't have a third in the back of his head.
Yeah, 2 eyes, 3 A's, but not a hope in that round. Timeout here called by Lau because they've maintained that operator from QCK. They can still play around that. By the looks of
Don't
the
think Crew know about the op. Yeah, I didn't see it
Sadak
shot.
really doesn't have a whole lot economically to contribute. The Crew have evened up this game. They've lost both pistols here on Split.
You talk about the
Despite that,
double
they have made it
flashback
more
of sight
than
dance.
competitive.
At the top of the board right now for them, Heat. Just A guy who didn't even think he'd have a place in the league this season.
In theory, like the two flashes can work off each other well over towards site, but they need to be in different
on the international
positions.
stage. Like, he is the best player in Brazil, and then didn't even think this season that he would have a team. And of course,
Like,
I'm referring
the
to
most
many
common
years
setup
ago,
like
but
that is
what a
Sky,
turnaround now.
guy
Picking up a
behind
new
screens. Like,
It's
this
just
works
looked
well with these two
fantastic.
doing that.
And
Sky behind
NTI
screens
also
and Breach
continue to
here, and
be
Breach
developed
can
as
flash
a
like
sixth
this
man for this
corner from
roster.
spawn,
Obviously coming
but
up
you can
from
peek, and then the Sky can obviously
that
flash
academy
rounds.
scene in
Should
Latin
never
America.
both be in
Crucially,
this square.
Starhawk now, as you mentioned with the economy, he's opted to just get a light armor and a stinger, going to forego better weaponry to get that utility to try and set his team up. A lot of eyes on the operator here, which is actually now, hold on, that's being swapped over to Les. He's got that to watch the line on A, while the rest of the team,
Les.
it looks like they're set up for a
Les
big play
gets
in
the
B main with Starhawk fault line in hand,
And
ready
they
to
want to
fight here.
send it? You would imagine.
Okay, it's actually a defensive smoke, not even a one-way, and yet Loud want to try and push through this.
What?
They made
What's the
enough
flash
noise to wake the
like?
dead.
No
Kesnick,
flash.
Does he have the right angle? He's trying to play an off angle here in advance, but still through the smoke. Here comes Loud. Kesnick's got nowhere to go, but still does the dead.
Holy hell, but this was such a bold call in the timeout.
How does he navigate?
This is one of the boldest calls I've ever seen for a
I
timeout.
thought Loud were screwed when they were jumping out of the smoke.
Yeah,
I couldn't
same
believe
here.
They get two. How does it? I mean, full blind brings it back to the 2v2.
Not just that. I can't believe that. They're in a favored position now. How about a contact here towards A with no threat? Not that I know that.
That was
But look
that
at this
was
straight
your
away. Kesnick
big
gets there. That
that was
spike is
your
going
big
down.
call after a
Shy able to play
timeout.
here from ramp, and Louder a long way from the action.
At the very least, Sadhawk is able to recover a rifle from that slew of corpses outside
it
of
nearly
B,
worked.
and a ton of utility up. His fault line just recharged. He didn't end up using an aftershock or either of the flashes early in the round, so critical on this retake.
Guardian, yeah, the Guardian should have got a kill. It's true.
Shy, the timing didn't favor him. Starduck wins it out. Kesnit, a little battered here, a little
Time
damage.
is low.
Paint shells to his name.
You can tuck in.
Probably going to deal with a high-low setup here from Loud, but he sees Let's first. He swings it. Now the one
He has to
versus
spam
one for
him.
Kesnit. Fault line comes in.
Got no,
He stands his
got no
ground.
time on
He
this.
will go down with this ship. Crosses down to 15, and he's done it.
Bro, guys, this literally just like, bro, what are you doing? See, you see him questioning what they're doing here. Nakiel, thank you with the prime. Thank you with the 8 months. Appreciate
I
it.
can't believe they won it after the initial action. I can't believe Kesnit
I can't believe this call in a timeout. I've never seen anything like it. But honestly, if that guy hits the shots, is it not a? I mean, they win the round. Yeah, I kind of want to see all of this again. This guy then got the double.
And Sadok just still in heaven, just wasn't in the right place to trade off of it, just getting a little bit disconnected. Wasn't sure maybe if he wanted to use utility.
8 rounds. Probably
Oh
not
my
again.
god, I can't believe that. Crew fast into B main now, taking control.
Oh my.
Is that Rolling Thunder? Limited chance to play off of it though, as a Snakebite will cover the retreat here for Crew. And they'll add some more util on top just to make sure
We are
pursuers
dumping util into
kept at
this.
bay.
Like the smoke though, the smoke's good because it can block vision like you go into this corner on the left, even forces a nade out. What an absolute brawl for B main. Yeah, everyone wanted the orb. We wanted Razor, we wanted to get one closer to Razor.
Getting online.
No one wanted them to get an orb. And over towards A, we're protecting this orb as well, so they are on a massive mission to make sure that Kesnit doesn't get his Razor.
Of it, posts up all the way into vent.
The whole round was based around it. We even used a breach
I
orb.
like how they're responding to this, playing close to B main. If they can just hold
Deacons
back,
goes in, only 2
can
on
give up the
site.
site,
Right,
but
they
control
can
that
just send
crucial
it.
area of the map
Shy
here.
is just gonna relax.
Zeke is pretty illuminating.
And they
Loud
both
will
go
post
to
up
B
here.
main. And do they
Shy
even
has been
consider
left
this?
in reserve? Will he wait on the corner to his attention now elsewhere? This is when Shy can pounce. He's trying to keep them interested.
They played this so well.
Works out perfectly. Now, from spawn, Loud have to try and find a way out. Fault line to hopefully pave the way. I mean, there's a lot of bells and whistles here. Loud
Yeah,
need
and
to
they're gonna have to
manifest
save
an
again, right?
advantage. And they can't, they know it.
Just no desire to go for that. I mean, you could see the whole time Cowanzine, he was just...
Oh, it's chalked.
He was just sat in vents. And look at the state of the economy. Crew have no problem hunting for this. The wealth disparity is out of control right now.
Yeah,
on
it is.
Split.
Like, they might as well. They're swimming in money.
No reason not
Anything,
to hunt
Kesnit's
for
better off
these.
dying
Crew
here.
10-8 lead now, and it just comes down to that play in B main. I have no problem with how Loud responded to that loss of mid control. They have to take B main and fight there, but they just lose the fights. The Crew players are so skilled, so
Not even
in
sure it's
that
that at the
flow
moment. They're
state
just
when it
playing
comes to the
so
duels.
weird.
If one of those just goes the other way, totally different round, but they win them both. And that little bait from Heat was so nice.
And at that point, they've got no interest in checking behind them towards Ramen, where Shai was waiting. Crew orchestrate that perfectly. And they're very good at eking out these small advantages that then get snowballed into the later part of the round. And it's not always easy, right, to be grouped up in mid as 5 and sort of create a scenario where you can split.
Double timeout,
But then
yeah,
with
in the
Shai
space of
behind,
2 rounds.
Take that heaven control move to the side. And at the start of the round, we see that rolling thunder come out from
Maybe
Sadak,
stops
but there's
going
no
so
way to capitalize
heavy
on
over
it.
towards B
It's an
main.
audacious plan. It's again
Or
Loud
double
trying to
down
apply
and just
some
fully
form of
send
pressure
it
to
all the way out
main.
B main.
At least it's not swinging smokes and losing 2
I will
versus
say
3.
this, Crew, if they call a timeout and you shut down B main twice, they will not expect you to go aggro B main again. So I would imagine like only one person is watching B for Crew, unless they want to take early control and get this orb.
Kind of slow things down.
You could definitely call to
figure out what they want to do
go
from here
aggro
on
B
out
again,
after
but it would be the boldest call you've
frustrating
ever seen.
round to lose, frankly.
I mean, they've lost 5 in a row.
Heads. I mean, yeah, that is tough. I didn't even realize they're kind of just coming so fast, to be honest.
And if I was PayU SDK, my headline would be even further back, and that's hard.
They might at least just go and get the
That's a
orb.
long walk.
Don't think we're gonna see the smoke deep and walk through shenanigans though.
Again, just leaving Klaus over towards A main, gonna control that with the cam, play around the Viper wall, set up in the 1-3-1 here. Standard open to the round, gonna dog through this poison cloud. Fake TP as well, or not even a fake, sorry, just CPing high, yeah, to try and get that angle over into vent.
Could leave Melsa here for a time.
Oh, this pause might work. How long does the Omen hold this for?
A trip, that's it.
Is they re-clearing vents and they're about to take this duel? Prius?
False info from Cowan.
Yeah, now I know we're on Prius.
Expecting at this point maybe to just see the Cypher, and only sees the Cypher again.
Well, the heal into this one shot, Sadak.
What a peak, great kill.
Sadak saw the Cypher too, but he can
Whoa.
the kill.
Damn, dude, what was his HP on this? 36?
Let's now going to try and make his way out here. A Viper's been thrown down to give them that later access to elbow and some of the site. That's not enough to dissuade Kesset. He still wants to
Okay,
plant.
save
They're
plant.
going for
Everyone's
A.
got to fight over towards site.
Crucially, though, Melsa does have
UCK
the
has
right
his
away
ult.
right now. That could be a
Isn't it
round
ready
winning
to
piece of utility here
pluck
for
him
Crew.
out of the air? Low HP
Showstopper for
goes
QCK.
ramp. He's coming ramp.
Where does this go? Kesden is close by, but he's tucked on the right-hand side. QCK has to know about this. Kesden, no way!
Whoa.
He gets away with it. Paint shells, he holds his ground.
Holy, 5 HP. 5 HP comms come in. Would you just spam it? Don't even need to. Oh my goodness. Guy is the calmest player. Wait, how is he allowed to...
What a
how's he allowed to take that angle and not get shot in the side here though? Oh, sick.
This pickup from in the off season for Crew, bringing him in from Lev.
Heart
I
Attack
think a
Jack, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you so much,
late
dude.
last year with Lev, when that team was, struggling, clawing
Yeah,
for
'cause
wins,
of the
he was the
Viper.
guy bringing them over the finish line in a lot of games, and I thought that was a great upgrade here for Crew. And now surrounded by so much
Probably
other
going to
talent.
swing off of that, but I get
This
why he
team just
doesn't,
looks
because he wants to
electric.
drop the ult and he doesn't want to swing because he knows the guy's probably back at sight. That was impressive from Hell here.
And potentially devastating for Loud. They would be out of contention for their first international event. Crew would
Bro,
not
they
be
only got
guaranteed
pistol rounds so
to
far in their
qualify
defense.
for our playoffs, but they'd be pretty darn close.
Oh my god.
Fault line here. The little off center for
Foul
Sadak. He
breach.
might be a bit exposed and is quickly able to get back to safety.
Decent amount of util used already from the Loud side. Trying to go for a little trap play, potentially in B main, find a pick there. At the very least, they're going to retain some control off the one-way for now.
I don't think Crew want to let them have B main indefinitely, but that one way is about to be refreshed. So mid it is.
Contacting up slowly now. But with that cloud going down, they feel pressured to use their info gathering utility.
And they pick the right side again. Double rotate goes in. Stun to see if they push back. Damage as well. And this kid is wrecking them. Back-to-back rounds.
Shy will be slow about it, but he'll get there. QCK holds his ground on the side.
Shots.
But he finds
Dude,
it
the
from
shots
upper.
they're hitting are
Melter
just
here can
disgusting,
catch Sadak,
though.
but is more concerned about the ropes rotation. Camera moved. Sadak gives away his position. For Melzer, it's all too easy.
Hey,
And
they're
Kalanzine realizes
all over
he needs
them.
to get out of dodge. Allow him one more chance to keep this map alive.
Shy is just absolutely cooking in B main. He just can't be stopped. It's another round where he essentially
He's
just
wrecking
gets
them
the
on
pivotal
attack, man.
impact
He
kill
really is.
That gives Crew the round win. But I just love, I love the calling right now from Klaus. He's working across the map, getting up into mid. And then they felt a little bit of pressure, and boom, did you see the reaction time on just getting the dog, the boom bot out, pressuring into vent and into heaven at the same time. I mean, you can't ask for any more from Shy, man.
It's elementary from that point, right? The trades are good. The defenders have no heaven control. Sadak's late to the party.
Right, let's check it
There you
out.
have it. Map point coming up here for Crew.
I just, in no point watching Crew, I feel like I've seen quality attack side rounds.
The
like
rice
this.
cooker?
At
I
no
still haven't
point
done
in
it.
their history. At no point have they been this consistent. 3 weeks of
Look at
wins in a
this.
row. About to take another.
This is
map
one of
right
those
now.
savage
They've
mental
had those
losses
flash
as
in
well,
the pan
because, I mean, you
moments
were
like
up
at
so much, you
LCQ
had
at
the
some of
pistol.
international events, they'll get a big upset win here and there. But this high level
All
of
chances to
consistency
finish
is new
it,
to them.
and looks like they want to just go for straight up A. Is it the double satchel,
now.
or are they waiting
Gathered
for a
up
flash?
outside of A. They haven't really gone for a lot of big hits. This might be the first time they do it.
Everybody from
Okay.
Crew group there. Sadak takes a licking early.
And they're just ready to insta-send
Shy
this.
here set up to
Molly and
deny
then Molly
Rafters.
spawn. Spawn line up's the window.
And there it is. Snakebite, even some trips being thrown down here at the top of ramps. Crew might just want to push their way through A main, but this aftershock is going to be forcing them to wait.
Okay, this time we actually get a
More
smoke,
info
but
in towards heaven. Crew now making
see
their
this
intentions
smoke
pretty clear.
is that Omen can only
Paranoia
reach
also
there,
to
and he
catch
still wants to
Rafters.
hold over
Klaus
towards
keeping
B
an eye on
site.
ropes now. Tentatively, Crew start
And
to
this
take control
raise
of this
might
part
have
of the
to do it all, because the pivot over towards B
This
looks
mid-round for
pretty
Crew now is
tempting.
pivotal. They've expended a lot of utility. They know that they've drawn rotates at this point. They've made so much noise.
Shadows traveling.
What is the response going to be? They're slowing things down.
They finally crossed that heaven opening. Sadak wasn't watching the line. Too much pressure for him. Kawanzin is low. Look at how bad the angles
Whoa,
are
where's
for
my
that.
bullets going there?
Barely alive, but they hold
Yeah,
their
Klaus
ground
is
for
just
now.
crouched
QCK
under
chooses
everything.
time to come out from ropes, but
There's
it
no
wasn't
like
his
micro
face.
adjustment down.
2 years. Makes sound and is forced back. Kawanzin was always going to be lit there. And 2 years is on the outside looking in. Spike isn't even planted yet, and he has to do something truly extraordinary to keep this map alive.
Spike planted.
But look at this setup. How can he craft
Yeah, I mean,
this
how are
one?
you even meant to win this?
Trip behind him.
How are you meant to do anything there? Okay, I mean, Warden attack half.
Opener to this series. After that halftime, they lost
Dominated him.
both pistols wire.
I mean, it's one of those games where when you look at the score, it tells
Only
you
a
little
pistol
bit,
round
right?
on the
13-8,
fence is
that
wearing
pretty
sign.
convincing, sure. But when you watch and you take into account the pistols, I mean, that was on the gun rounds.
Guy, yeah. Dude, honestly, on attack here, they were hitting so many fast shots. It felt like there was a bit of an aim diff, like in the second half. I didn't really notice in the first half, like at all. But a lot of the duels here were just insta-won by Crew.
Re-pushing into other areas, re-clearing mid at crucial times, threatening. Are they hitting A? Are they hitting B through mid? Which side are they splitting? How Shy was playing around main. I mean, masterclass attack side here from Crew.
It's that second half anti-eco for Loud that's going to stick in my head there. Things really started to go south after that. We're going to step away for a moment, and GB and the Atlas stats will break down map 1.
Whose pick was this? It was Crew's pick, though. So there's that. And then you see Ascent coming out, and I really hope there's some kind of Ascent comp change, which I think there will be.
It's Jimmy Lin.
Sagery, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Thank you for the 3 months.
Watch out for the
Appreciate
stairs,
that.
clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Okay, we'll tune in a little bit, see what comp they decide to play. They own the veto. I mean, yeah, I think it's really good match for Crew. Okay, be back in a bit.
Red Bull
Glow gives you wings.
Suelo, 1 para 1. La tiene el brasileño. ¡Claro! Por parte de Hit.
Não vai dar tempo, não fez metade. Left de novo, vai que é tua,
Here with Coach Adam of Crew Visa, a very impressive map one win. Y'all look so strong, so rehearsed, so put together. Now, you both talked about, your team talked about in the package before that this was going to be a difficult match. So in your estimation, is this the Loud that you expected and planned for, or was this more an in-server adaptation in real time?
I think Loud is always hard. They have like the top tier quality players, and also their ability to read the rival and to reposition and restate their game is always hard. So yeah, it was a hard match. We won. It was a hard map, and the match is not done yet. So I think it won't be an easy match. And Loud is always a hard team to beat.
Well, it's Loud's map pick next, so best of luck.
Well, it may not be an easy match, but if anything, Crew, well, they've been looking pretty damn good so far. You got to be happy about that if you're crouping out there. Am I right, Athena? Huh?
No.
No?
Why does he say no?
Thank you.
Wait, why are both
Literally,
you guys
thank you.
knowing him? I'm crouping.
I hate that
Oh, please.
It's not.
What?
You take one improv class and you're yes-anding all of a sudden?
All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we were seeing in that, because it just felt like Loud were just flat out there, man.
Yeah, I mean, after winning the pistol, they fell apart, and a round like this really shows it. Crew do a little bit of a diving and dipping up in towards A heaven, but Loud consistently, especially early on in the half, were putting both of their initiators on the same side of the map, and it just felt like
There are
you were
chances that the
overloading
4
into that
teams
side and not actually even
go
setting up trap
winless.
plays around
I
that.
mean,
Not
2
having
wins.
decipher, they were either using their
EG,
util
Loud,
really
Fury,
early right off the
MIBR.
rip and
I mean,
not
yeah, it
really
looks like it.
connecting, or
EG has
being
the
in a
best
situation
chance,
like
and they
that
got
where
to
they've
play
still got flashes in
NRG.
hand and getting dove on.
Yeah, I mean, in that second half,
Cloud,
when I was
Sentinels,
watching Loud, it was
G2,
just so hard to watch
Furia,
because there were so many
Cloud9
instances where
Sentinels,
they would use their breach util, they would use their sky
MIBR,
util, and no one
G2,
would capitalize off
Cloud9.
it. Or there were a lot of rounds where they could have used their util. A lot of the time,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
initiators
it
just
looks like
died,
EG
both
are
of
in the
them,
best spot,
with
really.
all their util,
Unless
3
Loud
quarters
can
their
pull this one
util
back.
fully set. There were even rounds where both Sky and Breach were playing on that A site. It just felt so rough because you have that Raze operator. You cannot set the Raze up to opt towards mid. You're giving up so many lines. You're giving up so much information. And you're not using your util. Like, I'm not sure what the game plan was, but it felt really rough for Loud.
Yeah, it was a struggle for Loud, but Crew did take advantage of that, and I think called a solid attack side, and a big part of that was heat. And to kind of remind about this guy's history,
They have the best team in
last
Americas
year
right
he was
now.
on MIBR.
At least recently,
Worst team
past
in
2
the
weeks, I
league,
think you could
most
say
likely
that
then,
maybe
right?
they're looking the
besides
best.
What was
I don't
then
know.
the Crew roster, but even that MIBR team was falling apart
I
towards
think
the end
Crew's
of the
looking
season.
really good
He ends up going
as
his
well.
separate ways
But
with
I
them,
do think that
kind of some internal
I do think in
struggles
terms of
within
what
the
we've seen,
team,
like
and
Lev is probably the most
plummeted,
impressive.
right? People were, this guy's a hothead, he's tough to work with on a team after playing on the duelists there. But then he comes into Crew this year, into stage 1, after not even thinking he would be on a team. And he pivots his role. He really, I think, reinvents himself.
He becomes more of a role player
Yes,
rather than just a star player, which is huge.
And has come back and performed excellently. Pretty much every game that Crew has been winning, this guy has been performing insanely individually. And on top of that, he's so much more of a team player than when you watched him on MIBR. He's so good at setting his teammates up on this initiator. The role looks natural.
I spoke about him previously because I've seen that on every single initiator that he has played, whether it's Info Initiator or Flash Initiator, the Gecko, the Fade, the Breach, the Sky, whatever it is that he's played, he has put
NRG,
up
I mean, they kind of
phenomenal
already
numbers.
are, bro.
Also, don't you mean heat-headed?
But you won't give me Crew. I don't know if I should even fist bump you. Oh, wait, Mimi's gone. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear what the Loud coach had to say of map 2, and we'll get Mimi back, I think.
Here with the coach of Loud, STK. A very close map, a kind of back and forth brawl, scrappy. We're moving on to your map pick next. And Athena said on the desk that Loud just seemed out of form. On the casting desk, they said that this is a must-win game, and you're treating it like that. As the coach, in your estimation, how do you think your team is performing right now?
I think that in the first half, Seaside was okay. We played okay. And the second half, the fact that we lost the second round, that equal, not make our game more difficult. And the rounds that we have like a good read on the game, we have like the key kills of the round that went to them. So I think that Ascent is a really good map for us, and Lotus too. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to come back and win 2 against 2-1.
All right, well, 2-1. See you then.
Well, up next is going to be Ascent here, and of course, this is going to be the Loud pick, but this could very well end up being a 2-0 if Loud
Yeah, I was gonna let that one
We're
slide,
going to
Desk.
Ascent, which is a map that
I was
Loud
really
has
gonna let that
traditionally
one
been pretty
slide
solid
about the Lotus too.
Traditionally,
He would have
in
convinced me
previous
if he just said
iterations
that
of the
our
team,
Ascent's
it's
really
true.
good.
This year, it's been more of a struggle. They started off
And
playing
he
the
slipped
Breach
in
Phoenix
and
comp, which
Lotus too.
didn't
That one
really
didn't
work
fill me
out
too
after
much
the initial
confidence.
time they showed
What is
it
this
on
comp?
map,
Where are they?
and then they switched
Looks
back
like
over to the
normal.
default comp, and we've seen
Wait, is there a
QCK
Viper there?
struggle on this map. It
Look
hasn't
at
been a great
Viper there.
record.
Yeah,
Viper,
in
Omen.
2024, for a team that was our
Sova.
second best team in Americas, there are only 2 out of 5 wins on this map.
Whew. Dang.
That's
Didn't-
rough.
Didn't even put that
Wait,
in
who
there.
are they?
I
Who are they
didn't-
taking out for the?
Almost every team in the
Who do they
league
take
is
out for the
willing to
Viper?
play and can play at a high level. And for Crew, historically, we're talking last year, this was their best map. Haven't
The
seen it
KO,
as
I
much
guess,
this
right?
year, but they're still good on it.
I feel like with the way that both
Killjoy?
teams are playing right now, with a lot of these contact plays,
Oh, there's a
lot
KO.
of these low
Yes, they have no
util, just trying
Sentinel.
to get these team kills plays and trying to get these 1v1s, that for Ascent is just so much harder to do that unless you're just fighting mid every round. A lot of these choke points will have to be util heavy. So I'm hoping for both these teams to just see a lot more team play going into it, a lot more util usage, getting those KO9s.
Okay, so
out.
yeah,
And we do actually
we
have
we
the
go for the
Viper
no
Yeah,
sense.
that's an interesting
Dude,
one. I think Viper is.
this
I
team team just hates info sentinels. What happened? When did that happen?
To bring up and put down either a wall or an orb can
Hate
shut
it.
down so many of those angles.
I think it'll be very helpful against a Kesnet who can take over games on this defensive side.
Mimi, I love watching Kesnet play a
This is
Sentinel,
okay.
especially on
They
the
just got to
attacking
punish
side.
middle early.
They let him go crazy because they'll get him up into
The
mid.
Viper could
He'll
still
either be
block
going
a
into
lot.
tree or into-
The
into
interesting
market
thing is
on
like
his own,
Crew
completely
could
setting up the
potentially
back
luck
door
like
ideas.
mad. Like Shy could have a really fun time. I could have a lot of fun. He can take so many times. He can take the latest lucks possible if he wants as well.
Sometimes even just runs into spawn and takes his gunfights.
And
well,
yeah, I mean,
man,
they can
this
just
is gonna be a
run
tough
over
one here
towards
for
middle
Loud,
all the
without a
time.
doubt. They're gonna need to pick up
See
the
how they
pieces
handle
for sure,
it.
but Crew could very well shut it down with a 2-0 here in now. Let's send it over to your casters. You got
Coda
Uber and
Kuna
White on
with the
the call.
14 months. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the desk. You know,
Yeah,
looking
I
at
mean,
this
true.
Loud comp, it's not that crazy. You know, it's pretty standard.
It's
with
not
the
that
Viper and
crazy,
Crew,
I
but
agree.
They've never played something like this. Last time we saw a send from them,
It's one of
they were
their
still
more
on
mellow
Breach and
comps,
Phoenix.
which says a lot.
Yeah, they've been running that for a super long time, and previously, before they despised Sentinels, Les would play KJ here a lot. They have ran the Viper before. They've run all these agents in like similar combinations, basically. It's almost the, you know, the bog standard, which is exactly what Crew are going to be running. But you can just expect with the Viper, especially on attack, as I think Ender was saying as well, just trying to use that Viper wall to kind of get free space by contacting up, playing behind it, not having to expend.
Baller? I'm not sure. I feel like America's a pivoting talent a lot.
Threatening that when it's up, they
Okay,
could be walking up
we've got
there.
Crew on defense, we've got
It's gonna
Loud on
force Crew to
attack,
kind of
we have
recruit
the
that
wall that
space.
blocks short and
It's
blocks
not
over
making early
towards
presence
middle.
towards A.
And we are just getting orbs over towards
Containing
KO.
B. There's 2Es playing quite far back.
Whoa,
Just
these
fancying that
literally
early
landed
ball
at pretty much the
control.
same time.
Prioritizing
Recon info
Sam
over
up for
towards
that.
mid and recon
Malcolm
info
obviously
over
pretty
towards
crucial to break open
B.
these sentinel control
Honestly,
sites.
could feel pretty confident about
recon
hitting
sent
B
into
right
B
now,
main
knowing
from
that this
Klaus,
recon
but
isn't going to
it
be
fully
here for a little
expired,
bit, and you
wasn't
can just
broken, didn't
enter
get
over
a ping.
towards site.
Could be false info.
Yeah, and I think they're in for it.
They do not know what is headed for them.
They're much better than
Clear
this.
logs. Push over to a switch room. QCK takes a big amount
Whoa.
of damage. Also spotted out by
That's
the
a
turret.
lot of
Paranoia catches on the
damage
two.
through the smoke.
QCK does the dance and comes out on top somehow. Now he's able to back away towards the spite. He finds a second. After taking most of his health and damage. 2 huge kills for the duelist.
Still
Loud
though,
only
16
against
HP
one
and,
player now
and 2
heading into the
HP.
plant.
That's over
Pretty good
towards
setup
B
so
main.
far for Loud. The B main position is always incredibly important on the retake.
They're
Well,
not
Lex
even
is
looking
right
B main.
now.
Oh wait, what's going on? Wait, what the hell's going on? How's everyone dead?
And Lester's got to make it up.
What? Give me those shots on sight. How have they managed to just stroll in?
I just love how
And they did stroll in. I don't feel like I saw any
It's so
util.
likely someone is going to be there. Let's just ignore them. We're just sprinting into the site together. They have so much confidence in each other right now as well to swing off of each other, take these fights. I mean, even here early on, they're actually
Okay.
trying to explore
Yeah,
out
this is
through
all
the
fine.
smokes before the Loud players even got into the site, but
Honestly, yeah, they did just send it in. They just had each other's back.
again to just activate with that pace and entirely ignore
Swing
Lex.
of the fast contact with the low
And right
HP.
now, into this next round, Kesnet is actually picking up the Outlaw. There is going to be a Sheriff bought from QCK on the Loud side. So in the round after this, that's going to potentially throw a wrench in the works as far as the economy, not having a heavy armor, getting one-shotted by it.
Some action here spotted. There is Kesnet striking true for 2.
Down A.
Carmen's left to pick up the pieces. And my God, there are a lot of them. At least has
Insta
to
reaction
spike the
over
hand.
towards middle, and
Oh, it's out between his
Kesnet.
legs.
Kesnet wants
Give
some.
back a main. Oh, man.
Just knowing there was a gap in mid that they could have been working off the Viper wall in the meantime, which was exactly the case.
Enemy remaining.
Cerebral
Got
from
no
Kesnet,
damage so far.
making it look easy with the scoped weapon. It's going to be important to check in on that Loud economy in the next one, see what they can actually afford to buy up here. In terms of, again, it's just dealing with the heavy armors. I love second round Outlaw buys because, frankly, it has implications for the entire series, in my opinion. If you know that the other team is Outlaw friendly,
Hey,
later when
armory
you're
buy
on an
though.
eco
There's
round,
a
you're just gonna
that's
full
that's
classics
all they
if
got
you
in terms of
if you lose
positives.
the pistol. There's
Great
like
round
another
for
reason to
Crew.
take the risk, yeah.
They didn't have to use much util either. They literally have to buy double KO flash and the Killjoy util, and that's
This is how it all
it.
starts. Kesnet holds that heaven angle. Centimeter perfect work.
Enemy
so close to the knives already, and you can see it has made a bit of a difference where Tui's has been relegated down to the Bulldog, favoring getting the heavy armor as well as full utility.
Yeah, and Les gets out the attack Odin.
Les here with an Odin.
Oof, that was a lot of damage there.
I guess that.
Esnid
no one else doesn't like
top
it.
mid.
Body shot
Oh my god. No way he gets out of there. There's no way. Yeah. Probably higher lower though. Oh, there's so much damage done.
He doesn't see any more action, but Loud already decimated.
With an
Kalen's
outlaw.
so low. Les not set up to succeed with that Odin either.
The confidence that these guys have
Yeah,
in
no,
each
that's
other right
that's
now
next level.
is just outrageous. Swinging together there. The shots.
You would think they're good for just like a normal hot.
This is a crew that we've never seen before.
Yeah, and they get full
This is a
info on
different
this one. This
crew
is
than when we
lovely
saw
smoke
them
to
on
pick up
that
the
LCQ
spike.
run.
Gonna wait for the spams.
It's just incredible.
We've seen peaks from them, right?
Oh,
We've seen
hey.
these incredible moments, but this is
Throwing the
consistency.
throwing the Odin out there
from
really
crew.
doesn't want that for the B main.
Consistent excellence over the last few weeks. Unless he's about to get mulched here.
Absolute shots. What a lovely round.
From crew.
Yeah, and they all get upgrades, and he is too busy celebrating to get an upgrade.
And just the confidence, like, nah, I'm swinging you with the
He is
sheriff.
celebrating.
Well,
Look
you
at a
know
gun.
You won't get insta kills. You know your opponents have bought that armor up. Still going for it.
Why does this team keep doing
I mean,
this?
this is just.
It happened on Split as well. They keep fist bumping. They're not picking up guns.
Duelist in the game for years, making a name for himself back at like Champions 2021. He's been so consistent the entire time.
Reprovise, thank you so much, man. Thank you. The tier 3, 19 months. Holy.
He doesn't have time to water him.
Chat, pick some kind of slug and spam it. I don't know, whatever slug you look fancy for it. The tier, I mean, it should probably be the Oiler, I guess. Tier 3, multiple, gifted. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate all the support.
Their crosshairs towards mid and catwalk, and Kesnet starting to rotate.
And that alarm bot you're seeing down mid right now. The Kalen's tried to break with the shock dart.
Chicken and rice? What the?
It's going to be an important piece of utility to keep your eyes on as this half progresses. Of course, on this anti-eco.
Oh, they're so aggro. Guys, they're eco.
But
oh
it's
my
what's going to
goodness.
keep this Viper in check. Keep that mid wall in check. To get the info if the Loud players are really lurking up off the back of it, or if it's just being put up
Yeah,
to
I love this
feign
default though.
presence and they're going elsewhere.
This default's so nice, picking up the. I mean, this is what DFM were doing.
Bit of an awkward position to be in, but he's able to cover Melsa up beautifully.
Spike down A.
And the rest, as they say, is history. Once again, it's less.
30 seconds left.
With very
Yeah, DFM's default was a little bit better. So see this smoke that he's doing. DFM's one would like connect here and here. So when you post, like when you actually pop the smoke up, it was like constant pressure that you might be able to creep into.
Look at the economy right now for crew as well. I mean,
wow, dude, they're getting no kills right now.
There's already 3 players with over 4K on crew. Clean sweep on this round. They are rolling on Ascent defense, the favored side. This could just get absolutely out of control.
Are we seeing a blowout? In the making?
I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I think this is a great timeout called right now from the coaching staff of Loud. Momentum so firmly in the hands of crew. Ever since when you go back to the second half of map 1, when they lost the second half pistol, won the eco, and just rolled on from there.
Parenta.
You need to take a timeout right now to losing
Behave
the
yourself.
bonus to
One's pretty funny
reset.
though.
Get everyone calmed down. Slow down crew as well,
It's
because
pretty
they
funny.
are just so in the Mihai's flow right now. You also want them to just kind of have a moment where
DFM's
maybe
default
they get
better
out
than
of that
Loud?
little
I
bit, they slow down.
mean, I think that coach is a
adrenaline that's
genius
racing
though.
that's fueling them kind of
There's at least
just
that.
Try to ice them out a little bit.
Absolutely. And of course as well, off the back of that eco, the full buy round here goes without saying that this is going to be big for Loud. So we'll see what their intentions are when we get out of this timeout. And
How have the games been? I mean, EMEA was a complete blowout. Double speed run.
His ultimate.
First game was pretty
Keep your
fun
eyes
though.
on an effort to potentially
First
get
game
him
was
the
pretty
orb,
fun.
and I'm sure it's in the minds of crew as well right now, but that's something they could be going for.
They've
and they might be set
looked
up
good.
You try and go for a little play off of that. Try and
How's
find the
Liquid?
pick when
It's
he's
better.
actually
It's better
picking
to
that
not
orb
ask,
up,
man.
Something along those lines, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now. It looks like QCK is going to be in position to try and work up mid. Maybe a
Knife
recon close
default
mid
doesn't
or
hit anyone, so could maybe
something along those
disrespect,
lines.
but I
We'll
guess
just
you're
play
scared
off
of
that
someone
wall. There's
close.
going to be that drone to clear
Let's
mid.
see, big buy
Right
rounds
there,
goes
they are
in
looking
for
for that all on the
Loud.
B
So they
side.
got no ult,
Already
so they got to
Shy's
rely
got
on their
into
normal
B main.
default. They take
Drone behind
aggro
him.
over towards middle.
Wanted to check behind that lobby. I don't think though. Let's get spotted.
A lot invested from Loud to break
Yeah.
that alarm bot. But it is so important with how the mid rounds here are going to play out.
Still though,
And how the
crew
crew
are just
rotations are
heavy
actually
stacked
going to
over
operate.
towards
It's
A.
going to keep them more spread,
And it's looking
less
like an A.
confident in being able to stack towards certain sites.
A lot invested in hiding information through the middle part of the map here. The defensive
Recon
knife, though,
goes
that's
in,
not a heck
Omen
of a
Flash
lot.
goes in,
All of Loud get
and they
revealed
call
there.
a cancel. And we got 40
They're running
seconds
out
on
of
this
time
one.
this round to make the play.
Spike is solo going
It's
middle.
dwindling a bit. But look at the
They go
defense,
back
excuse
to
me, right
B
now
on
for
this
Crew.
one. As
They
we
have
can see, it's a
stacked up
pretty good call.
massively
It's just the
towards
fact that the
A
time is
side.
low.
All the while,
And
Les
have
has
a
just
one-person
been
fake
continuing
with
outside
the
of B,
Jack.
making
Don't
sure
have dash
that
anymore.
those crew
And
defenders
we
didn't
got
push
an
all the
early
way out,
turret,
get
and
the
Killjoy needs to
information,
just
so it's only
relax
allowed
and
them to
still
get
get the
up here,
early
go for this
info.
full hit.
Turret's
And
gonna
QCK
go
making
off.
noise
Here's
over
early
A as
info.
well.
Molly
This
gets
site
popped.
is going to be more than free, and they're going to have that Hunter's Fury for the post plant as well.
And time's low on this one, but it worked really well.
Reveals the Killjoy. In towards defender spawn, so Loud get exactly what they wanted, leaving QCK behind to sell the fake at A. Means it is an open B site. Here's a Hunter's Fury. Cohen's in, looking to line it up. Find one tag there, but that is all. Klaus
Yeah,
going
at
a
least
little bit
gets
low,
one.
trying
Let's
to
see what the
play through
retake's
from
like. We've
market.
got one
Nice
person over towards B
Boathouse.
main. They should expect
also
this
given a
because the
lot of
person was
info.
over towards B. They saw
Four
the
defenders
smokes.
now on this retake attempt.
That is a
Stepping
lovely
up.
KO flash.
Just the one feed
And
for the time being.
another.
Sardak trying to drop below the masonry. And on the fight, it's going to be keep pushing up.
Time's
QCK
pretty low.
here in towards B main, and systematically, crew have dismantled
Damn, dude, Heat is pretty insane. Heat is really insane on this one. The flashes were good, and the double jewels that he won was pretty impressive.
Absolutely contained QCK.
And that is a
They are
5-person
playing- I love how
retake,
they're
and in
playing
theory,
around
they
B
got
main
everything
right
in terms of the
now.
right
It is such an
setup.
impactful position in the post plants on that site.
Maybe you'd want Jet on site, but it's still a number.
This retake on B. They ignore B main, mostly. And they slice up the pie, baby.
Just swinging together. Everything going perfectly for them. And that was off their first time out as well,
Sure.
Loud.
Dude, and look how many
At
ults
least,
they've
though,
got.
with
We've
the
got an ult
spike
diff
going
going
down,
on.
Economy just good enough to get a buy-in here.
Yeah, and they eco after this one, so crew should be popping a lot of ults.
Loud are still looking for answers.
I think Loud got a little bit lucky. No one played
rounds to
site
Crew
as well,
here. The
honestly.
defense purring along nicely. Oh my goodness!
What are they doing?
Prescience from Shy. Then Alchemist turned off all his utility, so he instead chooses to get his hands dirty. QCK falls. Sardak sitting inside switch rooms, able to hold his ground, but for how long? It's Tui's. Through tiles
Dude,
from
they
mid.
silenced the crowd with those 2
versus
kills.
the spike
Holy.
is still in B main. Sardak, the one most
Yeah, you got your
proximate
ult
to
on
it,
this one,
Tui's
and
is gonna
they
have to do the thing.
need a hero
Ultim grab
play.
the spike, head for A.
1 versus 2. Can't be understated how important this is. Loud, no momentum right now. Everything firmly
Goes
in
so
Crew's hands. This
fast,
would be
Omen.
huge for Tui's.
Yeah, they're thinking top Jenny.
Smoke up to obscure. Here's the movements. He doesn't back away. There's gonna have to be a wider poke from Kesnet to see around this. Tui's wants to break these 2v1 into 2 1v1s. Sees the body, can't kill
Wow.
it. And there's Kesnet from the top
OHP
rope.
winning the duel out.
Make it 6
And
for Crew.
guys, what are the 2 in B main looking at though? Did I miss something here? Why are they both
Kesnet is
looking at the
just
spam?
An outrageous player. And with this system around him, I mean, this team is absolutely electric right now.
What was that swing in B main, Wyatt? That was ridiculous.
Is there a recon?
I need to see that again. I need to see what
Ah,
that was
I
off
hope
of,
so.
or if that was just pure intuition on that swing from
We
Shy.
don't get to see it.
There was Odin spam coming through as well, perhaps just serving as an ounce of distraction. But I do also just, with that, they knew that the split was coming in, and they wanted to fight for one side of that split, not just
They were
be
flashed?
routed
There
into
wasn't a
sight,
flash.
forced to
The only
save
thing that
up
would have been
the
is like
entire
this
hit
dart.
themselves.
It's like the only thing that would have been. There's 100%
The
no
economy in the
flash.
dumpster here for Loud. Trying to get what they can. Hero rifles for QCK and Tuis.
But it had to have been a dart, I guess.
Alarm bot gonna be popped off.
You said it was important. That's how crew know it's not just a fake of the wall being thrown up. Now they know there's actual presence here.
Tuis as well over on the A side was spotted by a knife and Shy.
Flash goes in over
Also
towards
there
middle.
with
QCK
Flash goes over the top. I'm gonna try to get a
doesn't
peek.
take too
Keston
much
just
from it other than a
updrafting,
peek.
Continuing to just gain a little bit of information for the team. Is forced to play from spawn though without
Oh
alarm
my
bot
goodness, that's some
broken.
bold
They have
tunnel
to pick
vision
up
right now.
mid, and now Shy's rotating there. They know he could be close.
Oh, straight
It's a
into the
great
line,
off
though. Wasn't
angle.
quite ready.
This is one of the first times they got a early pick, right?
And that gives QCK enough time behind the cloud burst to head towards market. Cloud suppressed for the time being with the Odin.
It's a lovely flash. Okay, well, they get around here. If they lost this,
Now crew trying to encircle here. It's gonna be a while
I don't
before
even
they
know.
are set up.
Don't even know
Put
what I'd
pressure
say.
back on this post plant.
He does have the null command if they so choose to use it. Melser has a paranoia as well that, frankly, if it goes in that logs area, could catch a lot of players, but somehow Loud on a bad buy are actually about to get their first round. And it really just came down to such an awkward timing with Shy where he
Oh
did
my
a
goodness.
weapon swap that, I mean, frankly, he just didn't really need to do. He was just pressing his keys. It just caught him at the absolute worst time to open this round up.
Yeah, and
little bit
QCK gets the
unfortunate,
kill.
but, I
Oh.
mean, damn, if you're Loud, you will take absolutely anything. at
Not
this
even
point to
worried
get
about that.
something on the
Okay, nice
board.
round from QCK though.
Nothing easy for Loud. Nothing has been for the entirety of this first stage. 0-2. Staring down the barrel of having to look from the outside in on the playoffs.
And again, similar to map 1, QCK is actually starting off somewhat hot early. He's 7-6 on attack on the previous map. He was top fragging, but as things went on, he wasn't able to keep that up. Again, last map went negative, has not put up a positive map yet with Loud this stage. Just looking for this guy to step up. He's had some maps where he's gone crazy with them, but
it's been here and there, right?
Yeah, here and there, and this has to be one of them.
Cohen's back on Odin duty. Kesnit. Okay, it's one of those aggressive 4-8 that ends up blowing up in his face this
Yeah,
time.
2 in a row here would be
Looks
pretty
to
good
be
if they
caught out
can.
by it.
The econ good.
Up mid again. The alarm bot is actually placed further back this time. Spotted out.
What we got?
Does
4v5.
give up the
This is the
game for
first time they,
QCK.
well, second time now they managed to actually get a pick.
Close pressure here from Klaus. and
I'll
Shy.
just chill, knowing that they're gonna go aggro.
Melser.
They
And
always want it.
they go aggro and they win
double
2
swing on
individual
QCK
duels
pays
with
off
no
for crew.
trades.
Now they've got that mid part of the map covered.
And again, so much of this from crew, it's just so simple, yet well executed. And when the player's in form, it's working time and time again. They just have 2 players swing from Cat. A little bit of a distraction with Melser going wide. And then off that noise, the guys in mid, Klaus and Shy, felt comfortable to peek through market. It's nothing complex.
Oh, man.
But they're
Well, this
making
one
it
fell
work.
apart.
They're
They
making
did
it look
gamble a
so
little bit with this
easy.
one, but they have Killjoy ult. So you got to fight over towards here because Killjoy ult in this X is just going to win the rounds. So he can't jump down sight. He's got to keep fighting.
Losing out there. Here is the null command.
Yeah.
Sarnak wants to try and
They
challenge.
both know
challenge through
they
this
can't.
regardless.
Oh, okay. Hold
He
up.
gets in behind a flash
Hold up
now. Liz
now.
making his way towards B main, and the paranoia does
Doable.
not connect on Sarnak. Lockdown now is going to be an issue though. Les will have to play from the outside of it here, and he might struggle for time. This angle
saw
will
him.
be watched by Klaus. Clear locks. Heat now steps up, sat down. Klaus also. And the 1 versus 2 less from Speedway is caught by Melser for 4.
Of course, man. Of course it
doesn't
is.
even feel like Les has really had an opportunity to step up for this team. I mean, we know the kind of quality player he is. I mean, almost anyone would put him in their top 5. You just have to. And look at that again. It's just pure timing. It's just 4 players gathered up, 2 Cat, 2 Markets, swinging together, catching those mid players in a pincer, and the confidence to just hit these shots. This team, man, Melser right now, 11-1. He switched off IGL to start having better individual performances so he could feel comfortable contributing to the team in that facet of the game. absolutely working to a T.
I'm thinking back to round 3, right? I think that was the first gun round. He's still, you know, on a Bulldog, I think. Has that sort of off angle, a little bit exposed over on A, and still able to find 2 huge kills there. Suffers that death. He's only one so far, apparently. And then from there on out, consistently been very solid.
Much of the Viper helping compared to any other agent right now? I mean, it's just doing a default over towards... Not doing too much, it's doing a default over towards B in terms of the smoke. And it's creating a little bit of pressure in mid and short.
They've been so concerned with pushing up mid and breaking this alarm bot.
It's doing the same as what Killjoy would do at the moment with a little bit more pressure middle.
And frankly, at this point, it's just send a shock dart over there. It's basically, I mean, it's going up every round.
But Kawanzin can't quite predict where it is. Yeah, he's missed it, I think.
I think he did on the 1 round, but I think they're just overcommitting a bit on that area of the map, and it's all, because of that, they're just losing the extremities. Oh, great entry though from Sadak.
Oh.
They can just hit the gas here onto the side.
Guys,
He's
surely
able to keep
not.
things slower though over towards Tree. This is unlikely to stop Loud for too long though. Flashing through the smoke comes Heat, catches onto Tui's. But Sadak is going to be there at least. Shire from the rafters. Nicely done by Loud. That
Yeah,
one
much
was
better on
well
this one.
I mean,
The usual aggro, well, I mean, it's just a straight up split over towards A. It felt like it was heavy A pressure into that one over towards short, and hopefully they focus so much on A. And they kind of just wrecked QCK on short, and then less kind of bailed them out from short, right? Yeah.
And sort of as a just a basic thing too, as I was saying before that.
Yeah, and are we just gonna? That's kind of what I'm thinking, Des. But we're actually just gonna see them
so much emphasis on
have less go with the pack now.
Losing out on A main. Here again, A main actually lost a wine position taken by
Like get more involved with the group.
Squad there, just ready at B here to hit off the back of Sadok's null command.
That might force Shire to try and fight again. Unless he doesn't want to repeat that same behavior. No, it looks like this time he's going to give
The
a bit
bait
of
could be
ground.
pretty
There
good.
goes QCK, lead the charge. Kisnet's vision going to be obscured briefly by that smoke, and Kawanzin punishes Shire as he tried to get at the jet. QCK now gets his way into market, and Klaus wants
What
to step up.
an
Kawanzin
off is going on? I have so many questions.
now all of Loud are embedded in this B site. And with 3 players, Crew have to unravel this.
Viper's Pit available for less 2 if they want to lock this
Oh,
thing up.
my goodness, that hit.
Also, they may be out of sync. Looks to challenge it on his own, and Kesnet takes the wallbang damage. The Blade Storm
Yeah,
here.
save him.
Operator to hand, I think Crew are
Hold him in
calling a cancel on
or
this.
just fully
They're
save?
getting out of dodge.
It's taken a long
Yeah,
time,
just
but
fully
the
save. Their
economy
money's
finally
pretty low,
broken
and I
here for
say
Crew,
pretty
forced
low,
to
it's
save
really
these
low.
Weapons. 4 players, less than 300 credits each. Loud now with 3 on the board, and frankly, they have recovered this. I mean, that I'm already a bit content just with them having 3. If they can get more than that, obviously, I say this given that they then win the second half.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, Des.
Of course, but recovering things.
The Shazam instigators? Wait, I didn't see this one. I saw the earlier one.
Right, they challenge A main. They get a frag. They execute. This time towards B.
You and Shazam have beef. He is saying you have no backbone. Dude, Shazam, the thing is, they could pick any other streamer, but like even when I was observing, like literally like 5+ years ago, Shazam was like crazy supportive of me. So I know that is just never true. Are people just out to get Shazam for some reason? What's going on there?
Disconnected, all that.
Shazam's always been super supportive of me.
Simple.
Speaking of which, Crew Visa might have felt like they have allowed Loud to get their foot in this one.
People are hating on him a lot recently. Oh, really?
Ahead of
He's like the nicest guy.
Crew now
What?
on a bit of an awkward
That's so
vibe.
weird.
It's going to be some permutation of Judge and Bulldog mixed in here. They did maintain that operator though. And that could be crucial, especially now if the action is happening at those extremities in the form of contact plays.
And having that Viper on attack is quite good at nullifying the operator, a lot of the lines, especially obviously in mid, where Wes is setting that up over and over. I mean, if Kesnet's feeling confident, he can try to, you know, find a timing to peek.
I honestly had no idea.
Away, but it just doesn't offer those same simple lines you can take, you know, all the way back mid towards spawn. Just
But slugs don't
looking
have
down,
backbones.
Right? Just
That's
seeing
true,
everything
man.
in that fountain area.
That's true.
And Kesnet knowing that, he's not going to bother with mid at all. Once again, it's just going to be that alarm bot there. Plus still retaining
Okay,
the Viper's
we
pick.
get
They
the
can get
op
into
out
sight again.
still.
Loud.
Money's really
Get
low
that
in
down
terms of being able
get a fourth on the
to.
board.
Oh, they saved 2 guns,
Things
right? So they saved the op.
finally
Now they
going
have
their
the
way.
Sova ult.
Cruci nothing off that 0 point.
Powder at
back
least
to
just
mid.
chilling for something
plan might
aggro.
be
Just
here
mid
for
control. Knife goes in towards A. Doesn't hit
We already
anything.
have QCK, Kawanzin both extending here. Aldrone to check these corners. Nothing to see here. Another step further. This time towards defender spawn for QCK. Post up on this angle.
Klaus has to pick this up now. Eyes off B, his top mid is exposed. Look at how the crew defenders are getting dragged around. He
Yeah,
as
this
well
is kind of
double
nice.
stacked
I mean,
towards
they've been
tree.
having a lot of
They're
success once
so
they kind of
focused on
get
mid.
or create pressure
That aim
if
is
someone top middle.
almost uncontested. It's gonna
And
be
he's
up
going to
to
hear
Keston
that. Does he try and take a timing?
to hold this.
Oh, he's holding
There's
great.
a sense though. He starting
Op
to trend
goes in.
back
Is there a
that tree
KO flash to
direction.
push this guy off?
We'll be able to intervene in the event of a push towards A main, but Loud
Look
are
like
waiting
we're
on this.
going here.
Here's that smoke towards
What's
door.
the call right now? They
0
got
point
no,
again.
they
Doesn't
got
see
no
anything
jet
at
to
all.
dash
They're
in.
thinking it might be a fake. But Kesson is still holding that heaven angle. And QCK gets into the cookie jar. That's Klaus gone. That's the Hunter's Fury off the table.
30 seconds
Kesnet's going to have to go massive here. He can dodge a flash and then re-peek, dash away, try and get a kill. Look at this distraction from QCK. This is ridiculous.
And then
Kesnet lost the duel over on the A side as well. Melser tries to find his timing, but the judge fails to do so. Spike going down now. Sadhawk planting.
Whoa.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. This one, it's just fallen to pieces. I think Kesnet was forced off the angle by the Aldrone, potentially. It's unclear. Either way, he loses hard in that one. And this looks to be a 4th attacking round for Loud now. Exceeding expectations, the ones that we had 5 or so rounds ago. Loud are well and truly establishing a foothold here, and they are pummeling this crew economy.
Just trying to save his heat. I do
Yeah,
really
and
like
honestly,
how
5?
Loud played around.
I would
getting
make
the
it
mid
into a
control
decent
this
half.
time, just really biding their time, leaving QCK there, drawing eyes, and then that full push into A with the rest of the squad. And of course, QCK was finding that.
Still playing really, really weird. I'm not gonna lie,
I
but
say
they're
timing
getting
pushing
rounds.
out. He was making a hell of a lot of noise. Klaus was looking straight at him, but he just cracks him in this duel. Dashes off.
Oh, what? They just bite the shot from Kesnet and then spam him down.
He had an opportunity for a kill as well, but just sprayed through that wall.
Didn't feel like he could get away. Maybe not the combination of Cloudburst and Tailwind that he needed.
And crew are on such a run. 4 now for Loud on a sense attack, looking quite strong. They have
Good
that
amount
one
of
way in A main, it's Melser, but he's just
amount of
gonna
ults to secure this.
back
Klaus
off and
really,
play
I
this
really
one
want to
a
see this
little
ult
bit
from Klaus. Been
safer.
holding it for a while now.
Kesnet's trying to
Eat 2 away as well.
Mid was updrafting there.
I'm flash to stop them from taking a lot of space with
with
this,
that
but
drone TPing further back again.
Here's that Hunter's Fury. Klaus bringing it into this round. Kawanzin throwing his own first, though. Good damage. Oh,
good
Melser
damage and
was never going to get away
Melser.
from that fragment. QCK here, Blade Storm out, punishes Kesnet. This is crew forcing into this round. They still got 2 players left to work with now. Sadhawk with the plant here. It's going to be 2
It
players
is a
from
great
Hunter to
recovery
fight
on
this
this one.
post
That looked a little bit weird in terms of
That's
Melser
gonna
going
cover
down.
A-main and the door. Here we go, drop down. Klaus good for 1, Shy here in a 1 versus 2
Oh,
to
and this
try
is
and
literally
save it.
2 1v1s right now.
Thrown out in front.
Oh boy.
But Shy hangs on with 4 HP. The lockdown here to create the space.
Any
but
idea
Mets
he's
lingering
having?
close.
Whoa.
Almost too close. Spray through the smoke will not be enough.
Okay, dude, 5 considering the start. This is decent.
5th round for Loud to round the half out.
Switching sides.
I've got to be pleased with that.
It was looking absolutely disastrous for Loud.
It really was, yeah.
So many
But
rounds
they
in a row
actually
for
kind of
crew,
just started
6 of them.
taking way more map
And
control
it
at the
all spilled
beginning,
out
I
of
guess.
control.
Not on this
Remember,
one, but in
there
the
was
other rounds.
that first
Dude,
round
what
they
happened to
got
Melser
just a
here?
small moment where Shy was switching weapons, got caught, and that was the first domino into 5 late rounds for Loud.
Oh
All
man.
of a sudden, all that good work crew were doing up in smoke.
They did
Loud
great
put
after that
themselves
other
in a position where
timeout.
They don't even need to win the pistol on this next half. They can win it out here.
SDK feeling the energy. I hope our desk is too, because there's much to discuss here in this halftime. Let's send it over to the gang.
Thank you so much for that. All right, well, in the beginning, we were looking at crew, kind of continuing the success that they found in the first map. but now we're starting to see Loud come online, get alive in this matchup, which is huge for them, and they definitely needed it.
Yeah, Loud had a much better second part to that first half right there, because I think what we were looking at a lot in the start was them losing out in their early fights, some overcommits on the rotates, and in this round as well, like they're just getting blown up in mid by Crew.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good start where Les actually getting a pick in that B main, but then this contact play up mid and this other contact play just got them so messed up because they lose these numbers. And then with this ult put down on the round where it was only a 4v2, it feels a little bit like overkill, but Crew really secured that.
Yeah, they basically were saying there's absolutely 0% chance we can ever lose a round like this by dropping down those two ults. We've also got Melzer coming away with 4
I mean,
kills
Lotus could look
inside that
better,
round. He
or they
had
just changed the
absolutely
deadlock to a
first half there.
normal
Yeah,
sentinel.
I mean, going into
Be pretty
Melzer,
easy.
he played insane. I feel like every single one of the reactions really
I feel like
made
they might have
sense.
to win a
But
pistol
again,
here,
a
but
lot
we'll
of
see.
these loud contact plays just happen to fall into the hands of Melzer, you know, walking up Cat, trying to take some sort of mid control. But, you know, I will give props to Loud, though. They did bring back a lot of these rounds, and the main reason why is because they found that kind of weakness in mid. They started abusing that. At some point, we saw QCK and Spawn like 2 rounds in a row just pushing and aggressing.
It was crazy how he was getting kills like in mid where he's like full running. Crew can hear him coming at them, but it didn't matter. Like he was sort of unleashed there, and whatever Loud were saying in the timeout to allow him to do that seemed to work.
Hey, well, let's see if they can continue this one going forward into the second half, or will Crew climb their way back in and close this game out? Let's send it back over to Uber and Wyatt.
Well, Wyatt, winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds of the first half definitely represents a shift in momentum in Loud's direction. They've got to be thrilled to take 5
We got
out
a
of
raid
half.
boss. Keznet this time
doubt,
goes
that
for
is
the
more than
ghost.
enough on a
And
sense
Les is
attack.
solo
We'll see
over
if Crew
towards
can try
A.
to do the same on the
That
less
is lovely info.
favored
They push
side.
over
A
towards
deep
middle with
push
that
from
info.
Loud.
They
Les
insta
is
send
just
it.
gonna back off here, taking
And
damage
that's a
through the door,
free
and we're gonna be
site.
into a
But they at least have a
five-on-five
wall that
retake
blocks the
situation
side up in half.
Leaving a player back in A main, that's going to be heat here. All of Loud converge upon
The
the
more
situation.
people need to fight on site. Do they try and time the Omen flash with the recon? What the questions here?
Aldrome will come out first. Just before the 0 point came through, is QCK on the swing. 1 for 1. Hit flashed here, but ready to pounce into the fight as Les can challenge from long range. It's just
well.
shy. Who's on the outside looking in?
Yeah, we've forever got vision block on this.
Knows approximately where the spike is, but so risky to make this swing. And yeah, it's Goose.
Hey, nice retake in the end.
Loud get the dream
The
start
crew
to
didn't
their
seem
defense.
to. I mean, maybe they didn't have the time to kind of stabilize because the drone came in pretty fast and there was a recon straight after that. But it felt like they never got a good time to get into a good after plant with the 3 people here. I think they were talking about the wall and then they didn't know where to plant, and then they end up just being like 3 under.
Really nicely done
And
from
they didn't
Loud,
use their
spilling
recon.
out from heaven together at good times. Les
Is
dropping down.
pistol each though.
Finally, some positivity from from the coaches there on Loud. It was dire, gloomy faces for a long time.
This is their lifeline already down a map in this series.
Oh my lord.
Oh.
Keznet giveth. Keznet taketh away. This time, a free haircut for Les.
Oh my god, bro. He's running around one-tapping people. They realize they pushed over towards A now as well.
And the weapon he brings. Cowanzine can't get out of this situation. We'll have to face down 2 here. It does it with a plum.
What is this round?
For Cowanzine. And now Shy.
Damn, okay, nicely done in the end.
That was a short outing for Crew.
I mean, some absolute shots though from
Loud
Keznet.
showing exactly why this is their map.
Townsend, I have no idea he killed that second guy with the bulldog. It was pretty much the next bullet after he killed this guy. There might have been one in between.
Their chances at making it through to the playoffs if they lose here would be less than slim.
What an inflection point this would be in the fortunes and story of Loud here
What
in
was
stage
this?
1.
Oh my god.
All smiles with Cowanzine.
And look at this. Already a glass cannon operator picked up from QCK. Gonna be picking up the line towards A. That's going to allow the other 2 players near him, Omen, 2Es, and Sadhawk, to just double up on Cat. Completely forego B right now. They
Yeah,
have the
and this wall that
retake
they're doing
wall
is
for
good
it,
to
so
fight
they're
over
just
towards
content
short.
with fighting for the other areas of the map and using that wall for retake if need be.
We saw this from QCK against Cloud9 on Lotus. Just wanted to get the operator in his hands and control one of those
Recon goes
lanes.
over towards B, main clears all
Glass
of that.
cannon or otherwise.
Haven't really taken any map control in the first 40 seconds.
Such a nuisance from Les. Having to work around that.
I like this though. The fact they have no sentinel. Into the first buy round, they push over towards middle. Yeah, and they create a lot of pressure with this. This is a... Whoa. He's great with this gun.
Fancies the challenge. Hasn't now brought down. This is the buy here for Crew, and so far not great from them. No one else on the
Kind
side
of
of
got
Loud
to send it through this, and there's a molly here, so they got to wait again.
That time even more.
Okay, now the util's done, and they have a recon for
He's
backside.
getting scary. Great knife back sight though. That's going to get the info on both players.
We're going to see Crew wait. They're hoping for a peek here from CT, but eventually they're just going to explode onto the side.
Omen flash though.
Dangerous. Let's get some damage on Melsery. Starter stepping forward. Kawanzin low. Let's just going to get cleaned out of Boathouse here soon enough.
Someone's going to go get the spike to plant this one. 5. Okay, they're fine. Omen flash goes in, and that was not the Omen flash that I wanted to see.
From Tui's paranoia went in as well, just to get this space to cross out over the stairs. And now QCK, that glass cannon operator we were talking about, he's gonna have to go absolutely crazy on the retake. It is so tough to use here.
And you want to try to save that op now.
But there's no one there for Crew. The roll here on the side. Tui's now to a hail of bullets.
A big win, and they're going to see an op here. You want it? No.
Back to business.
Again, doing something on attack that they excelled at on the first
What does
map.
QCK buy into this? Because
into that site for a
heavy
moment, it feels a
investment.
little bit
That
scary
kill was
while they're
mental.
slowing things down. Those
That kill was
loud defenders
absolutely
have
mental.
Gotten themselves digged into back sight, but it's their ability to calm things down in the hectic moments.
Sadak just
on these
judges
side
here.
attacks that have won them so many attack rounds now.
Maybe. I don't think you can have your duelist on that.
Account. I love seeing that from them. A nice layer of play.
Maybe you can.
Might be an aggressive pop here from Loud. They're considering it. All right. Well, they know about the Odin. True. Have to be pleased now to start to build a staging ground financially into this attacking half.
And of note, look at QCK, Sheriff in hand because of that glass cannon buy. Tragic for him here. Not even particularly close to the knives. So a liability for Loud. The rest of the team gonna have to step up in the fragging department unless he can hit some
The great
sick
knife.
shots here without
At the moment, it's already looking hard for like Crew to take map control. Like everywhere they go, it looks like a nuisance, right? Either they're hitting a wall, or they're hitting a one-way smoke, or they're hitting into like a knife from the KO. It looks hard for them to get anywhere on the map.
And tearing it to pieces.
Big fight in B main. Les and Kawanzin stacked up here.
Holy, I thought they were both going to go down there.
QCK now in backside. Kawanzin trying to assist with the recon
And
for him.
QCK, they still have a pretty good crossfire, really. They can play off each other.
Great swing with the Sheriff.
Nicely done with the Sheriff.
Now it's up to Kesnet.
Oh, gets the info as well.
QCK is awful slippery with two players. The double swing
22 seconds.
Kesnet has to go wild. That's pretty good. QCK down.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the smoke was unbelievable here. A lovely reply back, and got two people that can't buy.
Really nice play in B main there from Loud. How they adjusted.
Yeah, it was a cool little bait, and he just sat like a turret with the Odin.
Market, which just allows that stack there. Expecting the split to come in, you want to take one part of
That's
that
the kill.
split. Just, I mean, I'm looking at this kill, which is just, I mean, just obscene from Sadak, but just cutting that split in two by taking control of B main. A really nice decision from Loud. On a map where typically you're expecting fantastic play. They were always so good on it last year with Sadak at the helm.
Uh-oh.
Dangerous for Sadak here. He holds his ground. Okay.
Oh, he should be beyond dead. And some of the shots at the moment though are pretty insane.
They get the better of QCK there in B main. Swing off the flash here for
And
Les.
Shy was all over this with the anti-flash. Yeah, and he's making this round look doable. Double push over towards A, they're going to have no idea about this. I imagine the knife hit all three if this is how they're reacting with their knives out.
Really well done to just catch out Les. Now Sadak probably just going to play for his life, almost certainly. Look at the Loud positioning on the map. They've got them ensnared. Wow, what a first kill.
Yeah, some solid timing on this one as well. And with that info, they should know they can probably get over towards Sai and they should be free. And he...
Freebie. Kawanzin gonna step up here with the Odin. A free haircut handed out by
Does he try and reposition and go sight?
Again, Spidey senses and all that. Melsa spotted out there on stairs.
And this is gonna be contacting to
definitely the
send it.
suspicion, of course.
Feels like, but I don't know if he
Suspicion.
should be wanting to send it.
The player in B main, but again, a great feeling for timing from Melsa. Still with the Guardian now. It's going to be up to 2.
Like, Shy deserves all of the praise, though.
What a powerhouse he's been.
Shy deserves all of the praise for this one. How on earth did he manage to win this?
16-9 right now.
It's so good in B main.
Him and Shy. What a closeout to the round. I mean, it starts
Yeah,
there
and the
with
kill
Shy
before
again.
that was
This guy
even
is
more
the king
impressive,
of
really.
B-main, just dodges that flash, peeks with the Guardian to take out Less, which just opens that site up, removes the crucial defender piece there.
Such a big round, Wyatt.
Gets rid of the wall, can't retake
And
off of
with that, they have to go
Look at
down
the
to an eco.
economy of Loud.
QCK has knives.
Shambolic. That was an inflection point there. Now his crew want to try and build a buffer of their own.
Looks so weird.
Knives popped
He's just
from
waiting for some
QCK,
kind of...
I believe.
Yeah, he's waiting for the
Try
knife,
and
I think, maybe.
Make a big play happen for his team.
Gun
He just
peek.
did on the other with the Sheriff. Guy that we're always looking at right now to step up for Loud.
Oh, and they just fully send it. Ollie goes in, Kesnick goes over towards site. That's impressive as hell. That is impressive as hell, it really is.
There's a pause for thought here for crew, but they still want to scale in a beat.
Just
They're
non-stop just tracking him where he would be in the molly. Just a one-tap, right? Does he hit both?
Shy's doubled up with him as well. It's going to be so hard to get them out of that position. And now just this lockdown for the delay, but it does actually get broken through the wall because of that Guardian from Less. Bit of a misplay there from Shy.
Yeah, he just did it where he could spam it.
Louder in a decent position for a retake, but he's so annoying.
You gotta check
Stuck
that.
in the corner as QCK's knives come clattering to the ground.
And this guy gets a recon to... Dude, Klaus, use your recon there. Come on, boss.
And then crew get involved.
Okay, I mean, lovely.
It's gonna hurt in the morning.
Lockdown or not, the positioning from crew there was just sublime. The double up in B main.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder with the all over
playing in
towards
the
B
corner,
main,
the
the fact he can be
flash is coming out for
spammed,
the
but
other
not
players to play off of who
too
are
bad in terms of the recovery.
entrenched
QCK's
in
got
the
to check that
site.
corner in my books, but I get, he thinks there's only one over towards B main and it's the Killjoy.
Either does it. Look at that triple face together. Again,
Crew
it's
just put these little set pieces
Yeah,
together on a
honestly, at least they had the crossfires down there.
confidence again in their fundamentals. These guys just swinging together. They're not reinventing the wheel here. They're
And it's
just
the classic hit over towards A and then the person runs up short and you've got to think they're over towards A.
QCK gets one.
Yeah, gets one, get
Out of the
out.
back
What
away
is the
there in
duel
heaven.
on short like?
The TP from
Oh
Elsa looks like it was
man, tried to
cancelled,
aim with
but
his keyboard.
He's always there.
Whoa.
Smoking towards tree there, but Shy little sectioned off and Les was flanking through mid. Crew got to commit now. Door to come down. Kesnet with a lot to do in managing this pressure from heaven.
cool positioning here, but because of that drone,
Comes
Melser
in, just
forced to go
ults, and they
down.
send
He's
it
gonna
in.
play a crossfire with Kesnet where he could jump up on his contact. This Hunter's Fury could be huge though.
It is Kesnet's taken out.
How are they winning this one?
Hang on.
How are they winning this
Down here,
one?
it's only going to be Kawanzin. They've got to win this round, Loud. Can you bring Sadak back? They are pre-firing that angle. Kawanzin.
Oh my god. I mean, Melsa did insane over towards site, but the guy on door gotta be getting kills there, surely. I think they were dodging ults.
21-9. Never need to see this man IGL another day in his life, Mitch. Not a single damn day. Since the swap with Klaus.
Oh, Melsa is so good, man.
Absolutely white hot on the Omen right now.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for STK.
From elation to disappointment.
Yeah, and they got an
All
eco,
days.
so you imagine it's 12.
This match has just been wild. Loud sent down to the eco, a hero rifle in the hands of 2Es. On the verge of their third straight loss.
Loud now have to clamber out from the doldrums. Two spotted by that 0 point there at Cubby. And Shy will just hold this position. The Spike and the rest of crew are en route.
They're in for
That
it.
knife told them everything about where to be.
Or it goes down and just insta group hit the site, bit of pressure over towards A.
Man is Kawanzin.
And they just did the normal default knife. Oh, and they are not taking anything on this. No risks, just straight up ult. Yeah, I've got a bit of a... we at least had the Viper over here so you could help him out with the wall, but...
already been excised. He's back to the side.
A lot of time to set up this post plant. They have an alarm bot for B main as well, which is going to expose QCK's flank.
Nothing working in Loud's favor here. Having to retake a player down with far weaker weaponry.
This is 12.
This is where the magic has to happen for this Brazilian squad. Was their stage? Their hopes of connecting to national event? They will crumble to dust. Speedway here, Kesnet has eyes for it. Oh, the light! It's so good! 4 players caught off that recon. It's gonna be a trade though. Heat still wants to pressure here from stairs. We'll probably play ahead of this Snakebite. No, back to safety. Crew still disciplined even in the heat of this retake. And Loud, they've got nowhere to get in here. They've got no time. They've got no chance. And they've got no players left standing.
Trying to do some damage here.
All I can do is just try to play for a couple exits. Ultimately,
Yeah, try to get some guns. It didn't work out. Okay, 4 chances. 2-0 Loud.
Damn close to the same. And Loud damn close to their attempts to get to the playoffs, to go to Shanghai, going up in smoke for the first time, not able to make an international land since the dawn of this roster, since Sodhawk has stepped foot onto this team years ago.
They're looking, they've been searching for answers, this Loud squad, but their time has run out.
And perhaps the answer is in the hands of QCK with that operator. Almost a chance on the jump peak, but didn't have the reactions for it.
Yeah, they at least have all the guns for the lockdown. Like they got all the guns ready for
whether
this.
they get revealed on that lane or not. Melsa will be critical here through A main. Whether it's directly or indirectly.
Offshore, used our knife to get info over towards A, so we can't shut down the drone like before.
They're salivating for it.
That drone gets a
And
lot
they're
of
sending
space
it.
up tree and off that Loud. Understand they have to
And they
control
double up
with the
A
split
main.
coming in.
Here's the dash. Kesnet is there. Fearless as always now.
Bowser's playing this pretty well. Bowser smokes off A main knowing they're both here.
And it's a player in wine. He gets lit by the knife. Can he keep them interested here?
Bowser is playing this to absolute perfection.
Steady. Real steady. Loud still have 5 to work with, but
He's a god. He's a god right now. You can't play that any better than that.
Cowanzine to spray through's found 1, but less is left on an island. And QCK
Yeah, good luck.
Yet to take the highline, gets brought down. The K they saw they
Damn, yeah. I mean, there we go. They're looking good. 4-0. No one can take them down right now.
Couldn't be any more different from last year, Mitch.
Looks like they're gonna win their group.
And America's last year 0-9. These guys just
Yeah, 0-9 to
These
4-0.
roster moves that they had heading into this season, not even intended.
Baus, he played incredibly well, yeah.
Last minute, and looks like the final piece of the puzzle to just bring the magic to this team. The confidence that you're seeing that they have in each other, how they swing for each other in these moments. The fundamentals look immaculate because you can see that they just believe in each other.
Out, yeah, big
hit the
slump.
shots when they need
For
to.
sure.
There's not one player on that team who's not
Not
stepping
enjoying,
up in individual moments.
not enjoying a lot about
We've never seen
what
crew
I'm
like
seeing
this.
from
We have
them.
seen them with, again, those flash in the pan, those one-off moments like LCQ where for a run for a week they're hot, but not like this, not 4 weeks in a row. They've now bested every single team from Brazil. Absolutely slaughtered EG last week. This team is absolutely a new contender and it can't be ignored.
They dropped 1 map so far in stage 1, and it was an odd one there to Furia in their first game. It's a new era for this crew roster.
Yeah, the confidence has got to be at an all-time low, all-time high even.
How he plays around his team, how they play around him.
I think it's a QCK problem or a whole team problem. I think it's a mix of everything. I really do. He's definitely missing shots and not checking some corners that you would expect people to check. But then I'm watching like the whole comps and how that, even just like the defaults in terms of the amount of pressure it's creating. It's not great. There's better stuff out there.
Unreal.
And it comes down to that man who was crouched in the bottom right, Klaus, their IGL. This swap between him and Melser, it's unlocked Melser's ability
The defense
to
on
frag.
Split wasn't good
Klaus's
either.
attack side calling is phenomenal. When he calls for a pace change mid-round,
How'd you fix Louds, man? You go back to the Sadak dictatorship. Let him just make all the decisions.
Take advantage of them by having a quick prod elsewhere. Like
I'm
on
not
Split,
convinced
for
by
example,
this.
when they'd be in heaven and then suddenly, boom, pressure and vents, but then they go right back into the site, explode in. On this map, slowing down when they're walking into B, taking their time when necessary. I just love the game that he was calling. I'm so impressed. I mean, not enough credit can be given to that guy for the second half after their entire momentum from the first completely stalled out.
And when one must rise, another must fall. The story for Loud here gets all the more murky. They have been searching for answers. We've just heard from Sadak about the role changes. He even
he's
said,
not a
"Look, you
chance
guys
now.
might see
Dude,
us
he
play
is
some
too good in
comps
this
that
team.
I personally
It's just all
don't agree
clicks. It
with,
all
but I'm
makes
putting my
sense, like
trust
with him joining in.
the coaches. It's a tough story.
And he looks
for
hungry
Loud,
and he's
but I'm
just
more interested
great.
right now in the compelling tale that comes from Crew. So let's send it down to Elizabeth, who's standing by for the Ryzen post-match interview.
Platchat's tomorrow in theory after EMEA.
Incredible performance and some incredibly loud fans who are here for you. Congratulations. So I'm going to bring up something that Wyatt said, and he said that this is a crew we've never seen before. Why do you think that is?
Primero que te dice felicitaciones y te dice algo que decía el caster Wyatt, es que este es un performance y este es un nivel de crew que nunca habíamos visto antes. ¿Por qué se debe esto?
O sea, siento que es todo el trabajo que venimos haciendo durante estos 2-3 meses que hemos venido trabajando muy duro, la verdad. Y también el staff, que siento que ha hecho como un cambio radical de la rutina también, que nos ha unido mucho como grupo fuera del juego, y siento que eso se está viendo reflejado como dentro del game y nos está haciendo performear súper bien.
He's saying this is a hard work that we've been putting for about 2-3 months, and it's also a lot of credit to the coaching staff that have been working really hard to make sure that they are connecting not only inside of the game but outside of the game.
Yes, well, you are the only team that has a 0 next to their name. On the other side of it, 4-0. An incredible performance. Since the beginning of your career, you're with Leviathan, and then you made this big switch and change to Crew, which was a big risk. You did not know what was going to happen. How does it feel to be standing here right now, knowing that it's paying off pretty well?
Dice que es el único equipo que va invicto, va 4-0 y que se van muy bien. Y hablando un poco desde el inicio de tu carrera, tú solamente habías estado en Leviatán. ¿Qué se siente el hacer este cambio, irte a Crew y ver que los resultados que están dando frutos?
Nada, obviamente me siento muy feliz, porque también tuve una época que tuve mucha incertidumbre dentro de las decisiones que tuve que tomar, y que se vea reflejado ahora que nos esté yendo bien. Me siento como satisfecho de que la decisión fue correcta, y más allá de Leviatán, yo siempre le he dicho que estoy agradecido porque fue el equipo que me abrió las puertas al competitivo. Entonces eso.
He says, I feel really happy that I made the decision. There was a time where I was very unsure of what was going to happen, what the future was going to look like, and now it's really nice to see it paying off. And for Lev, regardless of what happened in the change, he feels very grateful to be part of that team. He learned so much, and now he's onto something different.
Onto something different, and dare I say greater, because you are performing absolutely insane. Shai, now one last question. Coming into this stage, even in the kickoff tournament, there are many people that doubted Crew, a lot of doubters out there. Anything you'd like to say to them now?
Desde kickoff hasta lo que ha sido ahora, han habido muchas personas que han estado dudando de Crew. ¿Qué quieres decir a todas esas personas que dudan?
Nada, obviamente no soy partícipe del beef que hay entre equipos, pero yo siempre le he dicho de que cualquier equipo a esta altura le puede ganar a cualquiera, y si se bajaron, aún están a tiempo de subirse a la cruneta, como les decimos. Entonces nada, espero que nos sigan apoyando, que falta mucho por darle a toda la gente de Lata.
He's saying he's not a fan of teams kind of having beef with each other. He's still saying that if you are not a fan of Crew yet, you still have time to become a Crew fan. You're still in time to get on the cruneta, as we call them.
All right. I mean, if you aren't already on the Crew train, you're not listening or you're not paying attention, because you are an absolute monster. Your team are absolutely insane. So thank you so much. And can we give it up one more time for Shai and all of Crew for an incredible performance? And I don't know if you can hear me over the incredibly loud Crew fans, but we have Klaus from Crew in the post show. So friends, please take it away.
Okay, lovely. Right, chat. I am gonna go get some sleep. I'm gonna go get some sleep for sure. I can raid someone that's gonna stick with the interview, so maybe like Sean, if Sean's streaming, he's sticking around.
be able
Come on,
to
check if he's streaming.
start the season the way that you guys have, but
Thanks
to
so much, everyone.
see it
Thank you,
go,
thank
how
you.
does it
And
feel
I will
to
see
be in
you
this position
tomorrow
right
for
now?
EMEA, and then after EMEA, Plat Chat is a thing, I'm pretty sure. I'll be able to confirm it when EMEA is on, but it should be straight after the last EMEA game. So yeah, shout out to everyone for watching. Thank you so much. I will see you all.
So yeah.
See you all tomorrow.
I feel good, and I feel like we are
Right.
like
Peace, everyone.
preparing
Thanks.
better for,
Thanks
like,
so much.
We prepare better for this tournament, for this league, and yeah, work pay off, I think.
Yeah, it's really showed thus
YouTube
far
chat,
in
thank you
the
as well.
games.
Thank
But
you so much, everyone.
Last time you were
Peace.
IGLing for this team, you guys went on the incredible run to champions. It was when Crew was on top of the world. You took a break from the role. Now you've come back to it.
Though, bro, but thank
Now
you
you've
for
come
the
back
raid.
to it this year, calling for the team for Crew.
It's
What
a good
have
day to
you
be a
as
Crew
leader
diehard.
learned in those last 3 years?
Yeah, obviously I learned a lot.
I think they literally don't lose when I wear this shit.
The year that we play in champions in 2021, it was like we came.
I did
like,
pick them
third
though.
or
I did
fourth,
pick them
like,
though.
in the tournament, and
I had
yeah,
faith in my
I think
boys.
I just
They look
like
really
the
good.
IGL role 1 year, and
I
feel
could
like
see it
it's
in
another
kickoff,
role, like,
honestly.
like Atom is giving me a lot of like things to do. Like he knows how to like make me a better IGL, and I appreciate that about him.